Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Blood Moon Ritual. The coven gathered in the ruins of an ancient temple hidden deep within the mountains, far from the eyes of mortals and the prying gaze of the vagans of Stendar. The air was thick with anticipation as the vampires stood in a circle around a stone altar, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly in the dim light. At the center of the altar lay the heart of a long-dead dragon, preserved for this very night, a relic as old as the ritual itself. The blood of their strongest hunters had already been spilled, each drop mingling with the ancient magic bound to the heart. Vorik, the leader of the coven, stood before the altar. His pale skin glistened in the cold moonlight, his crimson eyes reflecting the hunger and desire for power that drove him and his followers. He had waited for this night for over a century, having studied the ancient texts and gathered the necessary ingredients with painstaking care. The Blood Moon Ritual was said to unlock powers long dormant in their kind, powers that could make them gods among mortals. But the cost was great, and the risks even greater. Those who had performed it in the past had not all survived to tell the tale. As the chanting reached a fevered pitch, the sky above began to twist. The blood moon, already glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to grow larger, its red hue deepening into something darker, more sinister. The air grew thick with the scent of iron and decay. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the altar began to glow, the runes flaring to life in a blinding flash. Vorik stepped forward, dagger in hand, and with a swift, deliberate motion he drove the blade into his own wrist, letting his blood pour onto the heart of the dragon. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a crack of thunder, the heart pulsed once, twice, and then exploded in a burst of dark energy that sent the vampires reeling. The air around them crackled with raw power, and for a moment Vorik felt it, the surge of energy coursing through his veins, filling him with strength and vitality beyond anything he had ever known. The others cried out in ecstasy, their fangs bared as they basked in the newfound power. But the elation was short-lived. To the red glow of the blood moon suddenly darkened, the light fading as an unnatural shadow began to spread across the sky. Vorik's chest tightened with a sudden, unexplainable fear. Something was wrong. The runes on the altar began to flicker and sputter as though the magic was unraveling. A low guttural growl echoed from the shadows at the edge of the temple, and the vampires turned, their senses heightened by the lingering power of the ritual. Vorik barely had time to react before one of the creatures lunged at him, its claws ripping through his flesh as though his vampiric strength meant nothing. So the power he had felt moments before was now slipping away, the surge of energy dissipating as quickly as it had come. He staggered back, clutching his wound, his eyes wide with shock as more of the beasts swarmed the temple. His coven, once strong and proud, was being torn apart. The vampires, despite their centuries of experience and power, were no match for these abominations. The realization hit Vorik like a blow to the chest. The ritual had gone horribly wrong. Instead of unlocking their hidden potential, they had opened a door to something far worse. The blood moon, once a symbol of power and ascension, had become a harbinger of doom. As the creatures closed in around him, Vorik's mind raced. There had to be a way to reverse the ritual, to undo the mistake they had made. But the ancient texts had been vague, offering no guidance on what to do if the ritual failed. His strength was fading fast, and as the darkness crept into the edges of his vision, He realized with a sinking dread that he might not live to find out. With a final, desperate cry, Vorik raised his hand toward the sky, his voice breaking as he called upon the blood moon one last time. But the red light that had once promised power and immortality now burned cold and distant, a mocking reminder of their hubris. And as the creatures descended upon him, the blood moon continued to rise, its light fading into the night as the ritual claimed its final, tragic toll. Story 2. The Cursed Bloodline. In the grand halls of solitude, the Thorn family had maintained their place among the nobility for centuries. They were known for their wealth and influence and unwavering loyalty to the Jarl. Their estate, perched on the cliffs overlooking the Sea of Ghosts, was a symbol of their enduring power, its stone walls whispering of an ancient legacy. But behind the facade of respectability lay a dark secret, a secret the Thorns had carefully concealed for generations. They were cursed, bound to the shadows by a vampiric bloodline that had been passed from one heir to the next. For years, they had managed to hide their true nature, moving silently in the night, and feeding only when necessary, always careful to leave no trace. The current head of the family, Lord Alistair Thorne, was a master of deception. He had cultivated a reputation as a respected nobleman, his public persona one of generosity and leadership. He held lavish dinners, attended council meetings, and was often seen walking the streets of solitude during the day, always shielded by the heavy shade of his carriage or the protective embrace of his estate's tall walls. Alistair had learned to navigate the delicate balance of maintaining his humanity while suppressing the monstrous urges that simmered beneath the surface. But the The family's matriarch, Lady Eleanor Thorne, had been the first to notice the cracks in their carefully constructed illusion. She saw the way Edmund's eyes lingered too long on the servants, the way his hands trembled when he passed the blood-soaked carcasses in the market square. Alistair, too, was faltering. His control was slipping, and though he denied it, Eleanor could sense the change in him, the subtle shift in his demeanor, the way he recoiled from the sun more than usual, his increasing absences from the city's social function. Their carefully guarded secret was in danger of being exposed, and now, with a suspicious visitor in town, their worst fears were on the brink of realization. The man had arrived a week ago, a stranger with no name and no apparent purpose. He had taken up residence in a small inn on the outskirts of the city, but his presence had not gone unnoticed. He asked too many questions, his eyes lingering on the Thorn estate whenever he passed by. He spoke to the townspeople in hushed tones, his words laced with hidden meaning. Rumors began to swirl rumors that he was not just an ordinary traveler, but a hunter, one of the legendary vampire hunters who had been scouring the holds of Skyrim in search of the undead. Alistair had heard these whispers, and they chilled him to his core. The Thorns had always been careful, meticulous in their efforts to avoid detection, but this man seemed different. He was patient, observant, and unsettlingly knowledgeable about the ways of vampires. One night, as Alistair sat in his study, the shadows of his candle flickering against the walls, he felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. If the stranger uncovered their secret, it would mean not only the end of his family's legacy but also their lives. Eleanor, ever pragmatic, had already begun making preparations. She instructed the servants to be even more discreet, warned Edmund to stay within the confines of the estate, and increased the family's guard at night. But Alistair knew that these measures would only delay the inevitable. The visitor had already set his sights on them, and it was only a matter of time before he acted. Days passed, and the tension in the Thorn household grew palpable. Edmund's thirst became more uncontrollable, and Alistair's own hunger clawed at him, pushing him closer to the edge. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the blood moon cast its pale glow over the city, the stranger made his move. He arrived at the Thorn estate under the guise of a visitor seeking counsel with Lord Alistair. The guards, wary but unable to refuse him, led the man through the grand halls to the study where Alistair waited. The air was thick with an unspoken threat as the two men faced each other, the firelight casting long shadows on the walls. The stranger's eyes were cold, calculating as they met Alistair's. He wasted no time with pleasantries. "I know what you are," the man said, his voice low and deliberate, "and I know what you've done." Alistair's heart, though long still in his chest, seemed to tighten. He remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he weighed his options. Daniel was futile. This man was not here to ask questions, he was here for blood. Before Alistair could respond, the door to the study burst open. Edmund, driven by his uncontrollable thirst, lunged at the stranger, his fangs bared and eyes burning with hunger. But the man was ready. In one swift motion he drew a silver dagger from his coat and slashed it across Edmund's chest, the blade sizzling as it made contact with the cursed bloodline. Elena's scream echoed through the halls as she rushed into the room, but it was too late. The stranger had already delivered the final blow, driving the dagger into Edmund's heart, his body crumpling to the floor in a heap. Alistair felt the weight of centuries crash down upon him as he watched his son die before his eyes. The curse, once their secret to control, had become their undoing. The stranger turned to Alistair, his expression devoid of mercy. "You and your kind will never rule this land," he said, his voice filled with finality. and with a swift motion he plunged the dagger into Alistair's chest. As darkness closed in around him, Alistair realized that the curse that had once bound his family in secrecy had now been laid bare for all to see. The bloodline was broken, and the Thorn legacy was no more. Story 3. Nocturnal's dark gift. Is. The shadows of Riften were a second home to every member of the Thieves' Guild. Beneath the crumbling city streets, in the secretive hideaway of the Ragged Flagon, they thrived. Their lives revolved around stealth, deception, and an unspoken bond of loyalty to one another. For Kellen, a seasoned member of the guild, life had always been simple: steal, evade, and return to the shadows. That was until Nocturnal, the Daedric Prince of Night and Darkness, offered him something far greater than gold or renown, immortality, in exchange for eternal loyalty. It had begun after a particularly difficult heist. Kellen had infiltrated the heavily guarded fortress of a nobleman known for hoarding treasures stolen from across Skyrim. The heist had gone almost perfectly, until Kellen had found himself cornered by the guards, outnumbered and desperate. In that moment he had whispered a plea to Nocturnal, his voice trembling in the dark. He had often invoked her name in times of danger, as all members of the Thieves' Guild did, but this time was different. This time she answered. Out of the blackness, her voice had whispered in his mind, soft and cold like the wind over a frozen lake. You wish for power, mortal, a way to escape death's grasp. I can give it to you, but it comes at a price. Her words slithered into his consciousness, offering him a deal that no mortal could refuse. In exchange for his unwavering loyalty, she would grant him the dark gift of vampirism, a gift that would allow him to transcend the limitations of his frail human body. She promised power, speed, and strength beyond what he had ever known, but with that power came an eternal servitude to her will, a pact that would bind him forever. Desperate to escape and tempted by the allure of immortality, Kellen accepted the bargain. The transformation was unlike anything he could have imagined. His body, once worn from years of dodging blades and scaling rooftops, felt renewed with strength. His senses sharpened, the scent of blood in the air, the pulse of every living creature, now called to him with an irresistible pull. The hunger followed, creeping into his thoughts like a shadow that could not be cast away. And for the first time in his life, Kellen felt truly powerful. When he returned to the Ragged Flagon, the change was immediate and undeniable. His guildmates, who had once greeted him with camaraderie and trust, now eyed him with suspicion. Brynjolf, his mentor and second in command of the guild, was the first to notice something was amiss. Kellen's skin had paled, his movements were unnaturally quick, and his eyes gleamed with a dark hunger that unsettled even the most hardened thieves. Rumors spread like wildfire among the guild members, whispers of Kellen's newfound abilities, and the dark deal he had made with Nocturnal. At first, Kellen tried to suppress the urges to remain the thief he had always been. He continued to pull off daring heists, relying on his enhanced strength and speed to outwit his enemies. The others in the guild could see his potential. His new powers made him nearly unstoppable. But the hunger for blood gnawed at him constantly, distracting him during even the simplest of tasks. Every time he saw a guildmate's neck exposed, he had to fight the temptation to sink his fangs into their flesh. It was becoming harder to control. One night, after a successful job in Weteran, Callan found himself alone in the flagon, the others having retired to their quarters. The air was thick with the smell of mead and damp stone, but beneath it all, Callan could smell something sweeter blood. He knew it belonged to Vex, a fellow thief, and one of the few people in the guild he had trusted with his life. She had been injured during the heist, a small cut on her arm that had gone unnoticed by the others but had set Callan's senses ablaze. For the I wasn't going to, Callan stammered, but the words felt hollow even to his own ears. Vex backed away, never taking her eyes off him. The tension between them was palpable, the silence stretching unbearably long. In that moment, Callan knew that his secret was out, and there would be no going back. The next morning, Brynjolf confronted him. The usual camaraderie in Brynjolf's voice was gone, replaced by a tone of quiet disappointment. "Callan, what have you done?" he asked, his eyes searching Callan's face for the friend he had known. But Callan was no longer that man. The dark gift of Nocturnal had changed him, not just physically, but in ways he could not yet understand. "I didn't want this, Brynjolf, but I couldn't refuse her," Callan admitted, his voice heavy with regret. He explained the deal he had made with Nocturnal, the promise of power in exchange for eternal loyalty. Brynjolf listened in silence, his face a mask of conflicted emotions. The Thieves' Guild was bound to Nocturnal, but this was different. Vampirism brought with it dangers that could destroy everything they had built. "We can't have you here if you're going to lose control," Brynjolf said after a long pause. "We can't risk the guild for one man's mistake, no matter how loyal you've been." Callan understood the ultimatum. He could either leave the guild and live out his cursed life in solitude, or he could stay and risk becoming the very thing they hunted. The hunger inside him was growing stronger with every passing day, and he feared that soon he would no longer be able to control it. As Callan left the ragged flagon for what he knew might be the last time, he felt the weight of Nocturnal's dark gift pressing down on him. He had gained power, but at the cost of everything he had once held dear. Now he was bound to the shadows in a way even the guild could not understand, forever torn between his loyalty to Nocturnal and the dark urges that threatened to consume him. Deep within the icy wastes of the Pale, in a forgotten corner of Skyrim, an ancient crypt lay hidden beneath the frozen earth. For centuries it had been undisturbed, buried under layers of snow and time, its entrance long sealed by those who had once feared what lay within. But the land had shifted, and the ice had receded, revealing the entrance to a crypt that should have remained sealed forever. In the village of Dawn Star, strange whispers began to circulate, stories of a dark force stirring in the wilderness, of an old evil waking from its slumber, and soon villagers began to disappear. It started with Helda, a young woman who often ventured out into the woods to gather herbs. In morning she left her home and never returned. Her husband searched the forest until the sun set, calling her name into the deepening twilight, but found no trace of her. By dawn he had gathered the other villagers, and a search party was formed. They scoured the forest for days, but Helda was gone, leaving nothing behind but unease and suspicion. Then it panic gripped the village. The but in that the elders spoke in hushed tones about an ancient legend of vampire lord, once feared by all of Skyrim, who had ruled over the Pale with cruelty and malice. His name was lost to time, but his deeds were still remembered in fragments of stories passed down from generation to generation. He had been defeated centuries ago, his body entombed in a crypt deep within the mountains, sealed by powerful wards to prevent him from rising again. But now, with the crypt exposed, it seemed that the ancient magic had failed, and the vampire lord had awoken from his eternal slumber. The disappearances grew more frequent, and the villagers grew desperate. They sent word to the Jarl of Winterhold, begging for aid, but none came. The roads were too treacherous, the snows too deep for any soldiers to pass through. Dawnstar was on its own. With every passing day, the fear in the village deepened. People began to see shadows moving at the edge of the forest, figures in the dark that vanished when approached. The night seemed to grow longer, the air colder, and the pale moonlight cast long, eerie shadows over the village. The villa. The leader of the group, a burly man named Torsten, stepped forward, his torch held high. "We go in, we find whatever's in there, and we end this," he said, his voice grim. The others nodded, their faces pale but resolute. Together they entered the crypt, their footsteps echoing through the cold, damp corridors. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay. The walls were lined with ancient carvings, telling the story of the vampire lord's reign, of terror images of villages burning, people being slaughtered, and dark rituals performed under the cover of night. The deeper they went, the colder it became, until their breath misted in front of them, and their torches flickered weakly in the oppressive darkness. At the heart of the crypt, they found the burial chamber. The coffin, once sealed with iron chains and powerful wards, lay open. The stone lid had been pushed aside, and the vampire lord was gone. Only an empty tomb remained, but the air around it thrummed with dark energy. Torsten knelt beside the coffin, his hand hovering over the stone surface. "It's him," he whispered. "He's risen." Before they could react, a low, menacing growl echoed through the chamber. From the shadows emerged the vampire lord. He was tall and gaunt, his pale skin stretched tight over his bones, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, his mouth curled into a cruel smile, revealing sharp fangs glistening in the torchlight. "You dare enter my domain?" he hissed, his voice like the grinding of stone. "Foolish mortals, you will join the others." Torsten raised his axe, but the vampire was too fast. In the blink of an eye he was upon them, moving with supernatural speed. The villagers fought bravely, but they were no match for the ancient power of the vampire lord. One by one they fell, their blood staining the cold stone floor. In the end, only Torsten remained, his body battered and broken. The vampire lord stood over him, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. "Your village will burn as they all have," he whispered. "Your people will serve me in death." With a final, agonized scream, Torsten fell, and the crypt once again fell silent, save for the sound of the vampire lord's cold laughter echoing through the halls. The villagers of Dawn Star would soon learn the full extent of the terror that had been unleashed upon them, for the vampire lord had returned to his kingdom, and his hunger was insatiable. Story 5. Dawn of the Volkihar. The winds of Skyrim howled across the frozen tundra, carrying with them the icy chill of an approaching storm. But this was no ordinary tempest. Far to the north, hidden within the bleak and desolate ice fields, the Volkihar clan, the most powerful and ancient vampire coven in Tamriel, was preparing for something far more dangerous than the region had ever faced. Deep within Castle Volkihar, a plan centuries in the making was unfolding, a plan to plunge Skyrim into eternal darkness, where the sun would never rise and mortals would become nothing more than cattle for their vampiric masters. Harkon, the tyrannical lord of the Volkihar, stood at the center of the castle's great hall. His imposing figure, draped in dark robes, cast a long shadow on the ancient stone walls as he gazed into the flames of the fire pit. His eyes glowed with the cruel determination of a being who had long since abandoned any pretense of humanity. The pieces were in place. His allies within the clan had gathered the final components of the prophecy, and soon the power of the Elder Scrolls would be harnessed. The bloodstone chalice, brimming with the potent mixture of blood and power, sat at his side, pulsing with the dark magic that would soon ensure his victory. "The time has come," Harkon spoke, his voice echoing through the chamber. The vampires gathered around him, an elite group of Volkihar warriors, powerful in their own right, but completely loyal to their lord. They hung on his every word, their pale faces lit by the flickering firelight. With the strength of the Elder Scrolls and the sacrifice of the sun, we'll claim what is rightfully ours. Skyrim will fall under our rule, and the sun will never rise again. Among them stood Serana, Harkon's daughter and a vampire of ancient lineage. Her loyalty to her father had always been complex, clouded by centuries of imprisonment and a growing doubt about his madness. As she listened to her father's speech, the weight of his ambition pressed heavily on her. She had long been caught between the darkness of her bloodline and the faint hope that something better still existed in the world. The ritual Harkon intended to perform would not just condemn Skyrim, but the entire world to eternal night. It was a fate she was no longer sure she could accept. Unbeknownst to the Volkihar, the Dawn Guard had learned of their plan. For months the vampire hunters had been tracking the movements of Harkon's agents, intercepting communications and piecing together the fragments of the prophecy. Isran, the leader of the Dawn Guard, had always feared that the vampire's ultimate goal was far more sinister than they had let on. Now his worst fears had been realized. The prophecy foretold by the Elder Scrolls was clear. The vampires sought to blot out the sun itself, creating a world where mortals could no longer stand against them. Gathered in the ancient stronghold of Fort Dawnguard, Isran stood before his assembled warriors. His grizzled face was set in a grim expression, his eyes burning with the resolve of a man who had dedicated his life to eradicating the vampire scourge. "The Volkihar plan to end the sun," he said, his deep voice cutting through the tense silence. "They're going to use the power of the Elder Scrolls to plunge us into eternal darkness. If they succeed, there'll be no stopping them." The room was filled with hardened veterans of the Dawn Guard, men and women who had lost friends, family, and comrades to the vampires. They had trained their whole lives for this moment, and though fear gripped their hearts, they knew there was no turning back. The fate of Skyrim rested on their shoulders. "We leave for Castle Volkihar at dawn," Isran continued. "We may be outnumbered, but we have the element of surprise. And remember, the sun is still on our side. We cannot let them complete the ritual. If we do, everything we fought for will be for nothing." Hours before dawn, under the cover of darkness, the Dawn Guard set out across the frozen wasteland, their weapons and armor gleaming faintly under the pale moonlight. They moved swiftly, their path taking them through narrow mountain passes and across treacherous ice fields, ever mindful of the Volkihar scouts that patrolled the region. But as they drew closer to the castle, it became clear that Harkon's forces had anticipated their arrival. Vampire thralls and death hounds lay in wait, their eyes gleaming red in the night as they attacked the Dawn Guard with ferocious speed. Battle erupted on the icy shores of Castle Volkihar. The clash of steel rang out as vampire and hunter locked in combat, the snow beneath them turning red with blood. Isran fought at the front, his warhammer smashing through the ranks of vampires, while his warriors unleashed crossbow bolts tipped with silver, each shot felling one of the undead. But for every vampire they killed, it seemed two more appeared from the shadows, their hunger for blood insatiable. Inside the castle, Serana made her decision. She could no longer stand idly by as her father's madness threatened to consume all of Skyrim. Steeling herself, she sought out her father in the grand hall, where the ritual was nearly complete. Harkon stood before the altar, the Elder Scrolls unfurled before him, his dark magic weaving through the air as he prepared the final incantation. "Father, stop this madness," Serana cried, her voice breaking through the ancient hall. Harkon turned to her, his eyes filled with contempt. "You would betray me, your own blood," he snarled, his voice filled with fury. "You are nothing without me, Serana. You will serve me or die." Before he could finish the ritual, the doors of the grand hall burst open, and Isran and the Dawn Guard stormed in. A fierce battle erupted, the hunters fighting their way toward Harkon as he unleashed dark magic upon them. Serana, torn between her loyalty to her father and her desire to stop him, finally turned against him, joining the Dawn Guard in their desperate fight to prevent the eternal night. In the end, it was Serana who delivered the final blow, driving a silver dagger into her father's heart as he attempted to complete the ritual. The magic dissipated, the sun still rising beyond the horizon, casting its golden light over the icy shores of Skyrim. Harkon's body crumbled to dust, his dreams of eternal darkness shattered. The Dawn Guard had won, but the cost had been high. As Serana stood over the remains of her father, the weight of her decision pressed heavily upon her. So the Volkir clan had been defeated, but the scars of their dark reign would linger in Skyrim for years to come. Story 6. The Blood Chalice. So the rumours started as whispers carried by the wind through the treacherous peaks of the Reach. Deep within the craggy mountains, hidden in a long-forgotten cave, an ancient artifact had been unearthed, a relic tied to the dominion of vampires, the Blood Chalice, said to grant unimaginable power to any vampire who drank from it. The chalice was believed to be created by Molag Bal himself, forged from the blood of the first vampire, Lemay Beelfog. Its power could cement the dominance of vampires across Skyrim, allowing them to rise as the undisputed rulers of the land, with mortals reduced to nothing more than cattle. The chalice also held a dark curse, one that had long kept it hidden from the world. When word of the discovery reached the Volkihar clan, the reaction was immediate. Harkon, the lord of the Volkihar, saw this as his opportunity to not only strengthen his grip on his clan, but to accomplish what centuries of scheming had not yet achieved: absolute rule over Skyrim's night. In his cold, brooding throne room, far beneath the frozen walls of Castle Volkihar, Harkon summoned his most trusted lieutenants. "This chalice," Harkon said, his voice a low growl, "is the key to our ascension. With its power, the Volkihar will no longer hide in the shadows. The time of mortals will end, and the sun itself will bow to our might." His glowing red eyes flickered with ambition, his hunger for dominance driving every word. "Find it. Bring it to me, and you will be rewarded beyond your wildest imaginings." Among those who stood before him was Orthjolf, Harkon's second in command, a cunning vampire who had served the Lord for centuries. He bowed deeply, his sharp fangs visible as he spoke. "It will be done, my lord. The Reach is dangerous, but it belongs to the Forsworn. We'll need to tread carefully." "Careful or not," Harkon replied, his voice edged with impatience, "the chalice must be ours." But Harkon was not the only one who had heard the rumors. At Fort Dawnguard, a day's ride from Riften, Isran sat at the head of a long wooden table, surrounded by his most trusted vampire hunters. The Dawn Guard, sworn to protect Skyrim from the vampire menace, had intercepted a message bound for Castle Volkihar, detailing the chalice's location. Isran's face was etched with determination as he read the report aloud. "The Blood Chalice," he said, his voice a rough growl that silenced the room. "If the Volkihar get their hands on this artifact, it could spell the end for us. It's said to grant vampires unimaginable strength and control over lesser vampires, turning them into an army. We can't let that happen. We need to reach the chalice first." Beside him, Soreen Gerard, the Dawn Guard's expert on ancient artifacts, nodded. "If the legends are true, The chalice's power could tip the balance in their favor. But the Reach is a dangerous place, filled with forsworn and all manner of creatures. We'll need to be cautious. Cautious or not, Isra knew they didn't have time to waste. The Volkihar were already mobilizing, and the race was on. "We leave at first light," he ordered. "We'll take the east route through the Druidak Mountains. If the vampires want this chalice, they'll have to fight us for it." As dawn broke over the snowy peaks, both the Dawn Guard and the Volkihar clan set out toward the heart of the Reach. The rugged terrain was unforgiving, with jagged cliffs, narrow passes, and hidden caves where danger lurked in every shadow. Forsworn camps dotted the landscape, their savage warriors watching warily as the two forces made their way deeper into the wilderness. The Volkihar, with their supernatural speed and strength, moved swiftly. Orthjolf led the way, his senses keenly attuned to the faintest hints of the chalice's power. His vampire thralls followed closely, their hunger barely kept in check as they scouted the ancient ruins and forgotten caves of the region. The forsworn, though dangerous, were no match for the Volkihar's strength, and many fell to the vampire's blades and fangs before they even knew what was happening. Meanwhile, the Dawn Guard travelled with caution. Isran and his hunters moved in silence, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with the forsworn and focusing on their goal. They knew they were on borrowed time. The vampires were faster and more dangerous, but the Dawn Guard had experience on their side. They had hunted vampires for years, and they knew how to track their movements, even through the most difficult terrain. Crossbows loaded with silver bolts were at the ready, and they carried potions to resist the vampires' draining abilities. The two forces clashed for the first time at a narrow mountain pass, where a small group of Volkihar thralls ambushed the Dawn Guard. The skirmish was brutal, and swift Isren's warhammer crushed one vampire's skull with a single blow, while his fellow hunters unleashed a volley of silver-tipped bolts, felling the remaining thralls in a matter of moments. But the victory was short-lived. Orthjolf, watching from a distance, realized the Dawn Guard were closing in. "They're getting too close," he snarled to his lieutenants. "We must reach the Chalice before they do." Finally, after days of navigating treacherous terrain, both groups converged on the same location, an ancient, crumbling ruin buried deep in the mountains. At its center, within a stone chamber lined with old Nord carvings, the blood chalice rested on an altar, bathed in an eerie red glow. Its dark power seemed to pulse through the air, thickening the very atmosphere around it. The final confrontation began. The Dawn Guard stormed the ruin just as the Volkihar vampires entered from the opposite side. The clash of steel and the hiss of vampires filled the air. Crossbow bolts flew through the shadows, and the thrum of powerful magic reverberated through the stone halls. Orthjolf's speed made him a blur as he cut through the ranks of the Dawn Guard, but Isran, relentless as ever, fought his way toward the altar. In the center of the chaos, the blood chalice glowed brighter, almost as if it was alive, drawing both sides toward it, like moths to flame. But as Orthjolf reached for the callous Serana, Harkon's estranged daughter, who had joined the Dawn Guard, intervened. With a flash of magic, she knocked him back, her eyes blazing with resolve. "You can't have it, Orthjolf," she growled. "I won't let you." In the end, it was Serana who tipped the scales. With one final blast of magic, she sent Orthi crashing into the far wall. Isrin reached the chalice, his hands trembling as he gazed at the dark artifact. Without hesitation, he smashed it to the ground, shattering the ancient chalice into 1,000 pieces. The red glow faded, and the chamber fell silent. So Volkihar were defeated, their hopes of dominance crushed along with the chalice. But as the Dawn Guard left the ruined crypt, Isrin knew the fight against the vampires was far from over. They had won this battle, but the war for Skyrim's future raged on. Story 7. The Midnight Alchemist. The cold winds of Skyrim howled through the towering mountains, carrying with them whispers of a dark new force at work. Far from the bustling cities and watchful eyes of the vigilance of Stendar, deep within a hidden laboratory nestled in the reach, a vampire alchemist worked tirelessly, her mind consumed with a single obsession. Known only as Lasara, the Midnight Alchemist, she was a creature of legend, feared and whispered about in the darkest corners of Tamriel. For centuries she had sought a way to break the greatest limitation of her kind, their vulnerability to the sun, and now, after decades of experimentation and forbidden knowledge, she had finally succeeded. The potion sat in a small, unassuming vial on her alchemy table, its contents a swirling silver liquid that shimmered unnaturally in the dim candlelight. Lasara held the vial in her pale, delicate hands, her crimson eyes glowing with satisfaction. This was the culmination of her life's work, a potion that could allow vampires to walk in the daylight without fear, to hunt and thrive under the very sun that had once been their greatest enemy. So the implications were vast, and the power it promised was intoxicating. She had tested it herself, stepping out into the midday sun with trepidation. At first she had felt the familiar sting on her skin, the burning sensation that always signaled death under the sun's harsh gaze. But as the potion took hold, the pain ebbed away, and Lasara found herself standing in full daylight, unharmed. She reveled in it, feeling the warmth of the sun for the first time in centuries. The power coursing through her veins was overwhelming, and she knew that her discovery would change the fate of vampires forever. But with this discovery came a dangerous choice. The potion could not be kept secret for long. Word of its existence had already begun to spread, and it wouldn't be long before both the Volkihar Carfe and the Dawn Guard caught wind of her creation. Lasara knew the price that Skyrim would pay if the potion fell into the wrong hands, but she also knew the price of keeping it to herself. The Volkihar clan, led by Lord Harkon, would stop at nothing to possess it. And if the potion spread, it would grant vampires across the province the ability to walk freely among mortals, turning them into predators with no limitations. Skyrim would be plunged into chaos. Lysa weighed her options carefully. She could offer the potion to the Volkai in exchange for power and protection, securing her place as one of Harkon's elite. With her invention, the Volkihar could become unstoppable, ruling Skyrim in darkness and daylight alike. Mortals would have no safe haven, no reprieve from the creatures of the night, but another part of her, a part long buried beneath centuries of bloodlust and cruelty, wondered if that was the right path. She had once been a healer, long before she had turned to vampirism. Somewhere deep within her, she still carried a sliver of that compassion, though it was faint and nearly forgotten. As Lysara pondered her decision far to the east at Fort Dawnguard, Isran had already heard rumors of a vampire alchemist's dark creation. Reports had reached him from informants in Riften and Markarth, describing strange encounters with the vampires who seemed unaffected by the sun. At first, Isran dismissed the tales as exaggerations, but the stories grew more consistent, and soon even he couldn't ignore the possibility. If vampires had truly found a way to bypass their greatest weakness, it would mean the end of everything the Dawnguard had fought to protect. Isran wasted no time. He gathered his most trusted vampire hunters and issued a dire command: the alchemist had to be found and her potion destroyed. There was no room for negotiation. The very balance of Skyrim was at stake, and if the vampires gained the power to walk in the daylight, the Dawnguard would be powerless to stop them. Isran's heart burned with a sense of urgency, knowing that time was running out. The Volkihar clan would be searching for the alchemist too, and if they reached her first, there would be no stopping the tide of darkness that would sweep over the land. As the Dawnguard prepared for their mission, the Volkihar clan had already mobilized. Lord Harkon had sent out his most skilled agents, tasked with locating Lysara and retrieving her potion at all costs. Among them was Vingulmo, a powerful and cunning vampire lord who had long coveted a higher place within the Volkihar hierarchy. He knew that if he could deliver the potion to Harkon, his position in the clan would be secured, and with it, unimaginable power. Vingulmo's ambitions burned brightly as he set out into the wilderness, tracking down every lead on Lysara's whereabouts with relentless determination. Lysara, meanwhile, had not been idle. She knew the hunt for her had begun. Every passing day she could feel the tightening net of both the Dawnguard and the Volkihar closing in. Her potion, though powerful, was not enough to protect her from the storm that was coming. She packed her laboratory into a small collection of vials and scrolls, preparing to flee deeper into the mountains, where she could continue her work in secret. But the question of what to do with her creation still gnawed at her. Should she offer it to the highest bidder, or should she destroy it, ensuring that no vampire would ever wield such power? The final confrontation came in the deep forests of the Reach. The Dawnguard had tracked Lysara to a hidden cave, where she had made her temporary home. Isran and his hunters approached carefully, their crossbows loaded with silver bolts and sunlight potions at the ready. But as they neared the cave's entrance, they realized they were not alone. Vingulmo and his Volkihar agents had arrived first, and a bloody skirmish broke out between the two factions. In the chaos, Lysara stood at the mouth of the cave, clutching the vial of her precious potion. She could feel the weight of her decision pressing down on her. Both sides wanted the potion for their own purposes, one to destroy it, the other to exploit it. With a final glance at the chaos unfolding before her, Lysara made her choice. She lifted the vial to her lips, her heart pounding as she drank the silver liquid. The power surged through her, stronger than ever before, but instead of fleeing or surrendering, she shattered the remaining vials on the ground, ensuring that no one else would wield her creation. Lasara fled into the wilderness, the potion's effects coursing through her veins. As the battle raged behind her, Skyrim's future hung in the balance. The midnight alchemist had vanished, leaving behind only the haunting question of what price Skyrim would pay if the potion were ever recreated and unleashed upon the world. For Story 8, Lark. Fangs in the Court. The grand halls of Solitude's blue palace bustled with the daily affairs of the court, where Jarl Elisif the Fair presided over the city with grace and poise. Beneath the elegant facade, however, something far darker simmered, hidden from the eyes of the noblemen and guards who faithfully served the Jarl. Among them was Lord Halvard, a high-ranking advisor to Elisif, renowned for his wisdom and diplomacy. For years he had played his part flawlessly, attending to the needs of Solitude, overseeing trade routes, and negotiating delicate treaties with Skyrim's most influential leaders. But unknown to all, Lord Halvard was not the loyal servant he appeared to be. He was a vampire, a centuries-old creature of the night, slowly weaving a plan that would bring Solitude to its knees. The court had no reason to suspect him. Halvard was a master of deception, his pale skin attributed to the cold northern climate and his aversion to sunlight explained by his supposed weak constitution. He was always present during court meetings, his calm demeanor and sharp mind earning him the trust of the Jarl. Few knew of his late-night excursions, where he prowled the hidden passages beneath the palace, feeding on the unsuspecting citizens of Solitude who ventured out after dark. His hunger was insatiable, but he had learned to control it, to wait for the perfect moment to reveal his true nature and seize the power he craved. For years, Halvard had studied the inner workings of the court, learning the weaknesses of each noble, blackmailing or turning them one by one into his loyal thralls. He was patient, knowing that time was on his side. His ultimate goal was to turn Solitude into a vampire haven, the sanctuary where his kind could rule openly, free from the threat of the Dawn Guard or the vigilance of Stendar. To do this, he needed to move carefully, ensuring that Jarl Elisif remained oblivious until it was too late to stop him. His plan began to unfold when he discovered an ancient artifact buried deep within the catacombs beneath Solitude, a relic tied to Molag Bal, the Daedric prince of domination and vampires. The bloodstone amulet was said to amplify the powers of any vampire who wore it, allowing them to manipulate the minds of mortals more easily and spread their dark gift faster than ever before. Halvard knew that with the amulet in his possession, he could accelerate his plans. Citizens of Solitude would fall under his control, and soon the city would be teeming with vampires, loyal only to him. But his secrecy was not as flawless as he believed. Falk Firebeard, Elisif's steward, and one of her most trusted advisors had begun to suspect that something was amiss. Falk had noticed the strange disappearances, the way certain nobles seemed unusually pale and distant after private meetings with Lord Halvard. Whispers of strange occurrences at night had reached his ears, but with no proof he couldn't act openly against Halvard. Still, Falk was determined to uncover the truth, and he discreetly hired a group of skilled vampire hunters, members of the Dawn Guard, to investigate. The Dawn Guard, ever watchful for signs of vampire activity, arrived in Solitude under the guise of merchants and travelers. They moved through the city in silence, gathering information and following the trail of blood that Halvard had so carefully hidden. It didn't take long for them to confirm Falk's worst fears. Solitude was in danger, and the heart of the threat was none other than Lord Halvard himself. As the Dawn Guard gathered evidence, Halvard continued to consolidate his power. He had already turned several key members of the court, ensuring that when the time came, they would support his rise without question. With the Bloodstone amulet now in his possession, he felt invincible. He began to meet with his thralls in secret, outlining the final stages of his plan. In a matter of weeks, he intended to hold a grand banquet, inviting the most influential figures from across Skyrim to Solitude. At this banquet he would reveal his true nature and offer them a choice: join him in immortality or perish. But Falk Firebeard was not about to let that happen. One evening, under the cover of darkness, he met with the Dawn Guard in the shadowy corners of the Winking Skeever, a local inn. Their leader, a grizzled warrior named Skyr, laid out the plan. Halvard's powerful, Skyr said, his voice low but commanding. We've dealt with vampires like him before, but with that amulet he'll be nearly unstoppable. We need to catch him by surprise, take him out before he can turn the court. Falk nodded, the weight of his responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. What do you need from me? He asked. Keep him in the palace tomorrow night. We'll handle the rest. The following day, Halvard went about his usual business, oblivious to the trap being set. Falk, playing his part, invited Halvard to join him and the Jarl for a private dinner that evening. Halvard, ever eager to keep up appearances, accepted without hesitation. As dusk fell and the palace was bathed in the pale light of the moons, the Dawn Guard moved into position, their weapons loaded with silver bolts and their armor enchanted with sunlight spells. They knew that if they failed, Solitude would be lost. Inside the palace, the dinner began without incident. Jarl Elisif, ever kind and gracious, engaged Halvard in conversation, unaware of the danger seated across from her. Falk watched closely, his hand never far from the dagger at his waist. Time seemed to slow as they waited for the right moment to strike. Then, with a sudden crash, the doors to the dining hall burst open and the Dawn Guard stormed in. Halvard's eyes flashed with fury as he realized what was happening. In an instant he sprang to his feet, his fangs bared and his hand reaching for the bloodstone amulet around his neck. But Falk was faster. With a quick, practiced motion, he hurled a silver-tipped dagger straight into Halvard's chest. The vampire howled in pain, staggering backward as the Dawn Guard moved in, their crossbows aimed and ready. Skirja fired a bolt that struck the amulet, shattering it in a burst of dark energy. Without the amulet's power, Halvard's strength waned. He fought back with ferocious speed, but the Dawn Guard were prepared. Silver bolts pierced his flesh, and sunlight magic burned his skin. With the final, anguished cry, Halvard collapsed to the floor, his body crumbling into ash before the shocked eyes of Jarl Elisif. The threat to solitude had been vanquished, but the scars left behind would remain. Falk Firebeard stood in silence, staring at the pile of ash where Halvard had once stood, knowing that the fight against darkness was far from over. Solitude had been saved, but the fangs of the night were always lurking, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Story 9. The Lost Clan of Falkreath. The forests of Falkreath were known for their eerie quiet, where the towering pines seemed to swallow the light, and the mist clung to the ground like a shroud. Hunters and travellers often spoke of feeling watched as they ventured through the dense woods, but few dared explore its darkest corners. Deep within those woods, forgotten by time and history, an ancient vampire clan stirred from their long slumber. The clan Valenwood, once rulers of Falkreath's shadowed forests, had returned with one purpose: to reclaim their ancient territory and feed upon the blood of the living. For centuries the Valenwood vampires had been a myth, a tale told around the fires of Falkreath's inns to frighten travellers. It was said that they had ruled the region long before the city of Falkreath was founded, dwelling in hidden crypts and feeding on the unfortunate souls who wandered too close to their domain. But over time they had vanished without a trace, driven underground by the combined efforts of mortal warriors and the rise of newer, more powerful vampire clans. Now, with their numbers diminished and their power all but forgotten, the Valenwood vampires had slumbered in ancient tombs, waiting for the right moment to rise again. That moment had come. Unbeknownst to the people of Falkreath, the wards and seals that had kept the Valenwood clan imprisoned for centuries had weakened, eroded by time and the shifting earth. With a low, rumbling crack, the ancient stone doors of their crypt, deep in the forest, were broken open, and one by one, the vampires emerged into the world once more. Their leader, Valen, an ancient vampire lord with eyes as black as the night sky, stepped into the moonlight, his pale face twisted in a mixture of hunger and triumph. "We have returned," Valen whispered, his voice barely audible but filled with dark power. Around him the other members of the clan stirred, their gaunt forms stretching and cracking as they adjusted to the cold night air. Centuries of hunger gnawed at their insides, and the thirst for blood was nearly unbearable. The village of Falkreath lay nearby, peaceful and unaware of the ancient terror that had been unleashed upon them. Valen and his clan moved through the forest like shadows, silent and swift, their movements concealed by the thick fog that clung to the ground. They could smell the warm blood of the villagers, hear the faint beating of their hearts even from a distance. For the first time in centuries they would feed. The first disappearance went unnoticed. A farmer named Jorik failed to return from gathering firewood one evening. His wife assumed he had gone to the tavern and spent the night drinking, but when he did not return the next day, she went looking for him. His body was found deep in the woods, pale and drained of blood, his throat marked by 2 puncture wounds. The guards in Falkreath were baffled, chalking it up to wolves or perhaps a bear attack, but whispers began to spread among the villagers. The old stories of the Valenwood vampires resurfaced, and fear took root in their hearts. More disappearances followed in the days after Jorik's death. A blacksmith's apprentice vanished on his way home one night, and 2 hunters were found dead near the edge of the forest, their bodies cold and lifeless, with the same telltale marks on their necks. Panic gripped Folkreth. The people locked their doors at night, and no one ventured into the woods alone. But it was already too late. The Valenwood clan had returned, and they would not stop until they had reclaimed their territory. In the heart of the forest, Valen stood over a stone altar, his black cloak billowing in the wind as he addressed his clan. "This land belongs to us," he said, his voice a dark whisper that carried through the trees. "We will rebuild our empire, and the mortals of Folkreth will become our cattle, their blood nourishing us for centuries to come." The vampires around him, pale and gaunt, their eyes glowing with hunger, nodded in agreement. They had been deprived for too long, and their thirst for blood was unrelenting. Valen, ever the strategist, knew that brute force would not be enough to maintain their dominance. They needed to be careful, to spread fear among the villagers and break their will, ensuring that Falkreath would fall into their hands without the need for open conflict. But not all in Falkreath were unaware of the growing threat. Tekla, the Jarl's housecarl, had long suspected something was wrong. She had grown up on the stories of the Valenwood vampires, and though many dismissed them as mere legend, Tekla had always believed there was some truth to the tales. When the disappearances began, she immediately recognized the signs. Gathering a small group of trusted warriors, Tekla ventured into the forest, determined to find the source of the attacks and put an end to the terror. The deeper they went into the forest, the thicker the fog became, and the more oppressive the silence grew. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon the ancient crypt, its entrance now gaping open, revealing the horrors that lay within. Tekla's stomach twisted with dread as she realized what they were facing. The Valenwood clan had returned, and they were stronger than ever. Inside the crypt, Tekla and her warriors were met with a scene of unspeakable horror. The vampires had been feeding, and the remains of their victims were scattered across the cold stone floor. Tekla's heart raced as she drew her sword, knowing that they were vastly outnumbered. But they had no choice. If the vampires were allowed to continue, Folkreth would be overrun. Valen watched from the shadows, his dark eyes gleaming with amusement. "Foolish mortals," he whispered, stepping into the light. "You cannot stop what has already begun." The battle that followed was brutal and swift. Tekla's warriors fought valiantly, but they were no match for the ancient power of the vampires. One by one they fell, their blood staining the cold stone of the crypt. Tekla, though wounded, managed to escape, vowing to return with reinforcements. But as she fled through the forest, she knew that time was running out. The Valenwood clan had emerged from the shadows, and Falkreath was on the brink of falling under their control. The villagers, unaware of Tekla's failed mission, continued to live in fear, locking their doors and whispering of the old legends. But the vampires would not be stopped so easily. The lost clan of Folkreth had returned, and their hunger was insatiable. Soon all of Skyrim would know the terror of their reign. Story 10. The Scent of Fear. Whiterun was a city accustomed to the hustle of merchants, the clank of blacksmiths, and the shouts of the companions. That as the days grew shorter and the nights colder, a new and terrifying presence crept into its cobbled streets. At first it was subtle, just a sense of unease that seemed to permeate the air. People began to whisper about shadows that moved on their own, and about the rising number of citizens who went missing during the darkest hours of the night. Then the bodies began to appear. The first to be found was a stable boy, his lifeless body discovered early one morning, just outside the city gates. His skin was cold, pale as snow, his eyes wide open in a frozen expression of horror. There were no visible wounds, no signs of a struggle, but something about the way his body was contorted suggested that whatever he had seen in his final moments had utterly paralyzed him. The guards were baffled, and rumors quickly spread. Some said it was wolves, others that the boy had been cursed, but those who found the body knew the truth. They had smelled it. Scent of fear clung to the boy, a thick, almost tangible stench that seeped into the air around him. It was not something the guards could name, but it stirred a primal instinct deep within them, making their hearts race and their breaths come short. This was no ordinary death. The next victim was a merchant, found slumped against the walls of Joravaskar, the mead hall of the companions. His face mirrored the same frozen terror as the stable boy, and like before, there were no marks of violence on his body, only that unsettling smell of fear. As more bodies were discovered in the days that followed, each one exuding that same sickly odor, the people of Whiterun began to panic. They barricaded their doors at night, but even that did little to ease their dread. Whatever was stalking the streets at night was no ordinary predator. Unbeknownst to the citizens of Whiterun, a new breed of vampire had emerged, unlike any that Skyrim had seen before. These creatures did not hunt for blood alone, they hunted for fear. Their heightened senses allowed them to detect the emotion like a predator smells prey, honing in on their victims' rising terror as they fed. It was fear that gave them their power, paralyzing their prey, rendering them helpless, unable to fight back or escape. The vampires used it to their advantage, making the hunt a game, savoring the panic that they could feel growing in their victims. One such vampire, a creature known as Ares, stood atop the walls of Dragon's Reach, watching the city below with cold, calculating eyes. She had been one of the first of her kind, born of a dark ritual that combined vampiric blood with the magic of Vermina, the Daedric prince of nightmares. Unlike the Volcar or the blood-hungry vampires of the north, Ares and her kind had no need to drink blood to survive, though they often did out of tradition. It was fear that nourished them, that gave them strength, and Whiterun, with its growing panic and confusion, had become a feeding ground ripe for the taking. Ares smiled to herself as she watched the people scurrying about below, unaware that they were being watched by predators who could taste their fear in the air. Each night she and her brood slipped through the streets like shadows, moving silently from one victim to the next. They had no need for violence, the fear alone was enough. Ares would stand close to her prey, watching as their breathing quickened, as their hands trembled, their eyes darting frantically through the darkness. and then when their terror peaked, she would strike not with fangs or claws, but with a paralyzing spell that left them frozen, helpless, unable to move or scream as she fed on their fear. The companions, Whiteran's most trusted warriors, were among the first to notice the pattern. Codluck Whitemane, the harbinger of the companions, had heard the whispers and the rumors, and though he had seen many strange things in his years, this was something new. He sent some of his best warriors to investigate, but they returned with nothing but more fear in their eyes. They spoke of shadows that moved on their own, of an overwhelming sense of dread that gripped them whenever they ventured into the night. Codluck knew something unnatural was at work, and he began to prepare the companions for what he feared would be a battle not just against physical enemies, but against the very essence of fear itself. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, Jarl Bolgruf grew increasingly concerned. The deaths were piling up, and the people of Whiteran were on the verge of panic. He convened his court, summoning the most knowledgeable mages and warriors to find a solution. Among them was Farengar Secret Fire, the court wizard who had spent days researching ancient texts in search of any reference to these strange vampires. It's as if they feed on fear itself, Farengar explained to the Jarl, his brow furrowed in concentration. They don't need to kill, not in the way we're used to. The emotion alone sustains them, but fear weakens the body, paralyzes the mind. That's why the victims are found with no visible wounds. They're dying of sheer terror. Bolgruf slammed his fist on the table. Then how do we fight something like that? How do you fight fear? Before anyone could answer, the doors to the hall creaked open, and a guard stumbled in, pale and trembling. "My lord, something's happening in the streets. They're coming." Outside, the people of Whiteran began to scream. The vampires had grown bold, no longer content to hunt one by one. Eris led her brood through the streets, the scent of fear so strong it was intoxicating. She could feel it in the air, thick and heavy, wrapping around her like a cloak of power. The citizens, paralyzed by their own terror, stood frozen in the streets, their faces twisted in silent horror as the vampires approached. The companions rushed out from Jorvaskar, swords and axes drawn, their faces set in grim determination. Codluck led the charge, shouting orders to his men, but as they neared the vampires, the same suffocating fear gripped them. Some dropped their weapons, shaking uncontrollably, while others found their limbs frozen, unable to move no matter how much they willed themselves to fight. Eris smiled as she watched the fear ripple through the companions. She stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement, her voice a soft, mocking whisper. "You cannot fight what you fear," she said, her words cutting through the air like a blade. But even in the face of overwhelming terror, some among the companions still fought. Codluck gritted his teeth, pushing through the fear that gnawed at his mind. He raised his sword, its steel gleaming in the moonlight, and with a defiant roar, he charged at Eris, the embodiment of fear itself. The battle had begun. Whiteran's fate hung in the balance. Story 11. The Thirst Eternal. The moon hung low over Skyrim, casting a pale light on the snow-covered land. Deep in the wilderness, an unnatural silence settled over the small village of Riverwood. Its residents, normally bustling with the activity of daily life, were now huddled indoors, terrified of what stalked the night. There had been whispers spreading from village to village of a monster that consumed everything in its path, a vampire lord whose thirst insatiable, cursed to drink endlessly yet never be satisfied. His name was Lord Vathros, once a feared and respected member of the Volkahar clan. For centuries he had ruled over his domain with a cold but calculated cruelty, sustaining himself on the blood of mortals like any vampire. But then something had changed. A curse the origins of which no one could explain had taken root in him. His thirst, once manageable, had become a torment that gnawed at him day and night, a hunger that grew with every sip of blood he took. No matter how many he fed on, no matter how much life he drained, the thirst only intensified. It was as though his very essence had been hollowed out, leaving behind a ravenous void. Vathros first noticed the change when a single feeding, which had once left him satisfied for weeks, barely quelled the burning in his veins for an hour. The gnawing hunger became unbearable, and soon one victim turned into 5, then 10, then entire families. His once controlled feeding spiraled into frenzy, and his regal demeanor dissolved into madness. Desperate for relief, he left behind his castle and his clan, setting out into Skyrim in search of a cure, but leaving devastation in his wake. The curse was merciless. His body, though powerful and near invincible, had become a prison. His mind consumed by the insatiable thirst. He travelled from town to town, village to village, draining every soul he encountered. The blood that once sustained him now felt like water pouring into a bottomless pit. No matter how much he drank, the thirst only grew, an unrelenting fire burning in his veins. His senses, once sharp and refined, were now overwhelmed with the scent of blood, the sound of heartbeats, the pulse of life around him. It drove him mad with need. The people of Skyrim soon learned to fear the night, locking their doors and windows, fleeing into the wilderness when they heard the rumors of Vathros approaching. But it was never enough. His presence could be felt long before he arrived, an eerie stillness in the air, a suffocating sense of dread. By the time anyone realized he was near, it was already too late. In Riverwood, the villagers had heard of the devastation left behind in towns like Ivarstead and Helgen. They prayed the vampire lord would pass them by, but their hopes were dashed when a lone traveller stumbled into the village, pale and trembling. He collapsed at the doorstep of the Sleeping Giant Inn, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The villagers gathered around him, fearful but curious. "He's coming," the traveller whispered, his voice barely audible. "The monster, the vampire. He's coming for you all." Fear gripped the hearts of those gathered. They had heard tales of Vathros, of how he left entire towns drained and lifeless, the streets littered with corpses pale as snow. Some villagers fled immediately, taking to the mountains and the woods, but others, bound by family or fear of the wild, stayed behind, hoping against hope that they could somehow defend their homes. The village elder, a man named Eric, stepped forward. "We must fight," he said, his voice shaking but resolute. "If we don't stop him here, he'll move on to other villages. We cannot let this monster continue his rampage." But even as the villagers prepared to fight, They knew in their hearts that there was little they could do. They were farmers and merchants, not warriors, and Vathros was no ordinary vampire. He was a vampire lord, imbued with ancient power, faster and stronger than any mortal could hope to match. Still they armed themselves with pitchforks, axes and torches, barricading the village as best they could. As the sun set, the sense of dread thickened, hanging in the air like a tangible force. The wind carried a strange, almost metallic scent blood, and then out of the darkness he came. Vathros moved through the trees like a shadow, his once noble figure now gaunt and feral, his eyes once cold and calculating, wild with hunger, glowing a deep crimson in the night. His cloak, tattered and drenched in the blood of countless victims, trailed behind him like the wings of a spectre. The villagers watched in horror as he approached, paralyzed by fear. They could see the madness in his eyes, the desperation that drove him forward, and they knew that there would be no mercy. With terrifying speed, Vathros descended upon the village. The first to fall were those who had stood guard near the gate, their blood drained before they could even cry out. He moved through the streets like a storm, taking one victim after another, his claws rending flesh, his fangs sinking into throats. To the villagers who had armed themselves tried to fight back, but their weapons were useless against the vampire lord. He was too fast, too strong, and too consumed by his curse. Eirik, the village elder, watched helplessly as his people were slaughtered. He knew there was no hope of defeating Vathros, but he also knew that he had to try. With a cry of defiance, he charged at the vampire, swinging his axe with all his might. Vathros caught the blade with one hand, his strength effortless, and with a flick of his wrist, sent Eirik crashing into the ground. For a moment Vathros hesitated, staring down at the elder with a flicker of something resembling regret. But then the hunger surged again, overwhelming him, and he tore into Eirik with savage desperation, draining him dry. By dawn riverward was a graveyard. The once peaceful village lay in ruins, its streets silent, its people dead. Vathros stood alone in the center of the carnage, his chest heaving with breath he no longer needed. He was covered in blood, yet the thirst still burned inside him, stronger than ever. He had consumed the entire village, but it had given him no peace. With a roar of frustration and despair, Vathros turned and fled into the wilderness, still searching for a cure that seemed impossible to find. He was cursed with an eternal thirst, doomed to wander the land, draining life after life, forever unsatisfied, forever ravenous. And as he vanished into the night, the people of Skyrim whispered his name in fear, knowing that no town, no village, no city was safe from his insatiable hunger. Story 12. The Cracked Gargoyle. The swamps of Mortal were always shrouded in mystery, a landscape of fog-choked marshes and twisted trees that seemed to breathe with life of their own. The townsfolk had grown used to the eerie atmosphere, the boggy waters, and the strange lights that flickered in the mist late at night. But something new, something far more sinister, had begun to stir in recent weeks. In the heart of the swamp, hidden beneath moss and mud, a gargoyle statue had been unearthed, its stony face cracked and worn, yet its form unmistakably malevolent. For centuries it had been forgotten, buried under layers of swamp muck until a particularly fierce storm washed away the ground around it, revealing the grotesque figure. The statue is taken to Morthal, where it was placed outside the Jarl's Hall, a curiosity for travellers and a silent guardian for the superstitious villagers. But as the days passed, strange things began to happen. At first it was only small, almost imperceptible changes. The gargoyle seemed to shift ever so slightly, its stone wings raising higher, its claws digging deeper into the pedestal. Children playing near it claimed they heard whispers, low and guttural, coming from the cracks in the stone. The villagers dismissed these claims as childish imagination, but unease began to spread through Morthal as more peculiar incidents occurred. Torches placed near the statue flickered and died without reason, and animals that ventured too close grew skittish, often refusing to return. Then came the nights when the statue's eyes, dull and lifeless during the day, seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Guards stationed at the Jarl's Hall reported feeling a strange presence, like they were being watched, though no one was ever there. Eventually the villagers began to avoid the statue altogether, casting fearful glances toward it as they passed by. Unknown to the people of Morthal, the gargoyle was more than just an ancient statue. It was the prison of a long-dead vampire hunter named Varian, cursed centuries ago in a final act of vengeance by the vampire lord he had hunted across Skyrim. Varian had once been a warrior of renown, a man who had devoted his life to ridding the world of the undead. His crusade had led him to the doorstep of Lord Azeran, a powerful and sadistic vampire who had ruled over the swamps and forests near Morthal, feeding on travellers and locals alike. For years Varian pursued Azeron, their conflict spanning across the darkest corners of Skyrim. He had slain the vampire's thralls, burned down Azeron's hidden lairs, and even captured and destroyed his fledgling vampires. But each time Azeron escaped, retreating further into the shadows, the hunter grew relentless, his obsession with ending Azeron driving him deeper into madness. Finally, in the coldest depths of the swamp, Varian found the vampire lord's crypt, a hidden tomb submerged beneath the murky waters. In a battle that lasted the night, Varian and Azeron clashed in the crypt, the air thick with the stench of decay and dark magic. In the end, Varian had been victorious, driving a silver stake through the vampire lord's heart. But Azeron, with his final breath, had whispered a curse. "If I am to be undone," he had hissed, "then so shall you be. I condemn you to an eternity of stone and silence. You will not die, but you will not live. And when you awaken, you will know only hunger, only thirst for the blood you so despised." Varian's body, already weak from the fight, was instantly consumed by the curse. His flesh hardened, his limbs grew stiff, and before he could even scream, he was encased in stone, transformed into the very gargoyle that now stood in the swamp, a monument to his own downfall. For centuries he lay dormant, his consciousness trapped in the cold, unfeeling prison of stone. Time passed, and the memory of Varian's deeds faded into legend, and then into nothing. But the curse had not died with the vampire lord. As the centuries passed, cracks began to form in Varian's stone body, and the magic that had bound him began to weaken. The storm that had uncovered the statue was only the beginning. Now, each night the gargoyle stirred a little more, as the remnants of Varian's consciousness fought against the curse. The hunger that Azeron had promised was real, and it gnawed at Varian's soul, growing stronger with each passing night. The townsfolk of Mortal soon realized that something was terribly wrong. The series of disappearances rocked the quiet village. People who had ventured near the statue after dark were never seen again. The guards who patrolled the Jarl's Hall reported hearing heavy footsteps in the night, as though some massive creature was prowling the grounds. But no matter how closely they searched, they found nothing but the statue, still and silent in the daylight. Then came the night when the gargoyle finally moved. It began just before midnight, when the sky was thick with clouds and the moon shone weakly through the fog. The air was cold and still, but the villagers could feel something shift, a palpable tension in the air. Without warning, the sound of stone grinding against stone echoed through the streets of Mortal. Those brave enough to look out of their windows saw the gargoyle's wings stretch, its massive stone claws scraping against the pedestal. Statue's glowing eyes flared to life, a hellish red light pouring from the cracks in its face. A scream tore through the village as one of the night watchmen, stationed near the Jarl's Hall, was snatched by the gargoyle's massive claws. His body, limp and pale, was drained of life in mere seconds, his blood running like rivers down the beast's cracked stone chest. The gargoyle turned its head slowly, its gaze sweeping over the village with a hunger that had been building for centuries. Inside the stone prison, Varian's mind was a twisted maze of pain and confusion. The curse had turned him into the very thing he had once hunted. The thirst for blood burned in his veins, but his memories of the past, the man he had been, the cause he had fought for flickered in and out like distant dreams. He tried to fight it, to resist the curse's grip, but it was too strong. He was no longer a man, no longer a hunter, but a creature of stone and hunger. The villagers, armed with whatever they could find, rushed to defend their homes. But their efforts were futile. Arrows shattered against the gargoyle's stone skin, and swords bounced harmlessly off its massive limbs. The beast moved through the streets with terrifying purpose, feeding on the fear and blood of those who stood in its way. It seemed unstoppable, a force of ancient magic and rage. But even as Varian's monstrous form tore through the village, there was a part of him that remembered, a part of him that knew this was not the way it was supposed to end. Deep inside the stone prison, the man who had once been a vampire hunter screamed against the curse, struggling to reclaim his mind. In the chaos, an old mage who had once studied the ancient curses of Molag Bal came forward. With trembling hands he cast a spell of binding, meant to temporarily halt the gargoyle's rampage. It worked, if only for a moment. The gargoyle froze, its stone form shuddering, the magic of the curse fighting against the mage's spell. The villagers fled as the mage approached the frozen beast, his voice steady as he whispered an incantation long forgotten. The gargoyle's eyes flickered, the red glow dimming. For the first time in centuries, Varian's mind was free, if only for a few precious moments. He gazed down at the mage, the hunger fading, replaced by something resembling sorrow. "I didn't want this," Varian rasped, his voice like grinding stone. The mage, understanding the weight of the curse, nodded grimly. "I know," he whispered, "but there's no breaking it, only ending it." With that the mage completed his spell, and the gargoyle Varian collapsed in on itself, the stone cracking and crumbling until all that remained was dust. The curse was broken, but the cost was great. The village of mortal would never forget the night the gargoyle stirred, and the legend of the cursed vampire hunter would linger for generations to come. Story 13. The Dovahkian's Shadow. The fires of the bannered mare flickered low as a cold wind swept through Whiterun. Outside the streets were quiet, the sounds of the bustling market long faded into the stillness of night. Inside the tavern, a few late-night patrons huddled around tables, murmuring quietly over their tankards of mead. Among them sat the Dragonborn, the saviour of Skyrim, though to the others in the tavern they were just another face, so the weight of their recent battles sat heavily on their shoulders. The defeat of Alduin the World Eater had brought some peace, but the Dragonborn knew there were always more dangers lurking in the shadows. That night a new shadow approached. The door to the bannered mare creaked open, and a figure stepped inside, cloaked in black, their face hidden beneath a hood. They moved with the grace of someone who had spent their life in the shadows, the air around them crackling with a quiet tension. As the figure walked toward the Dragonborn's table, the other patrons fell silent, sensing something unusual about the newcomer. The Dragonborn, always attuned to danger, instinctively rested a hand on the hilt of their sword, their sharp eyes studying the approaching stranger. The figure stopped before the Dragonborn, pulling back their hood to reveal a pale, angular face framed by raven black hair. Their eyes, sharp and glowing faintly in the dim light, betrayed their nature. This was no ordinary mortal, a vampire. But before the Dragonborn could react, the vampire raised their hands in a gesture of peace. "Dragonborn," the vampire said, their voice soft but firm, carrying an air of urgency, "I am not your enemy. In fact, I have come to warn you." The Dragonborn remained still, their eyes narrowing in suspicion. "A vampire coming to warn me? This should be interesting." The vampire took a step closer, lowering their voice. "There is a vampire lord. His name is Valcor, and he is far more powerful than any you have faced before. He has ruled from the shadows for centuries, watching as mortal empires rise and fall. And now, with the dragon's return, he sees you as the only threat to his dominion over Skyrim." The Dragonborn's hand tightened on the hilt of their sword, their gaze never leaving the vampire's face. "I've faced plenty of vampire lords before. What makes this one any different?" "Valcor is not like the others," the vampire replied, their voice a whisper now, as though the name itself carried danger. "He does not seek open conquest. He controls through subtlety, manipulating from behind the scenes. His power is tied to ancient magic, older than even the dragons. He has been watching you, waiting for the right moment to strike. He fears you, Dragonborn. He fears what you are capable of." The Dragonborn leaned back in their chair, their expression thoughtful. If he's so powerful, why hasn't he attacked already? The vampire hesitated for a moment, as if weighing their words carefully. "Valcor knows that you are not just any warrior. The prophecy of the Dovahkian, the Dragonborn, is a threat to everything he has built. He has seen what you did to Alduin, and he knows that if you turn your attention to him, his reign will come to an end. But that is why he won't face you directly. He's not a fool. He will wait until you are at your weakest, and then he will strike. The Dragonborn frowned, their mind racing. They had faced many threats in their journey, dragons, Draugr, Bidra, but the idea of a vampire lord pulling strings from the shadows was unsettling. "And what's your part in this?" they asked, their voice sharp with suspicion. "Why are you telling me all of this?" The vampire's eyes flashed with something unreadable, fear perhaps, or regret. "I was once one of Valkor's lieutenants. I served him for centuries, helping him expand his control over Skyrim. But I grew tired of the endless manipulation, the games, the lies, and when I learned of his plans for you, I knew I couldn't stand by any longer. I've seen too many good people fall to his schemes." The Dragonborn raised an eyebrow. "And now you've had a change of heart." The vampire sighed, lowering their gaze. "I know I'm not someone you can easily trust. I've lived in the shadows for too long, but I have seen what Valkor is capable of. If he is not stopped, he will tear Skyrim apart, turning it into a kingdom of darkness. He won't face you directly, he'll go after those you care about, your allies, your friends. He will weaken you, isolate you until you are vulnerable, and then when the time is right, he will strike." The Dragonborn's thoughts turned to the people they had fought beside the companions, the Greybeards, the leaders of Skyrim's holds. Valkor would not hesitate to use them as leverage, to manipulate events from behind the scenes to weaken the Dragonborn's position. The idea of facing an enemy they couldn't see, one who operated in the shadows, sent a chill down their spine. After a long silence, the Dragonborn spoke. "Where can I find him?" The vampire's expression grew grim. "That's the problem. Valkor is a master of hiding in plain sight. He has lairs scattered across Skyrim, each one guarded by thralls and traps. But there is one place where he draws his power, an ancient fortress deep in the Reach, hidden in the mountains. It is said that his magic is strongest there, tied to the old rituals of Molag Bal. If you can reach it, you might have a chance to face him on your terms." The Dragonborn stood, their decision made. "Then that's where I'll go." The vampire nodded, stepping back. "You'll need help. Valkor's influence stretches far. He has agents everywhere, and they will be watching you from the moment you leave Whiterun." The Dragonborn's hand tightened on the hilt of their sword. "I've never needed much help taking down vampires." The vampire gave a small, humorless smile. "This is no ordinary vampire, Dragonborn. Be careful. Valkor has lived for centuries by outwitting his enemies, not by brute strength. He will try to do the same with you." With that, the vampire turned and slipped into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as they had come. The Dragonborn stood alone in the dim light of the bannered mare, the weight of a new threat pressing down on their shoulders. A vampire lord who feared the Dovahkiin, who sought to bring all of Skyrim under his control through deception and manipulation. It was a challenge unlike any they had faced before. The road to the Reach would be dangerous, but the Dragonborn knew what needed to be done. The shadow of Valkor loomed over Skyrim, but in the end shadows were no match for the light of a dragon's soul. With a determined gaze, the Dragonborn stepped out into the night, ready to face the darkness ahead. Story 14. The Pale Lady's Bite. The Icewind Peaks, a jagged range of snow-capped mountains to the far north of Skyrim, were known for their harsh winds and treacherous terrain. Few dared to venture there, and fewer still returned. Tales of disappearances and strange sightings filtered through taverns and inns, whispered among adventurers who passed through the region. The most chilling of these stories spoke of the Pale Lady, a vampire countess who resided in an ancient, frost-covered castle nestled deep within the mountains. Her beauty was said to be unrivaled, her charm intoxicating, but her bite was the end for any who fell under her spell. The countess, known to a select few as Lady Seraphine, had ruled over the Icewind Peaks for centuries. Her origins were a mystery lost to time, but her legend had grown over the years as adventurers, treasure hunters, and foolhardy warriors ventured into the peaks, drawn by rumors of unimaginable riches hidden within her icy fortress. They were lured by tales of forgotten treasures and ancient relics, unaware that the true prize they sought was their doom. For Lady Seraphine was no ordinary vampire. Her power lay not only in her immortal strength, but in her ability to seduce even the strongest willed, leading them willingly to their deaths. So the Icewind Peaks had long been her domain, and her castle, Winterwatch Keep, stood as a monument to her power and vanity. Its tall spires pierced the sky, and its walls, encrusted with ice and snow, glittered under the pale light of the northern sun. Inside the keep was a maze of frost-covered halls, filled with the remnants of those who had come before, armor, weapons, and relics left behind by the countless adventurers who had fallen under Seraphine's spell. She kept these trophies as reminders of her eternal beauty and the control she held over those foolish enough to seek her out. Seraphine's most potent weapon was her allure. Mortals were powerless before her, their wills bent to her every desire. Her voice, soft and melodic, could ensnare even the strongest hearts. Her appearance, pale as the moonlight reflecting off the snow, was a vision of ethereal beauty. Her long silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes, glowing faintly with the crimson hue of vampiric power, held an irresistible promise of passion and eternal life. But her beauty concealed a monstrous hunger, and her charm was the lure she used to feed that hunger. The word of her had reached a band of adventurers, led by a seasoned warrior named Caden. He and his companions had braved much of Skyrim's wilderness, from the ruins of the Reach to the Draugr-infested crypts of the Rift. When they heard of the riches supposedly hidden in Winterwatch Keep, they couldn't resist the challenge. Ignoring the warnings of locals and the cryptic tales of the Pale Lady, they set out toward the Icewind Peaks, confident that the skill and strength would see them through. The journey into the mountains was unforgiving. Bitter winds cut through their furs, and the snow-covered paths seemed to shift beneath their feet. But Caden was driven by more than just the promise of treasure. He had heard whispers of a powerful artifact, said to grant its bearer control over life and death itself. The thought of such power drove him forward, ignoring the creeping sense of unease that settled over him as they neared Winterwatch Keep. As the towering spires of the keep came into view, the adventurers paused, staring up at the ominous structure. It seemed to rise out of the snow itself, a fortress of ice and shadow. The sun had begun to set, casting long, dark shadows over the landscape. Caden and his companions approached cautiously, their weapons at the ready, though they were not prepared for what awaited them inside. The doors to Winterwatch Keep creaked open without resistance, as if welcoming them. Inside the air was cold and still, the silence oppressive. Frost clung to the walls, and the stone floors glistened with ice. The adventurers exchanged wary glances, but none of them spoke. As they ventured deeper into the keep, they were greeted by strange and unsettling sights. Armor, weapons, and personal effects littered the ground, frozen in place, abandoned by those who had come before. But it wasn't until they reached the great hall that they saw her. Lady Seraphine sat upon a throne of ice, her pale figure bathed in the dim light of a flickering fire. Her silver hair flowed over her shoulders, and her eyes, glowing faintly red, fixed on the group as they entered. She smiled a slow, predatory smile that sent a chill down Caden's spine. Her beauty was undeniable, but there was something dangerous in the way she carried herself, something that made the air feel heavier, like a storm waiting to break. "Welcome, brave adventurers," she said, her voice soft and melodic, echoing through the hall. "You've come so far, seeking treasures, no doubt." Caden stepped forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. "We seek the relics of this keep, and we won't leave without them." Seraphine rose from her throne, her movements graceful, almost hypnotic. "Relics, you say? So many have come before you, searching for the same thing. They thought themselves strong too, but they all left something behind." Caden's companions stirred uneasily, sensing the danger in her words, but before they could react, Seraphine's charm took hold. Her eyes locked onto Caden's, and for a moment his mind went blank, his thoughts clouded by her beauty and the soothing tone of her voice. "You are different," Seraphine said, stepping closer. "I can see that, stronger, more determined than the others. But there is no need for conflict. You could have so much more than relics, Caden." His name, spoken in her voice, sounded like a promise of everything he had ever wanted. He could feel the power she exuded, the pull of her presence, and for a moment he wanted to believe her. "We could share eternity," Seraphine whispered, her cold hand gently brushing his cheek. "You and I together, forever. I could give you everything: power, immortality, the strength to conquer all of Skyrim." Caden's resolve wavered, but a sudden jolt of fear broke through the haze in his mind. He knew what she was, knew the stories, the danger. He had faced vampires before, but none like her. With a grunt he pulled away, shaking off her influence. "No," he growled, drawing his sword. "I won't fall for your lies." Seraphine's expression darkened, the seductress vanishing in an instant, replaced by the predatory gaze of a vampire hungry for blood. "You should have accepted my offer, Caden," she hissed, her voice now cold and venomous. "Now, you'll leave nothing behind but your bones." In a flash she lunged at him, her speed unnatural, her fangs bared. Caden barely had time to react, raising his sword to block her attack. The clang of steel echoed through the great hall as Seraphine moved with blinding speed, her movements a blur as she danced around him, striking with deadly precision. His companions fought to keep up, but they were no match for her power. One by one they fell to her fury, their blood staining the ice-covered floor. Caden fought desperately, but he was tiring. Seraphine's strength seemed endless, her thirst driving her forward. She toyed with him, her laughter cold and cruel as she dodged his attacks, her fangs flashing in the firelight. But as Caden faltered, his strength nearly spent, he saw an opening. With a final surge of effort, he plunged his sword into her chest, the blade sinking deep into her heart. Seraphine's eyes widened in shock, her laughter silenced. For a moment she stood frozen, her pale hands gripping the blade, and then she crumpled to the ground, her body turning to dust before his eyes. The pale lady was no more. Caden, breathing heavily, dropped to his knees, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen comrades. The riches they had sought lay untouched in the keep, but there was no victory here. Only death and the bitter cold of the Icewind Peaks. Story 15. The Blackened Heart. The darkened halls of Shadowmere Keep, deep within the craggy, mist-shrouded mountains of Skyrim, a vampire coven gathered secret. Stone walls of the keep were ancient, covered in the dust of centuries and stained with the blood of countless victims. Shadows flickered in the light of guttering torches, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and cold earth. At the center of the gathering, seated on a high, blackened throne, was Lady Valania, the coven's leader, a vampire lord whose beauty and cruelty were the stuff of legend. For centuries her coven had operated in the shadows, feeding on the blood of mortals and expanding their influence over the hidden corners of Skyrim. But now, Valania's ambitions had grown beyond mere survival. She sought something more power, not just to sustain her coven, but to dominate the entire mortal world. Her eyes, red as freshly spilled blood, gleamed with dark intent as she addressed her followers, her voice low and commanding. "The time has come," she said, her words echoing through the chamber. "For too long we have lived in the shadows, content to hide and scrape by while the mortals infest this land. But no more. The age of vampires is upon us. We will take what is rightfully ours, and the mortal world will tremble beneath our feet." The gathered vampires shifted in anticipation, their pale faces reflecting the flickering torchlight. Each one had lived for centuries, growing stronger and more ruthless with every passing year. They had waited for this moment, for the chance to seize the power they believed was their birthright. But Valania's plan required more than just their strength and cunning, it required something far greater. To the Daedric artifact known as the Heart of Malakath, Valania continued, her voice dropping to a whisper that still carried throughout the chamber. "It is said to hold the essence of a Daedric prince's power, capable of amplifying the strength of any who wield it. With the heart in our possession we will be unstoppable. Our thirst will be endless and our power boundless. We will wage war on the mortals and Skyrim will fall to us." The vampires murmured among themselves, eager and hungry. They had all heard of the Heart of Malakath, a blackened, pulsating gem rumored to have been created during a great conflict between the Daedric princes. The heart held within it the raw power of Malakath's fury, power that could reshape the world and bend the will of mortals to its bearer. But it was also heavily guarded, hidden deep within a forgotten temple high in the mountains, where only the most desperate or foolhardy sought it out. Valania's lieutenant, a vampire named Malcor, stepped forward, his armor gleaming in the firelight. He had been at Valania's side for centuries, his loyalty as unwavering as his thirst for power. "My lady," he said, bowing slightly, "the heart is heavily guarded by a cult of fanatics who worship Malakath. They will not give it up easily. It is said that they are bound to the artifact, their lives sustained by its power." Valania's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Then we will simply take it from them. Their devotion means nothing to me. Their blood will fuel our conquest, and the heart will be ours." The coven prepared for the journey with meticulous care. Valania knew that this mission would not be easy. The heart was hidden in the temple of Malakath, a fortress of ancient stone carved into the side of a mountain, protected by the cursed souls of the Dadadra worshipping cult. But she also knew that the risk was worth it. With the heart of Malakath, she could amplify her power and that of her coven, turning them into an unstoppable force. As night fell over the frozen landscape, the vampires set out from Shadowmere Keep, moving through the darkness like spectres, their cloaks blending with the night. They traveled swiftly, crossing the jagged mountains and icy plains without rest. Mortals who crossed their path were dealt with swiftly and mercilessly, their blood drained in moments, their bodies left cold and lifeless in the snow. The Temple of Malakath loomed ahead after several days of travel, its towering stone walls barely visible through the thick fog that clung to the mountainside. The temple was ancient, older than even Valania, and the dark power emanating from it was palpable, like a low hum vibrating through the air. As they approached the entrance, the vampires could feel the presence of the cultists, their twisted souls tied to the temple and the artifact within. Malcor stepped forward, his sword drawn, and led the charge into the temple. The cultists, as expected, were prepared, their eyes glowing with the same otherworldly light that filled the temple. They fought with fanatical zeal, their bodies imbued with the strength of Malakath's magic. But they were no match for the sheer ferocity of Valania's coven. The vampires moved through them like a plague, tearing through their ranks with deadly precision, their strength amplified by centuries of bloodlust. As the last of the cultists fell, Valania strode forward into the heart of the temple, where the heart of Malakath sat on a blackened altar, pulsating with dark energy. The artifact was larger than she had imagined, its surface shimmering with an eerie light that seemed to draw her in. She could feel its power even from a distance, a power that called to her, promising her everything she had ever desired. Malcor stepped to her side, his eyes fixed on the heart. "It is ours, my lady." Valania reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the artifact. Instantly, a surge of energy shot through her, filling her veins with raw, unfiltered power. She gasped as the magic coursed through her body, stronger than anything she had ever felt before. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, and dangerous. But Valania did not care. She had what she needed. With the heart of Malakath in her possession, She and her coven would no longer need to hide in the shadows. They would bring war to the mortals, and their rule would stretch across Skyrim and beyond. "We are no longer bound by the darkness," Valania whispered, her voice trembling with power. "The age of mortals is over. The age of vampires begins now." The coven, their eyes wide with awe and hunger, watched as their leader absorbed the power of the heart. But as the dark energy filled the chamber, swirling around them like a storm, none of them could see the terrible price that was to come. For Malakat's power was not one to be wielded lightly, and the heart held a dark will of its own one that would soon test Valania's ambition and tear her coven apart from within. As they descended the mountain, the winds howling in the night, Skyrim itself seemed to stir in response, as if sensing the shift in power. Lania smiled to herself, unaware of the shadows gathering around her, darker even than those she controlled. The war for Skyrim had only just begun, and the blackened heart would soon claim far more than she had ever bargained for. Story 16. The Last Sunwalker. The midday sun hung high over the quiet village of Falkreath, its warm rays bathing the landscape in light. To most, the sun was an ordinary blessing, a constant companion in the rhythm of day and night, but for Celine it was a gift she had only recently learned to appreciate again. She stood in the clearing just outside the village, her arms spread wide, as the sunlight washed over her skin, a sensation she had been denied for centuries. Once she had been a creature of the night, a vampire of the Volkar clan, prowling the dark, cold places of Skyrim. But now she was something different, something more fragile, yet more human. She had been cured, her vampirism purged by a powerful ritual performed by the priests of Stendar. The cost had been great both in coin and in the strength of her will, but it had been worth it. For the first time in centuries, Celine could feel the sun on her skin without it burning. The reflection no longer disappeared from mirrors, and the bloodlust that had once consumed her was gone, replaced by an emptiness she still didn't know how to fill. But with her return to the mortal world came the memories, the guilt, the faces of those she had fed upon, those she had drained dry in her centuries of darkness. They haunted her, appearing in her dreams, their voices calling out in the quiet moments of her new life. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't forget them. And that, perhaps, was the most unbearable part of her transformation, the knowledge that no amount of sunlight or warmth could erase the blood on her hands. As she stood in the clearing, lost in thought, a figure approached from the edge of the woods. At first, Celine didn't notice him, her mind wandering through the shadows of her past. But the feeling of being watched prickled at her senses, a holdover from her years as a predator, and she turned to see a tall, hooded man moving toward her. His steps were silent, too silent for an ordinary mortal. Celine's heart sank. She recognized the figure even before his face became clear, and her stomach twisted with dread. His name was Melon, once her closest companion in the Volkar clan. They had hunted together for centuries, reveling in the power that vampirism gave them. But Melon had never been content with just survival. He had ambitions, and he had always been loyal to Lord Harkon, the Volkihar patriarch. Celine Melon called, his voice smooth, almost pleasant. as if they were old friends meeting by chance. But there was a hard edge to it, a command beneath the surface. It's been a long time. She felt her muscles tighten, the old instincts rising unbidden. Though she no longer had the strength of a vampire, the years of hunting had left their mark. "Malon," she replied, her voice steady. "What are you doing here?" He stepped closer, his hood falling back to reveal his sharp, angular features. He hadn't changed, his skin still pale as moonlight, his eyes glowing faintly with the crimson fire of vampirism. "I heard you've changed," he said, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "A sunwalker now. It doesn't suit you." Celine clenched her fists, resisting the urge to step back. She wouldn't show him fear, even though she could feel it twisting inside her. "I'm free of that life, Malon. There's nothing for you here." "Free?" He laughed, a cold, empty sound. "You think this is freedom, walking in the daylight like some weak mortal? You who once held the power of night in your hands. I don't believe it." "It's over, Malon," she said, her voice firm but edged with the weight of her own uncertainty. "I'm not one of you anymore." He took another step forward, his gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "Harkon doesn't agree. The Volkihar haven't forgotten you, Celine. You were one of our best. You belong with us." For a moment the weight of her past pressed down on her. Like an anchor, she had been powerful once. Fearsome, the knights had been hers, the mortals beneath her nothing more than cattle. The lure of that power was still there, lurking in the corners of her mind. The temptation to return to it, to drown out the guilt and the memories in the darkness, was strong. But she shook her head, forcing herself to remember why she had left. The faces of her victims flashed before her eyes, and the cold, hollow existence of her vampiric life seemed more like a prison now than it ever had before. "I won't go back," she said, her voice resolute. Malon's smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating look. "Do you think you have a choice? Harkon sent me to bring you back, one way or another. He knows you're valuable, and he's not above making you suffer to remind you where your loyalty lies." Celine felt her heart race, fear coursing through her veins. But she wasn't the same person she had been before. She had fought too hard for this second chance at life, this fragile existence in the light. "Tell Harkon I'm done. If he wants me, he'll have to kill me." Malon's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. "You're a fool, Celine. You think the sun will protect you, that it will wash away the blood on your hands. It won't. You'll never escape what you are." For a moment Celine's resolve wavered. He was right, in a way. The guilt, the memories, they would never leave her. But she wasn't a prisoner to them anymore. She wasn't bound by the hunger that had once driven her to commit unspeakable acts. She had a choice now. "I'm not running from my past," she said, stepping forward, her voice steady and strong. "I'm facing it, and if that means I have to fight you, then so be it." Malon's eyes flashed with anger, and for a moment Celine thought he might attack. But instead he stepped back, his expression hardening. "This isn't over, Celine. Harkon will send others, and when they come you'll wish you had chosen differently." With that he turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Celine alone in the clearing, her heart pounding in her chest. She stood there for a long time, staring into the trees where Malon had vanished. The sun was still shining, its warmth steady and reassuring, but she knew the darkness would always be there, lurking just beyond the light. The Volkihar would come for her again, of that she had no doubt, but this time she would be ready. Celine turned toward the village, her decision made. She would face whatever came, not as a vampire, but as the last Sunwalker, determined to live in the light, even if it meant standing against the shadows of her past. Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Blood Moon Ritual. The coven gathered in the ruins of an ancient temple hidden deep within the mountains, far from the eyes of mortals and the prying gaze of the Vegans of Stendar. The air was thick with anticipation as the vampires stood in a circle around a stone altar, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly in the dim light. At the center of the altar lay the heart of a long-dead dragon, preserved for this very night, a relic as old as the ritual itself. The blood of their strongest hunters had already been spilled, each drop mingling with the ancient magic bound to the heart. Vorik, the leader of the coven, stood before the altar. His pale skin glistened in the cold moonlight, his crimson eyes reflecting the hunger and desire for power that drove him and his followers. He had waited for this night for over a century, having studied the ancient texts and gathered the necessary ingredients with painstaking care. The Blood Moon Ritual was said to unlock powers long dormant in their kind, powers that could make them gods among mortals. But the cost was great, and the risks even greater. Those who had performed it in the past had not all survived to tell the tale. As the chanting reached a fevered pitch, the sky above began to twist. The blood moon, already glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to grow larger, its red hue deepening into something darker, more sinister. The air grew thick with the scent of iron and decay. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the altar began to glow, the runes flaring to life in a blinding flash. Vorik stepped forward, dagger in hand, and with a swift, deliberate motion, he drove the blade into his own wrist, letting his blood pour onto the heart of the dragon. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a crack of thunder, the heart pulsed once, twice, and then exploded in a burst of dark energy that sent the vampires reeling. The air around them crackled with raw power, and for a moment Vorik felt it, the surge of energy coursing through his veins, filling him with strength and vitality beyond anything he had ever known. The others cried out in ecstasy, their fangs bared as they basked in the newfound power. But the elation was short-lived. So the red glow of the blood moon suddenly darkened, the light fading as an unnatural shadow began to spread across the sky. Vorik's chest tightened with a sudden, unexplainable fear. Something was wrong. The runes on the altar began to flicker and sputter as though the magic was unraveling. A low guttural growl echoed from the shadows at the edge of the temple, and the vampires turned, their senses heightened by the lingering power of the ritual. Vorik barely had time to react before one of the creatures lunged at him, its claws ripping through his flesh as though his vampiric strength meant nothing. So the power he had felt moments before was now slipping away, the surge of energy dissipating as quickly as it had come. He staggered back, clutching his wound, his eyes wide with shock as more of the beasts swarmed the temple. His coven, once strong and proud, was being torn apart. The vampires, despite their centuries of experience and power, were no match for these abominations. The realization hit Vorik like a blow to the chest. The ritual had gone horribly wrong. Instead of unlocking their hidden potential, they had opened a door to something far worse. The blood moon, once a symbol of power and ascension, had become a harbinger of doom. As the creatures closed in around him, Vorik's mind raced. There had to be a way to reverse the ritual, to undo the mistake they had made. But the ancient texts had been vague, offering no guidance on what to do if the ritual failed. His strength was fading fast, and as the darkness crept into the edges of his vision, he realized with a sinking dread that he might not live to find out. With a final, desperate cry, Vorik raised his hand toward the sky, his voice breaking as he called upon the blood moon one last time. But the red light that had once promised power and immortality now burned cold and distant, a mocking reminder of their hubris. And as the creatures descended upon him, the blood moon continued to rise, its light fading into the night as the ritual claimed its final, tragic toll. Story 2. The Cursed Bloodline. In the grand halls of solitude, the Thorn family had maintained their place among the nobility for centuries. They were known for their wealth and influence and unwavering loyalty to the Jarl. Their estate, perched on the cliffs overlooking the Sea of Ghosts, was a symbol of their enduring power, its stone walls whispering of an ancient legacy. But behind the facade of respectability lay a dark secret, a secret the Thorns had carefully concealed for generations. They were cursed, bound to the shadows by a vampiric bloodline that had been passed from one heir to the next. For years, they had managed to hide their true nature, moving silently in the night, and feeding only when necessary, always careful to leave no trace. The current head of the family, Lord Alistair Thorn, was a master of deception. He had cultivated a reputation as a respected nobleman, his public persona one of generosity and leadership. He held lavish dinners, attended council meetings, and was often seen walking the streets of solitude during the day, always shielded by the heavy shade of his carriage or the protective embrace of his estate's tall walls. Alistair had learned to navigate the delicate balance of maintaining his humanity while suppressing the monstrous urges that simmered beneath the surface. But the It The family's matriarch, Lady Eleanor Thorne, had been the first to notice the cracks in their carefully constructed illusion. She saw the way Edmund's eyes lingered too long on the servants, the way his hands trembled when he passed the blood-soaked carcasses in the market square. Alistair, too, was faltering. His control was slipping, and though he denied it, Eleanor could sense the change in him, the subtle shift in his demeanour, the way he recoiled from the sun more than usual, his increasing absences from the city's social function. Their carefully guarded secret was in danger of being exposed, and now, with a suspicious visitor in town, their worst fears were on the brink of realization. The man had arrived a week ago, a stranger with no name and no apparent purpose. He had taken up residence in a small inn on the outskirts of the city, but his presence had not gone unnoticed. He asked too many questions, his eyes lingering on the Thorn estate whenever he passed by. He spoke to the townspeople in hushed tones, his words laced with hidden meaning. Rumors began to swirl, rumors that he was not just an ordinary traveler, but a hunter, one of the legendary vampire hunters who had been scouring the holds of Skyrim in search of the undead. Alistair had heard these whispers, and they chilled him to his core. The Thorns had always been careful, meticulous in their efforts to avoid detection, but this man seemed different. He was patient, observant, and unsettlingly knowledgeable about the ways of vampires. One night, as Alistair sat in his study, the shadows of his candle flickering against the walls, he felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. If the stranger uncovered their secret, it would mean not only the end of his family's legacy but also their lives. Eleanor, ever pragmatic, had already begun making preparations. She instructed the servants to be even more discreet, warned Edmund to stay within the confines of the estate, and increased the family's guard at night. But Alistair knew that these measures would only delay the inevitable. The visitor had already set his sights on them, and it was only a matter of time before he acted. Days passed, and the tension in the Thorn household grew palpable. Edmund's thirst became more uncontrollable, and Alistair's own hunger clawed at him, pushing him closer to the edge. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the blood moon cast its pale glow over the city, the stranger made his move. He arrived at the Thorn estate under the guise of a visitor seeking counsel with Lord Alistair. The guards, wary but unable to refuse him, led the man through the grand halls to the study where Alistair waited. The air was thick with an unspoken threat as the two men faced each other, the firelight casting long shadows on the walls. The stranger's eyes were cold, calculating as they met Alistair's. He wasted no time with pleasantries. "I know what you are," the man said, his voice low and deliberate, "and I know what you've done." Alistair's heart, though long still in his chest, seemed to tighten. He remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he weighed his options. Daniel was futile. This man was not here to ask questions. He was here for blood. Before Alistair could respond, the door to the study burst open. Edmund, driven by his uncontrollable thirst, lunged at the stranger, his fangs bared and eyes burning with hunger. But the man was ready. In one swift motion he drew a silver dagger from his coat and slashed it across Edmund's chest, the blade sizzling as it made contact with the cursed bloodline. Elena's scream echoed through the halls as she rushed into the room, but it was too late. The stranger had already delivered the final blow, driving the dagger into Edmund's heart, his body crumpling to the floor in a heap. Alistair felt the weight of centuries crash down upon him as he watched his son die before his eyes. The curse, once their secret to control, had become their undoing. The stranger turned to Alistair, his expression devoid of mercy. "You and your kind will never rule this land," he said, his voice filled with finality. And with a swift motion he plunged the dagger into Alistair's chest. As darkness closed in around him, Alistair realized that the curse that had once bound his family in secrecy had now been laid bare for all to see. The bloodline was broken, and the Thorn legacy was no more. Story 3. Nocturnal's Dark Gift. Is. The shadows of Riften were a second home to every member of the Thieves' Guild. Beneath the crumbling city streets, in the secretive hideaway of the Ragged Flagon, they thrived. Their lives revolved around stealth, deception, and an unspoken bond of loyalty to one another. For Kellen, a seasoned member of the guild, life had always been simple: steal, evade, and return to the shadows. That was until Nocturnal, the Daedric Prince of Night and Darkness, offered him something far greater than gold or renown, immortality, in exchange for eternal loyalty. It had begun after a particularly difficult heist. Kellen had infiltrated the heavily guarded fortress of a nobleman known for hoarding treasures stolen from across Skyrim. The heist had gone almost perfectly, until Kellen had found himself cornered by the guards, outnumbered and desperate. In that moment he had whispered a plea to Nocturnal, his voice trembling in the dark. He had often invoked her name in times of danger, as all members of the Thieves' Guild did, but this time was different. This time she answered. Out of the blackness, her voice had whispered in his mind, soft and cold like the wind over a frozen lake. "You wish for power, mortal, a way to escape death's grasp. I can give it to you, but it comes at a price." Her words slithered into his consciousness, offering him a deal that no mortal could refuse. In exchange for his unwavering loyalty, she would grant him the dark gift of vampirism, a gift that would allow him to transcend the limitations of his frail human body. She promised power, speed, and strength beyond what he had ever known, but with that power came an eternal servitude to her will, a pact that would bind him forever. Desperate to escape and tempted by the allure of immortality, Kellen accepted the bargain. The transformation was unlike anything he could have imagined. His body, once worn from years of dodging blades and scaling rooftops, felt renewed with strength. His senses sharpened, the scent of blood in the air, the pulse of every living creature, now called to him with an irresistible pull. The hunger followed, creeping into his thoughts like a shadow that could not be cast away. And for the first time in his life, Kellen felt truly powerful. When he returned to the Ragged Flagon, the change was immediate and undeniable. His guildmates, who had once greeted him with camaraderie and trust, now eyed him with suspicion. Brynjolf, his mentor and second in command of the guild, was the first to notice something was amiss. Kellen's skin had paled, his movements were unnaturally quick, and his eyes gleamed with a dark hunger that unsettled even the most hardened thieves. Rumors spread like wildfire among the guild members, whispers of Kellen's newfound abilities, and the dark deal he had made with Nocturnal. At first, Kellan tried to suppress the urges to remain the thief he had always been. He continued to pull off daring heists, relying on his enhanced strength and speed to outwit his enemies. The others in the guild could see his potential. His new powers made him nearly unstoppable. But the hunger for blood gnawed at him constantly, distracting him during even the simplest of tasks. Every time he saw a guildmate's neck exposed, he had to fight the temptation to sink his fangs into their flesh. It was becoming harder to control. One night, after a successful job in Weteran, Kellan found himself alone in the flagon, the others having retired to their quarters. The air was thick with the smell of mead and damp stone, but beneath it all, Kellan could smell something sweeter blood. He knew it belonged to Vex, a fellow thief, and one of the few people in the guild he had trusted with his life. She had been injured during the heist, a small cut on her arm that had gone unnoticed by the others but had set Kellan's senses ablaze. For I wasn't going to, Kellan stammered, but the words felt hollow even to his own ears. Vex backed away, never taking her eyes off him. The tension between them was palpable, the silence stretching unbearably long. In that moment, Kellan knew that his secret was out, and there would be no going back. The next morning, Brynjolf confronted him. The usual camaraderie in Brynjolf's voice was gone, replaced by a tone of quiet disappointment. "Kellan, what have you done?" he asked, his eyes searching Kellan's face for the friend he had known. But Kellan was no longer that man. The dark gift of Nocturnal had changed him, not just physically, but in ways he could not yet understand. "I didn't want this, Brynjolf, but I couldn't refuse her," Kellan admitted, his voice heavy with regret. He explained the deal he had made with Nocturnal, the promise of power in exchange for eternal loyalty. Brynjolf listened in silence, his face a mask of conflicted emotions. The Thieves' Guild was bound to Nocturnal, but this was different. Vampirism brought with it dangers that could destroy everything they had built. "We can't have you here if you're going to lose control," Brynjolf said after a long pause. "We can't risk the guild for one man's mistake, no matter how loyal you've been." Kellan understood the ultimatum. He could either leave the guild and live out his cursed life in solitude, or he could stay and risk becoming the very thing they hunted. The hunger inside him was growing stronger with every passing day, and he feared that soon he would no longer be able to control it. As Kellan left the ragged flagon for what he knew might be the last time, he felt the weight of Nocturnal's dark gift pressing down on him. He had gained power, but at the cost of everything he had once held dear. Now he was bound to the shadows in a way even the guild could not understand, forever torn between his loyalty to Nocturnal and the dark urges that threatened to consume him. Deep within the icy wastes of the Pale, in a forgotten corner of Skyrim, an ancient crypt lay hidden beneath the frozen earth. For centuries it had been undisturbed, buried under layers of snow and time, its entrance long sealed by those who had once feared what lay within. But the land had shifted, and the ice had receded, revealing the entrance to a crypt that should have remained sealed forever. In the village of Dawn Star, strange whispers began to circulate, stories of a dark force stirring in the wilderness, of an old evil waking from its slumber, and soon villagers began to disappear. It started with Helda, a young woman who often ventured out into the woods to gather herbs. In morning she left her home and never returned. Her husband searched the forest until the sun set, calling her name into the deepening twilight, but found no trace of her. By dawn he had gathered the other villagers, and a search party was formed. They scoured the forest for days, but Helda was gone, leaving nothing behind but unease and suspicion. Then it panic gripped the village. The But in that the elders spoke in hushed tones about an ancient legend of vampire lord, once feared by all of Skyrim, who had ruled over the Pale with cruelty and malice. His name was lost to time, but his deeds were still remembered in fragments of stories passed down from generation to generation. He had been defeated centuries ago, his body entombed in a crypt deep within the mountains, sealed by powerful wards to prevent him from rising again. But now, with the crypt exposed, it seemed that the ancient magic had failed, and the vampire lord had awoken from his eternal slumber. The disappearances grew more frequent, and the villagers grew desperate. They sent word to the Jarl of Winterhold, begging for aid, but none came. The roads were too treacherous, the snows too deep for any soldiers to pass through. Dawnstar was on its own. With every passing day, the fear in the village deepened. People began to see shadows moving at the edge of the forest, figures in the dark that vanished when approached. The night seemed to grow longer, the air colder, and the pale moonlight cast long, eerie shadows over the village. The village. The leader of the group, a burly man named Torsten, stepped forward, his torch held high. "We go in, we find whatever's in there, and we end this," he said, his voice grim. The others nodded, their faces pale but resolute. Together they entered the crypt, their footsteps echoing through the cold, damp corridors. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay. The walls were lined with ancient carvings, telling the story of the vampire lord's reign, of terror images of villages burning, people being slaughtered, and dark rituals performed under the cover of night. The deeper they went, the colder it became, until their breath misted in front of them, and their torches flickered weakly in the oppressive darkness. At the heart of the crypt, they found the burial chamber, The coffin, once sealed with iron chains and powerful wards, lay open. The stone lid had been pushed aside, and the vampire lord was gone. Only an empty tomb remained, but the air around it thrummed with dark energy. Torsten knelt beside the coffin, his hand hovering over the stone surface. "It's him," he whispered. "He's risen." Before they could react, a low, menacing growl echoed through the chamber. From the shadows emerged the vampire lord. He was tall and gaunt, his pale skin stretched tight over his bones, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. His mouth curled into a cruel smile, revealing sharp fangs glistening in the torchlight. "You dare enter my domain?" he hissed, his voice like the grinding of stone. "Foolish mortals, you will join the others." Torsten raised his axe, but the vampire was too fast. In the blink of an eye he was upon them, moving with supernatural speed. The villagers fought bravely, but they were no match for the ancient power of the vampire lord. One by one they fell, their blood staining the cold stone floor. But in the end, only Torsten remained, his body battered and broken. The vampire lord stood over him, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. "Your village will burn as they all have," he whispered. "Your people will serve me in death." With a final, agonized scream, Torsten fell, and the crypt once again fell silent, save for the sound of the vampire lord's cold laughter echoing through the halls. The villagers of Dawn Star would soon learn the full extent of the terror that had been unleashed upon them, for the vampire lord had returned to his kingdom, and his hunger was insatiable. Story 5. Dawn of the Volkihar. The winds of Skyrim howled across the frozen tundra, carrying with them the icy chill of an approaching storm. But this was no ordinary tempest. Far to the north, hidden within the bleak and desolate ice fields, the Volkihar clan, the most powerful and ancient vampire coven in Tamriel, was preparing for something far more dangerous than the region had ever faced. Deep within Castle Volkar, a plan centuries in the making was unfolding, a plan to plunge Skyrim into eternal darkness, where the sun would never rise and mortals would become nothing more than cattle for their vampiric masters. Harkon, the tyrannical lord of the Volkihar, stood at the center of the castle's great hall. His imposing figure, draped in dark robes, cast a long shadow on the ancient stone walls as he gazed into the flames of the fire pit. His eyes glowed with the cruel determination of a being who had long since abandoned any pretense of humanity. The pieces were in place. His allies within the clan had gathered the final components of the prophecy, and soon the power of the Elder Scrolls would be harnessed. The bloodstone chalice, brimming with the potent mixture of blood and power, sat at his side, pulsing with the dark magic that would soon ensure his victory. "The time has come," Harkon spoke, his voice echoing through the chamber. The vampires gathered around him, an elite group of Volkihar warriors, powerful in their own right, but completely loyal to their lord. They hung on his every word, their pale faces lit by the flickering firelight. With the strength of the Elder Scrolls and the sacrifice of the sun, we'll claim what is rightfully ours. Skyrim will fall under our rule, and the sun will never rise again. Among them stood Serana, Harkon's daughter and a vampire of ancient lineage. Her loyalty to her father had always been complex, clouded by centuries of imprisonment, and a growing doubt about his madness. As she listened to her father's speech, the weight of his ambition pressed heavily on her. She had long been caught between the darkness of her bloodline and the faint hope that something better still existed in the world. The ritual Harkon intended to perform would not just condemn Skyrim, but the entire world to eternal night. It was a fate she was no longer sure she could accept. Unbeknownst to the Volkar, the Dawn Guard had learned of their plan. For months the vampire hunters had been tracking the movements of Harkon's agents, intercepting communications and piecing together the fragments of the prophecy. Isran, the leader of the Dawn Guard, had always feared that the vampire's ultimate goal was far more sinister than they had let on. Now his worst fears had been realized. The prophecy foretold by the Elder Scrolls was clear. The vampires sought to blot out the sun itself, creating a world where mortals could no longer stand against them. Gathered in the ancient stronghold of Fort Dawnguard, Isran stood before his assembled warriors. His grizzled face was set in a grim expression, his eyes burning with the resolve of a man who had dedicated his life to eradicating the vampire scourge. The Volkihar plan to end the sun, he said, his deep voice cutting through the tense silence. They're going to use the power of the Elder Scrolls to plunge us into eternal darkness. If they succeed, there'll be no stopping them. The room was filled with hardened veterans of the Dawn Guard men and women who had lost friends, family, and comrades to the vampires. They had trained their whole lives for this moment, and though fear gripped their hearts, they knew there was no turning back. The fate of Skyrim rested on their shoulders. We leave for Castle Volkihar at dawn, Isran continued. We may be outnumbered, but we have the element of surprise. And remember, the sun is still on our side. We cannot let them complete the ritual. If we do, everything we've fought for will be for nothing. Hours before dawn, under the cover of darkness, the Dawn Guard set out across the frozen wasteland, their weapons and armor gleaming faintly under the pale moonlight. They moved swiftly, their path taking them through narrow mountain passes and across treacherous ice fields, ever mindful of the Volkihar scouts that patrolled the region. But as they drew closer to the castle, it became clear that Harkon's forces had anticipated their arrival. Vampire thralls and death hounds lay in wait, their eyes gleaming red in the night as they attacked the Dawn Guard with ferocious speed. Battle erupted on the icy shores of Castle Volkihar. The clash of steel rang out as vampire and hunter locked in combat, the snow beneath them turning red with blood. Isran fought at the front, his warhammer smashing through the ranks of vampires, while his warriors unleashed crossbow bolts tipped with silver, each shot felling one of the undead. But for every vampire they killed, it seemed two more appeared from the shadows, their hunger for blood insatiable. Inside the castle, Serana made her decision. She could no longer stand idly by as her father's madness threatened to consume all of Skyrim. Steeling herself, she sought out her father in the grand hall, where the ritual was nearly complete. Harkon stood before the altar, the Elder Scrolls unfurled before him, his dark magic weaving through the air as he prepared the final incantation. "Father, stop this madness," Serana cried, her voice breaking through the ancient hall. Harkon turned to her, his eyes filled with contempt. "You would betray me," Your own blood, he snarled, his voice filled with fury. You are nothing without me, Serana. You will serve me or die. Before he could finish the ritual, the doors of the Grand Hall burst open, and Isran and the Dawn Guard stormed in. A fierce battle erupted, the hunters fighting their way toward Harkon as he unleashed dark magic upon them. Serana, torn between her loyalty to her father and her desire to stop him, finally turned against him, joining the Dawn Guard in their desperate fight to prevent the eternal night. In the end, it was Serana who delivered the final blow, driving a silver dagger into her father's heart as he attempted to complete the ritual. The magic dissipated, the sun still rising beyond the horizon, casting its golden light over the icy shores of Skyrim. Harkon's body crumbled to dust, his dreams of eternal darkness shattered. The Dawn Guard had won, but the cost had been high. As Serana stood over the remains of her father, the weight of her decision pressed heavily upon her. So the Volkir clan had been defeated, but the scars of their dark reign would linger in Skyrim for years to come. Story 6. The Blood Chalice. So the rumors started as whispers carried by the wind through the treacherous peaks of the Reach. Deep within the craggy mountains, hidden in a long-forgotten cave, an ancient artifact had been unearthed, a relic tied to the dominion of vampires, the Blood Chalice. Said to grant unimaginable power to any vampire who drank from it. The chalice was believed to be created by Molag Bal himself, forged from the blood of the first vampire, Lemay Beelfog. Its power could cement the dominance of vampires across Skyrim, allowing them to rise as the undisputed rulers of the land, with mortals reduced to nothing more than cattle. The chalice also held a dark curse, one that had long kept it hidden from the world. When word of the discovery reached the Volkihar clan, the reaction was immediate. Harkon, the lord of the Volkihar, saw this as his opportunity to not only strengthen his grip on his clan, but to accomplish what centuries of scheming had not yet achieved: absolute rule over Skyrim's night. In his cold, brooding throne room, far beneath the frozen walls of Castle Volkihar, Harkon summoned his most trusted lieutenants. This chalice, Harkon said, his voice a low growl, is the key to our ascension. With its power, the Volkihar will no longer hide in the shadows. The time of mortals will end, and the sun itself will bow to our might. His glowing red eyes flickered with ambition, his hunger for dominance driving every word. Find it. Bring it to me, and you will be rewarded beyond your wildest imaginings. Among those who stood before him was Orthjolf, Harkon's second in command, a cunning vampire who had served the Lord for centuries. He bowed deeply, his sharp fangs visible as he spoke. "It will be done, my lord. The Reach is dangerous, but it belongs to the Forsworn. We'll need to tread carefully." "Careful or not," Harkon replied, his voice edged with impatience, "the chalice must be ours." But Harkon was not the only one who had heard the rumors. At Fort Dawnguard, a day's ride from Riften, Isran sat at the head of a long wooden table, surrounded by his most trusted vampire hunters. The Dawn Guard, sworn to protect Skyrim from the vampire menace, had intercepted a message bound for Castle Volkihar, detailing the chalice's location. Isran's face was etched with determination as he read the report aloud. "The blood calice," he said, his voice a rough growl that silenced the room. "If the Volcar get their hands on this artifact, it could spell the end for us. It's said to grant vampires unimaginable strength and control over lesser vampires, turning them into an army. We can't let that happen. We need to reach the chalice first." Beside him, Soreen Gerard, the Dawn Guard's expert on ancient artifacts, nodded. If the legends are true, the chalice's power could tip the balance in their favor. But the Reach is a dangerous place, filled with Forsworn and all manner of creatures. We'll need to be cautious. Cautious or not, Isran knew they didn't have time to waste. The Volkihar were already mobilizing, and the race was on. "We leave at first light," he ordered. "We'll take the east route through the Druidak Mountains. If the vampires want this chalice, they'll have to fight us for it." As dawn broke over the snowy peaks, both the Dawn Guard and the Volkihar clan set out toward the heart of the Reach. The rugged terrain was unforgiving, with jagged cliffs, narrow passes, and hidden caves where danger lurked in every shadow. Forsworn camps dotted the landscape, their savage warriors watching warily as the two forces made their way deeper into the wilderness. The Volkihar, with their supernatural speed and strength, moved swiftly. Orthjolf led the way, his senses keenly attuned to the faintest hints of the chalice's power. His vampire thralls followed closely, their hunger barely kept in check as they scouted the ancient ruins and forgotten caves of the region. The Forsworn, though dangerous, were no match for the Volkihar's strength, and many fell to the vampire's blades and fangs before they even knew what was happening. Meanwhile, the Dawn Guard travelled with caution. Isran and his hunters moved in silence, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with the Forsworn and focusing on their goal. They knew they were on borrowed time. The vampires were faster and more dangerous, but the Dawn Guard had experience on their side. They had hunted vampires for years, and they knew how to track their movements, even through the most difficult terrain. Crossbows loaded with silver bolts were at the ready, and they carried potions to resist the vampires' draining abilities. The two forces clashed for the first time at a narrow mountain pass, where a small group of Volkihar thralls ambushed the Dawn Guard. The skirmish was brutal, and swift Isran's warhammer crushed one vampire's skull with a single blow, while his fellow hunters unleashed a volley of silver-tipped bolts, felling the remaining thralls in a matter of moments. But the victory was short-lived. Orthjolf, watching from a distance, realized the Dawn Guard were closing in. "They're getting too close," he snarled to his lieutenants. "We must reach the chalice before they do." Finally, after days of navigating treacherous terrain, both groups converged on the same location, an ancient, crumbling ruin buried deep in the mountains. At its center, within a stone chamber lined with Old Nord carvings, the blood chalice rested on an altar, bathed in an eerie red glow. Its dark power seemed to pulse through the air, thickening the very atmosphere around it. The final confrontation began. The Dawn Guard stormed the ruin just as the Volkihar vampires entered from the opposite side. The clash of steel and the hiss of vampires filled the air. Crossbow bolts flew through the shadows, and the thrum of powerful magic reverberated through the stone halls. Orthjolf's speed made him a blur as he cut through the ranks of the Dawn Guard, but Isran, relentless as ever, fought his way toward the altar. In the center of the chaos, the blood chalice glowed brighter, almost as if it was alive, drawing both sides toward it, like moths to flame. But as Orthjolf reached for the callous Serana, Harkon's estranged daughter, who had joined the Dawn Guard, intervened. With a flash of magic, she knocked him back, her eyes blazing with resolve. "You can't have it, Orthjolf," she growled. "I won't let you." In the end, it was Serana who tipped the scales. With one final blast of magic, she sent Orthi crashing into the far wall. Isran reached the chalice, his hands trembling as he gazed at the dark artifact. Without hesitation, he smashed it to the ground, shattering the ancient chalice into 1,000 pieces. The red glow faded, and the chamber fell silent. So Volkihar were defeated, their hopes of dominance crushed along with the chalice. But as the Dawn Guard left the ruined crypt, Isran knew the fight against the vampires was far from over. They had won this battle, but the war for Skyrim's future raged on. Story 7. The Midnight Alchemist. The cold winds of Skyrim howled through the towering mountains, carrying with them whispers of a dark new force at work. Far from the bustling cities and watchful eyes of the vigilance of Stendar, deep within a hidden laboratory nestled in the reach, a vampire alchemist worked tirelessly, her mind consumed with a single obsession. Known only as Lasara, the Midnight Alchemist, she was a creature of legend, feared and whispered about in the darkest corners of Tamriel. For centuries, she had sought a way to break the greatest limitation of her kind, their vulnerability to the sun. And now, after decades of experimentation and forbidden knowledge, she had finally succeeded. The potion sat in a small, unassuming vial on her alchemy table, its contents a swirling silver liquid that shimmered unnaturally in the dim candlelight. Lasara held the vial in her pale, delicate hands, her crimson eyes glowing with satisfaction. This was the culmination of her life's work, a potion that could allow vampires to walk in the daylight without fear, to hunt and thrive under the very sun that had once been their greatest enemy. So the implications were vast, and the power it promised was intoxicating. She had tested it herself, stepping out into the midday sun with trepidation. At first she had felt the familiar sting on her skin, the burning sensation that always signaled death under the sun's harsh gaze. But as the potion took hold, the pain ebbed away, and Lasara found herself standing in full daylight, unharmed. She reveled in it, feeling the warmth of the sun for the first time in centuries. The power coursing through her veins was overwhelming, and she knew that her discovery would change the fate of vampires forever. But with this discovery came a dangerous choice. The potion could not be kept secret for long. Word of its existence had already begun to spread, and it wouldn't be long before both the Volkihar Cafe and the Dawn Guard caught wind of her creation. Lasara knew the price that Skyrim would pay if the potion fell into the wrong hands, but she also knew the price of keeping it to herself. The Volkihar clan, led by Lord Harkon, would stop at nothing to possess it. And if the potion spread, It would grant vampires across the province the ability to walk freely among mortals, turning them into predators with no limitations. Skyrim would be plunged into chaos. Lysa weighed her options carefully. She could offer the potion to the Volkai in exchange for power and protection, securing her place as one of Harkon's elite. With her invention, the Volkihar could become unstoppable, ruling Skyrim in darkness and daylight alike. Mortals would have no safe haven, no reprieve from the creatures of the night, but another part of her, a part long buried beneath centuries of bloodlust and cruelty, wondered if that was the right path. She had once been a healer, long before she had turned to vampirism. Somewhere deep within her, she still carried a sliver of that compassion, though it was faint and nearly forgotten. As Lysara pondered her decision far to the east at Fort Dawnguard, Isran had already heard rumors of a vampire alchemist's dark creation. Reports had reached him from informants in Riften and Markarth, describing strange encounters with the vampires who seemed unaffected by the sun. At first, Isran dismissed the tales as exaggerations, but the stories grew more consistent, and soon even he couldn't ignore the possibility. If vampires had truly found a way to bypass their greatest weakness, it would mean the end of everything the Dawnguard had fought to protect. Isran wasted no time. He gathered his most trusted vampire hunters and issued a dire command: the alchemist had to be found and her potion destroyed. There was no room for negotiation. The very balance of Skyrim was at stake, and if the vampires gained the power to walk in the daylight, the Dawnguard would be powerless to stop them. Isran's heart burned with a sense of urgency, knowing that time was running out. The Volkihar clan would be searching for the alchemist too, and if they reached her first, there would be no stopping the tide of darkness that would sweep over the land. As the Dawnguard prepared for their mission, the Volkihar clan had already mobilized. Lord Harkon had sent out his most skilled agents, tasked with locating Lysara and retrieving her potion at all costs. Among them was Vingulmo, a powerful and cunning vampire lord who had long coveted a higher place within the Volkihar hierarchy. He knew that if he could deliver the potion to Harkon, his position in the clan would be secured, and with it, unimaginable power. Vingulmo's ambitions burned brightly as he set out into the wilderness, tracking down every lead on Lysara's whereabouts with relentless determination. Lysara, meanwhile, had not been idle. She knew the hunt for her had begun. Every passing day she could feel the tightening net of both the Dawnguard and the Volkihar closing in. Her potion, though powerful, was not enough to protect her from the storm that was coming. She packed her laboratory into a small collection of vials and scrolls, preparing to flee deeper into the mountains, where she could continue her work in secret. But the question of what to do with her creation still gnawed at her. Should she offer it to the highest bidder, or should she destroy it, ensuring that no vampire would ever wield such power? The final confrontation came in the deep forests of the Reach. The Dawnguard had tracked Lysara to a hidden cave, where she had made her temporary home. Isran and his hunters approached carefully, their crossbows loaded with silver bolts and sunlight potions at the ready. But as they neared the cave's entrance, they realized they were not alone. Vingalmo and his Volkar agents had arrived first, and a bloody skirmish broke out between the two factions. In the chaos, Lysara stood at the mouth of the cave, clutching the vial of her precious potion. She could feel the weight of her decision pressing down on her. Both sides wanted the potion for their own purposes, one to destroy it, the other to exploit it. With a final glance at the chaos unfolding before her, Lysara made her choice. She lifted the vial to her lips, her heart pounding as she drank the silver liquid. The power surged through her, stronger than ever before, but instead of fleeing or surrendering, she shattered the remaining vials on the ground, ensuring that no one else would wield her creation. Lysara fled into the wilderness, the potion's effects coursing through her veins. As the battle raged behind her, Skyrim's future hung in the balance. The midnight alchemist had vanished, leaving behind only the haunting question of what price Skyrim would pay if the potion were ever recreated and unleashed upon the world. For Story 8, Lark. Fangs in the Court. The grand halls of Solitude's blue palace bustled with the daily affairs of the court, where Jarl Elisif the Fair presided over the city with grace and poise. Beneath the elegant facade, however, something far darker simmered, hidden from the eyes of the noblemen and guards who faithfully served the Jarl. Among them was Lord Halvard, a high-ranking advisor to Elisif, renowned for his wisdom and diplomacy. For years he had played his part flawlessly, attending to the needs of Solitude, overseeing trade routes, and negotiating delicate treaties with Skyrim's most influential leaders. But unknown to all, Lord Halvard was not the loyal servant he appeared to be. He was a vampire, a centuries-old creature of the night, slowly weaving a plan that would bring Solitude to its knees. The court had no reason to suspect him. Halvard was a master of deception, his pale skin attributed to the cold northern climate and his aversion to sunlight explained by his supposed weak constitution. He was always present during court meetings, his calm demeanor and sharp mind earning him the trust of the Jarl. Few knew of his late-night excursions, where he prowled the hidden passages beneath the palace, feeding on the unsuspecting citizens of Solitude who ventured out after dark. His hunger was insatiable, but he had learned to control it, to wait for the perfect moment to reveal his true nature and seize the power he craved. For years, Halvard had studied the inner workings of the court, learning the weaknesses of each noble, blackmailing or turning them one by one into his loyal thralls. He was patient, knowing that time was on his side. His ultimate goal was to turn Solitude into a vampire haven, the sanctuary where his kind could rule openly, free from the threat of the Dawn Guard or the vigilance of Stendar. To do this, he needed to move carefully, ensuring that Jarl Elisif remained oblivious until it was too late to stop him. His plan began to unfold when he discovered an ancient artifact buried deep within the catacombs beneath Solitude, a relic tied to Molag Bal, the Daedric prince of domination and vampires. The bloodstone amulet was said to amplify the powers of any vampire who wore it, allowing them to manipulate the minds of mortals more easily and spread their dark gift faster than ever before. Halvard knew that with the amulet in his possession, he could accelerate his plans. Citizens of Solitude would fall under his control, and soon the city would be teeming with vampires, loyal only to him. But his secrecy was not as flawless as he believed. Falk Firebeard, Elisif's steward and one of her most trusted advisors, had begun to suspect that something was amiss. Falk had noticed the strange disappearances, the way certain nobles seemed unusually pale and distant after private meetings with Lord Halvard. Whispers of strange occurrences at night had reached his ears, but with no proof he couldn't act openly against Halvard. Still, Falk was determined to uncover the truth, and he discreetly hired a group of skilled vampire hunters, members of the Dawn Guard, to investigate. The Dawn Guard, ever watchful for signs of vampire activity, arrived in Solitude under the guise of merchants and travelers. They moved through the city in silence, gathering information and following the trail of blood that Halvard had so carefully hidden. It didn't take long for them to confirm Falk's worst fears. Solitude was in danger, and the heart of the threat was none other than Lord Halvard himself. As the Dawn Guard gathered evidence, Halvard continued to consolidate his power. He had already turned several key members of the court, ensuring that when the time came, they would support his rise without question. With the Bloodstone amulet now in his possession, he felt invincible. He began to meet with his thralls in secret, outlining the final stages of his plan. In a matter of weeks, he intended to hold a grand banquet, inviting the most influential figures from across Skyrim to Solitude. At this banquet he would reveal his true nature and offer them a choice: join him in immortality or perish. But Falk Firebeard was not about to let that happen. One evening, under the cover of darkness, he met with the Dawn Guard in the shadowy corners of the Winking Skeever, a local inn. Their leader, a grizzled warrior named Skyr, laid out the plan. Halvard's powerful, Skyr said, his voice low but commanding. We've dealt with vampires like him before, but with that amulet he'll be nearly unstoppable. We need to catch him by surprise, take him out before he can turn the court. Falk nodded, the weight of his responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. What do you need from me? He asked. Keep him in the palace tomorrow night. We'll handle the rest. Story 17. The Bone Orchard. The End. The wind howled through the streets of Windhelm, carrying with it the biting chill of the north and the stench of something far worse. At the edge of the city, just beyond the towering stone walls, lay the old graveyard known as the Bone Orchard. Its name came from the countless bodies buried there over the centuries, their bones rising from the earth when the ground was disturbed by the bitter winds. The graves were haphazard, overgrown with tangled weeds, and the mausoleums crumbled under the weight of time. It was a place that the living avoided, a resting place for the dead, though not all who lay beneath the soil found rest. Few knew the true purpose of the Bone Orchard. It wasn't just a place for the city's dead. It had long been controlled by a vampire coven that used it as a feeding ground and a sanctuary. Hidden beneath the crypts, in catacombs long forgotten by the people of Windhelm, the vampires moved in the shadows, draining the occasional traveller or grave robber who ventured too close. So their influence spread quietly, subtly, like the roots of a tree, entangling the city in their grasp without anyone realizing it. But recently, something had changed. A series of gruesome murders had begun to plague Windhelm, and even the most jaded guards whispered in fear of what might be lurking in the darkness. The victims were found mutilated, their bodies drained of blood and their bones cracked open, as though something had gnawed its way inside. The people of Windhelm, already suspicious of outsiders and prone to superstition, began to whisper of vampires. The Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak had dispatched extra patrols to the graveyard, but the guards had returned pale-faced and empty-handed, unable to explain the strange occurrences. Beneath the surface, in the cold, damp chambers of the Bone Orchard's catacombs, the vampire coven was in turmoil. What had once been a secret and well-maintained operation had become a dangerous territory. The leader of the coven, a vampire lord named Victor, paced the halls of their lair, his sharp eyes gleaming with barely contained fury. His coven had been careful for centuries, operating just under the notice of Windhelm's authorities, taking only what they needed to survive. But now, the murders had drawn too much attention. "We never leave the bodies," Victor growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he addressed the other members of the coven. "Who is responsible for this? Who among us has broken the code?" The vampires shifted uncomfortably, glancing at one another with wary eyes. They had all sworn allegiance to Victor, and none would dare defy him openly. Yet someone or something was killing in their territory, and it was bringing unwanted attention. "No one, my lord," one of the vampires, a gaunt woman named Celine, said, her voice trembling slightly. "We feed carefully as we always have. None of us would jeopardize our existence here." Victor's eyes narrowed. "Then what is it?" There were bodies piling up in Windhelm, drained of blood and mutilated. "The guards are on edge, and the people whisper of us. If we're discovered—" Before he could finish, a soft voice interrupted from the shadows of the crypt. "It's not one of us." The vampires turned to see a figure stepping forward, her presence almost ethereal. It was Lydia, the oldest of Victor's coven, and the one who often served as its advisor. Her pale skin seemed to glow in the dim torchlight, her dark hair falling in long, unearthly waves around her shoulders. She had lived for centuries, longer than any of them, and her wisdom was rarely questioned. "I felt it," Lydia continued, her voice calm but heavy with meaning. "Something else is moving in Windhelm. Something ancient, older than even we are. It has come to the Bone Orchard, and it is using our territory to hide." Victor frowned. "Another vampire?" "No," Lydia said, shaking her head. "Worse." The coven fell silent as her words sank in. They had long ruled the graveyard, confident in their control over the dead and the darkness. But if something else had entered their domain, something more powerful and dangerous, it could spell disaster for them all. Victor clenched his fists, his mind racing. If another force had come to the Bone Orchard, it could explain the killings. But whatever it was using their presence as a shield, knowing that Windhelm's people would blame the vampires for the murders. "We must find it," Victor said, his voice firm, "and we must destroy it before it brings us all down." The vampires nodded, though a sense of unease rippled through them. They had always been the predators in the Bone Orchard, never the prey. The idea that something else, something more dangerous, had come to claim their territory was unnerving. As the coven began to prepare for the hunt, the atmosphere in Windhelm grew darker, so the murders continued, each more gruesome than the last, and the guards patrolling the Bone Orchard became more frequent. Whispers of ancient curses and vengeful spirits filled the air, but no one could explain the strange markings found on the body symbols carved into the flesh, unlike anything the priests or scholars had seen before. It wasn't until the next night, when the vampires ventured deeper into the catacombs than they ever had before, that they discovered the source of the terror. In a chamber far beneath the surface, hidden away from even their keen senses, they found an ancient altar covered in dust and cobwebs, but pulsing with a dark, malevolent energy. Around it, skeletal figures moved, their bones rattling in the silence, and at the center of the altar stood a figure cloaked in black, its face obscured by shadow. "It has returned," Lydia whispered, her eyes wide with recognition. "The ancient necromancer." The figure at the altar raised its head, its hollow eyes gleaming with a sickly green light. "You think this graveyard belongs to you?" it rasped, its voice like the grinding of bones. "It has always been mine. The dead here serve me, as they always have." Victor stepped forward, his fangs bared. "This is our territory, necromancer. You will leave, or we will destroy you." The necromancer chuckled, a sound that echoed through the crypt like the rattling of 1,000 bones. "You cannot destroy me, vampire. The dead rise at my command, and they will feast on your blood." The skeletal figures surrounding the altar began to move, their empty eyes locking onto the vampires, and with a roar the undead charged. The vampires fought back with all the strength they possessed, their fangs and claws tearing through bone, but the necromancer's power was vast, and the dead continued to rise, their broken bodies reforming as quickly as they were destroyed. Victor fought fiercely, but even he could feel the tide turning against them. The necromancer's magic was too strong, and their own numbers were dwindling. But just as all hope seemed lost, Lydia stepped forward, her eyes glowing with a deep, ancient power of her own. "Leave," she commanded, her voice resonating through the chamber. "Leave this place, necromancer, or face the wrath of the true dead." The necromancer faltered, sensing the power within her, and for the first time uncertainty flickered in his hollow gaze. You are one of the old ones." Lydia's voice was cold as she stepped forward, her presence filling the chamber with a power even the necromancer could not match. "You will not defile this place any longer." With a wave of her hand, the bones of the dead crumbled into dust, and the necromancer let out a shriek of rage as his power disintegrated around him. In a flash, his form collapsed, his robes falling to the ground, empty and lifeless. The bone orchard fell silent once more. Victor, panting from the battle, turned to Lydia, his eyes wide with awe. What are you?" Lydia looked at him, her expression unreadable. "I am what I have always been, the protector of the dead." The vampires left the catacombs that night, their power shaken but their territory secure. The bone orchard would remain in their control, but the memory of the necromancer's return would haunt them, a reminder that even in the darkness there were forces far older and far deadlier than they could ever imagine. Story 18, and Citrin Windfallermin, The Undying Thirst. Beneath the cold mountains of Skyrim, in caverns so deep that the sun's warmth had never touched them, a secret faction of vampires convened. Their leader, a brooding figure named Valeria, stood at the head of the gathers. She was pale even for a vampire, her skin translucent and shimmering faintly in the torchlight. Her crimson eyes burned with an unnatural hunger, one that had driven her to the darkest corners of Tamriel in search of power. But tonight she had found something far greater than the mere survival of her coven. She had discovered a way to transcend their limitations, to rise above the weaknesses of their kind, and to achieve a power that even the greatest vampire lords could only dream of. "We have hunted mortals for centuries," Valeria began, her voice low and commanding. "Their blood has sustained us, but it has also chained us, kept us bound to this existence, constantly craving, always needing more." Her eyes scanned the room, landing on each member of her coven, who watched her with rapt attention. "But I have learned of a blood that can free us from this endless hunger, a blood that is not bound by mortality." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over them. "The blood of dragons." A ripple of shock and excitement ran through the room. Dragons, the ancient and nearly extinct creatures that had once ruled the skies, had only recently reappeared in Skyrim. Their return had thrown the land into chaos, and though they were feared by mortals, Valeria had long been fascinated by their power. To her they were not merely beasts, they were gods in the flesh, beings of pure, primal magic, and their blood, she believed, held the key to ultimate power. One of the vampires, a tall, gaunt figure named Varan, stepped forward. His eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, reflecting his curiosity. "The blood of dragons," he repeated, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. "But how can it affect us? We are not like the mortals. Dragon blood is filled with ancient magic, how could it?" Valeria cut him off with a sharp look. "I've seen it with my own eyes," she hissed, her voice filled with a fervor that silenced him. "The dragon's blood is more than just sustenance. It is pure power, the essence of immortality itself. It burns hotter, stronger than any mortal blood, and it enhances our strength in ways you cannot imagine. I have tasted it." She raised her arm, pushing back the sleeve of her robe to reveal a long, faint scar running up her wrist, "and it has transformed me." The other vampires stared at her, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and hunger. They had followed Valeria for centuries, watching her rise to power through cunning, strength, and ruthless ambition. But now she offered them something they had never imagined: freedom from the endless cycle of hunger, the promise of a new kind of power. "We will hunt the dragons," Valeria declared, her voice growing stronger with each word. "We will find them, drain them of their blood, and we will become more than vampires. We will become something greater, something eternal." The decision was made. Over the next few weeks the coven began their hunt. They moved through the shadows of Skyrim, their presence undetected by both mortals and dragons alike. They learned the locations of dragon lairs, tracking the massive beasts through the wilderness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It was dangerous work. Dragons were not like the cattle they had fed on for centuries. They were beings of immense power, their fiery breath and massive claws capable of tearing through even the strongest of vampires. But the rewards, they believed, were worth the risk. The first dragon they encountered was an ancient beast, its scales blackened by centuries of battle. It perched on the peak of a mountain, its great wings folded as it slept, unaware of the predators closing in. Valeria led the charge, her coven surrounding the dragon, moving with the silent precision of shadows. They struck just as the dragon opened its eyes, sinking their fangs into its thick, leathery skin, piercing the veins that coursed with magic and life. The dragon roared, its fiery breath scorching the air around them, but the vampires held on, draining its blood with a frenzied hunger. As the hot, potent blood filled their veins, they felt its power surge through them stronger, more intoxicating than anything they had ever experienced. The dragon fought back, but it was too late. Its immense strength waned, and within minutes it lay dead, its body crumpled on the mountainside, its blood completely drained. For Valeria and her coven, the sensation was indescribable. The dragon's blood coursed through them like fire, burning away their weaknesses, enhancing their senses, their strength. Valeria felt the magic of the ancient beast fusing with her own, lifting her above the mortal plane. She could see further, hear more acutely, and feel her power expanding in ways she had never thought possible. The others, too, reveled in their newfound strength, their bodies humming with the energy of the dragon. But with that power came something darker, something Valeria had not anticipated. The hunger, the insatiable thirst that had driven them for centuries did not disappear. It changed. It deepened. The blood of dragons was potent, yes, but it did not quench their thirst, it only made them crave more. Far more. The blood of mortals no longer satisfied them, no longer gave them the strength they needed. They had become addicted to dragon blood, and only that ancient, rare source of power could sustain them now. Valeria felt it first. The hunger gnawed at her, deeper and more painful than any she had experienced before. It was no longer a hunger for survival, it was a hunger for domination, for control, for power beyond reason. The taste of dragon blood had awakened something primal within her, something that demanded more. And she knew that the others felt it too. The whispers began, first among the younger members of the coven, then among the older ones. How long could they sustain this? How many dragons could they hunt before the creatures realized they were being preyed upon? It wasn't long before the dragons noticed. The next hunt did not go as planned. The coven had tracked a dragon to a secluded valley, expecting another easy kill. But this time, the dragon was ready. It struck first, its fire scorching the ground, its roar shaking the mountains. The vampires fought back, but the dragon was stronger, faster, and angrier than any they had encountered before. It knew what they were. It knew what they had come for, and it fought with a ferocity they could not match. Valeria watched in horror as one by one her coven fell. The power they had craved, the blood they had stolen, was not enough. They had underestimated the dragons, and now they were paying the price. The last thing Valeria saw before the dragon's claws tore through her chest was the burning sky above her, the roar of the beast echoing in her ears as her vision faded. The dragons had returned to Skyrim, and they were not the prey. They were the hunters. Story 19. Children of the Void. In the shadowed corners of Skyrim, where the icy winds howled through the jagged mountains and the nights seemed to stretch longer than they should, whispers of a dark prophecy began to circulate. The children of the Void, they were called vampiric offspring born under the influence of Moled Baal, the Daedric prince of domination and vampires. The legends spoke of these children as harbingers of doom, destined to bring about the end of Skyrim itself. Few believed the tales at first, dismissing them as the superstitions of old women and madmen. But as the years passed, those whispers grew louder and more frequent, until even the most skeptical began to wonder if there might be some truth to the warnings. The prophecy claimed that under the right conditions, when the stars aligned in a specific pattern and the influence of Molag Bal was at its zenith, a new breed of vampire would be born. These children would not be like their parents, who had been turned into vampires through the dark rituals of Molag Bal. Instead, they would be born with the curse in their blood, creatures of pure darkness who embodied the void between life and death. They would be more powerful than any vampire that had come before, with abilities far beyond those of mortal comprehension. And once they reached maturity, they would bring about an age of endless night, where Skyrim would fall into eternal darkness, its people enslaved by these children of the void. Deep within the halls of Castle Volkihar, where the oldest and most powerful vampires in Skyrim resided, the prophecy was not just whispered but feared. Lord Harkon, patriarch of the Volkihar clan, and one of the most ancient vampires in Tamriel, had studied the prophecy for centuries. He had seen firsthand the influence of Molag Bal, had even attempted to harness the power of the Daedric Prince through his own dark rituals. But the children of the void were something even he could not control, and that terrified him. In recent years, rumors of strange births had begun to surface. In isolated villages on the outskirts of Skyrim, far from the eyes of the Jarls and the Thieves' Guild, women had been found dead, drained of blood, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways. Their children, born shortly before their deaths, vanished without a trace. Some said the children had been taken by Molag Bal's followers, while others whispered that the children had simply disappeared as though they had never been born at all. Harkon, ever the strategist, sent his most trusted lieutenants to investigate. Among them was Serana, his daughter and one of the few vampires he truly trusted. Serana had her own complicated history with the darker powers of Tamriel, but she was loyal to her father, if only for the time being. She set out across the frozen plains of Skyrim, tracking the rumors, following the blood trails that led to the most remote and forgotten places. What she found disturbed her more than she cared to admit. In a small village nestled in the mountains near Dawnstar, Serana came across a scene of horror. The village had been abandoned for weeks, its homes empty, save for the marks of violence that scarred the walls. There was no sign of the villagers, save for one house inside. The body of a woman lay crumpled on the floor, her skin pale and lifeless, her face frozen in an expression of terror. Her child, a newborn, was gone. Serana's sharp senses detected the faintest trace of magic in the air dark, Daedric magic that reeked of Molag Bal's influence. She followed the trail, her vampire instincts leading her deeper into the wilderness, where she eventually came upon a cave. Inside, the stench of death and decay was overwhelming, but it wasn't the corpses of animals or mortals that filled the cave. It was something far worse. At the heart of the cave, nestled in the shadows, Serana found them, the children of the void. There were 4 of them, all unnervingly young, no older than 5 or 6, their eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. Their pale skin shimmered in the darkness, and their movements were too fluid, too quick to be human. They stared at Serana with eyes that seemed to pierce through her, their expressions blank, devoid of the warmth or innocence one would expect from children. And yet, beneath that blankness, Serana could feel the raw, unfiltered power that radiated from them. These were no ordinary children. These were the beings foretold in the prophecy, the children born under the influence of Molag Bal. They did not speak, but Serana could feel their presence in her mind, as if they were reaching out, touching her thoughts with their own. For a moment she felt a pull toward them, a deep, unsettling urge to kneel before them, to submit to their will. But Serana was no ordinary vampire either. She had faced greater dangers than this, and her will was strong. She forced herself to resist the pull, narrowing her eyes at the children as she stepped closer. "What are you?" she whispered, though she already knew the answer. The children didn't respond, not in words. Instead, the air around them seemed to darken, the shadows in the cave twisting and writhing as if alive. Serana could feel the void pressing in on her, the space between life and death, a place where time held no meaning. It was the realm of Molag Bal, and these children were its harbingers. She turned and fled. Back at Castle Volca, Serana reported her findings to Lord Harkon, her voice steady but her eyes betraying the fear she felt. "The prophecy is true," she said, her words heavy. "The children of the void are real." Harkon's expression remained impassive, but she could see the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers drummed against the arm of his throne. He had expected this, but hearing the confirmation was different. "And what of their power?" he asked, his voice a low growl. "They're more powerful than we could have imagined," Serana admitted. "Even as children, they have the power to bend Jajadas to their will. If they grow to adulthood, they must be destroyed," Harkon interrupted, his voice harsh and final. "We cannot allow them to bring about the end of Skyrim. They will tip the balance, and not in our favor." Serana nodded, though she knew that destroying the children would not be easy. They were creatures of the void, tied to Molag Bal in ways even she could not fully understand. But she also knew her father was right. If the children were allowed to grow, to harness their full power, Skyrim would fall into eternal darkness, as the prophecy had foretold. The hunt for the children of the void had begun, but Serana couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late. The prophecy was in motion, and no matter how many children they destroyed, the void would always hunger for more. And in the end, it would be the void that consumed them all. Story 20. The Veil of Twilight. Falkreath was a town steeped in the lore of the dead. Its graveyard stretched wide, filled with the resting places of warriors, townsfolk, and even kings who had long passed into the next life. For generations the people of Falkreath had lived alongside death, revering Arche, the god of life and death, as the keeper of their mortal fate. The temple of Arche, at the edge of the graveyard, stood as a solemn reminder of the cycle of life and unbroken connection between the living and the dead. But in recent weeks that balance had begun to unravel. The final confrontation took place in the Grand Hall of Castle Volcaha, a cold, echoing chamber that had once been Silas's home. Now it was the site of his reckoning. He stepped through the great doors, his blade gleaming in the torchlight, and found Harkon waiting for him, surrounded by the last of his clan. The vampire lord's face was a mask of rage and fear, his hands trembling as he gripped his sword. "Silas," Harkon spat, his voice venomous, "you think you can destroy me? I made you." "You made a mistake," Silas replied, his voice calm and steady. "And now you'll pay for it." The battle was fierce, but Silas fought with the strength of his hatred and the precision of centuries of experience. One by one, Harkon's defenders fell, until only the vampire lord remained. They fought, blades clashing in a storm of sparks, but in the end, Harkon's arrogance was his downfall. Silas disarmed him, driving his blade into the vampire's heart with a final decisive strike. Harkon's body crumpled to the floor, the life draining from his eyes. Silas stood over him, his chest heaving with exhaustion, but his mind clear. It was done. The Volcaha clan, once powerful and untouchable, was no more. As the dawn broke over the mountains of Skyrim, Silas stood alone in the ruined halls of Castle Volcaha, his revenge complete. The Nightblade had claimed his vengeance, but with the clan's destruction came a hollow silence. His purpose, his drive, had been fulfilled, but what remained? He had hunted and killed his former kin, but now the darkness within him lingered, unresolved. Perhaps Silas thought there would be no peace for him, not now, not ever. But for the first time in centuries he was free, a shadow unbound by the weight of betrayal, and in the cold light of dawn that was enough, for now. Story 22. The Dying Sun. Skyrim had always been a land of extremes, bitter cold, towering mountains, and endless expanses of wilderness, where the sky stretched wide and the sun, even in the harshest winters, hung bright and resilient. But something had changed. The sun, once a comforting and constant presence, was dimming. Its warmth grew weaker by the day, and a pale, sickly light had begun to replace the golden glow that once bathed the land. Farmers spoke of crops wilting under the cold, animals grew more restless, and even the fiercest warriors of the north felt a creeping unease settle into their bones. At first the change was subtle, almost imperceptible. The skies were cloudy more often, and the air seemed a little cooler than usual, even for Skyrim's frigid climate. But within weeks it became undeniable. The sun no longer shone as it once had, and a deep, unnatural twilight had begun to settle over the land, even at midday. Word spread quickly, and soon the towns and cities of Skyrim were abuzz with rumors. Some said it was the work of the Daedra, others blamed ancient curses, and still others whispered of darker forces, vampires. Falkreth, Windhelm, Whiter, and all across Skyrim, people began to fear what the dimming sun could mean. In the taverns, around flickering hearths, old stories were retold, tales of powerful vampire relics capable of snuffing out the sun, bringing about an eternal night, where the creatures of darkness would reign. The Volkihar clan, the most feared and ancient of Skyrim's vampire covens, had always coveted control over the sun. It was said that centuries ago they had sought a powerful artifact, Ariel's bow, an elven relic that could blot out the sun with a single shot. But that plan had been thwarted, and the bow had been hidden away. Now, however, new whispers filled the air. There was talk of another artifact, one that could weaken the sun itself, gradually snuffing it out entirely and plunging the world into darkness. This time it was not Ariel's bow, but something older, something far more insidious. The Eclipse Stone, a relic said to be created by Moagbal himself, had resurfaced. Her legends claimed that the stone held the power to siphon the life from the sun, draining its light and warmth, feeding the endless hunger of vampires. And if the rumors were true, the Volkihar clan had already secured it. Deep in the frozen recesses of Castle Volkihar, hidden beneath layers of ice and stone, the vampires of the Volkihar clan gathered in secret. At their head, as always, was Lord Harkon, the ancient and powerful vampire lord who had spent his unlife pursuing ways to dominate both the mortal and immortal worlds. For centuries he had sought the means to blot out the sun, to rid his kind of their greatest weakness. And now, with the Eclipse Stone in his possession, he believed that he had finally found it. Harkon stood at the heart of his grand hall, his crimson eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight, the Eclipse Stone resting on an altar before him. The artifact was small, barely the size of a man's fist, but it pulsed with dark energy, its surface black as midnight and shot through with veins of crimson light. As Harkon approached, he could feel the stone's power thrumming in the air, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. My lord, one of Harkon's lieutenants, a vampire named Orthjolf, stepped forward, bowing low. The sun grows weaker by the day. The mortals grow fearful. Our plan is working. Harkon smiled, his fangs glinting in the faint light. Good, let them fear. Soon they will have no choice but to bow to us, for when the sun is gone, only we will reign. But Orthjolf continued, his voice hesitant. There are rumors spreading. The mortals speak of the eclipse stone, and there are those who suspect that we are behind this. If they discover the truth, they won't, Harkon interrupted, his tone cold and final. The stone is ours, and it is beyond their reach. Let them spread their rumors. By the time they understand what is happening, it will be too late. Orthjolf nodded, though there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The power of the eclipse stone was undeniable, but so too was the risk. The mortals might be ignorant of the full scope of Harkon's plan, but there were others, hunters, mages and warriors, who would not stand idly by while the sun was snuffed out. The Dawn Guard, a group of vampire hunters sworn to protect Skyrim from the undead, had been growing more active in recent months. If they learned the truth, there would be bloodshed. As Harkon turned back to the altar, his mind raced with possibilities. He could feel the power of the stone growing stronger with each passing day. Soon the sun would be nothing more than a memory, and Skyrim would be plunged into eternal twilight. The mortals would be powerless against the might of the Volkar clan, and Harkon would rule over a kingdom of night. But even as Harkon plotted his ascent to power, forces were gathering against him. High in the mountains near Riften, the Dawn Guard had already heard the rumors. Their leader, Isran, a grizzled and battle-hardened vampire hunter, stood at the head of a war council, his face grim as he listened to the reports. "Sun is dying," one of his scouts said, their voice low and urgent. "There's no doubt about it. And the people are talking about some vampire artifact, something called the Eclipse Stone." Isran's face darkened. He had suspected the Volkahar were behind the weakening sun, but the mention of the Eclipse Stone confirmed his worst fears. "We've dealt with vampire relics before," he muttered, his hand tightening on the hilt of his crossbow. "But if this stone can do what they say, if it can snuff out the sun entirely, then we're dealing with something far worse than we've ever faced." The Dawn Guard knew they had to act quickly. If the Volkahar succeeded in extinguishing the sun, there would be no stopping the fires. They would become unstoppable, feeding freely on the mortals with no fear of daylight to hold them back. Isran gathered his best warriors, preparing for what he knew would be a deadly confrontation. Their first step was to track down the location of the Eclipse Stone. It wouldn't be easy. Harkon had hidden it well, deep within the frozen labyrinth of Castle Volkahal. But Isran had faced worse odds before, and he knew that time was running out. If they didn't stop the Volkihar soon, all of Skyrim would be plunged into darkness. As the days passed, the sun continued to weaken, its light growing fainter with each dawn. The people of Skyrim lived in a state of growing panic, their crops failing, the cold seeping into their homes. Even the bravest of warriors felt the creeping fear that came with the dying sun. The land was on the brink of collapse, and the Volkahar Khan, hidden in the shadows, waited for the moment when they would strike. But as the twilight deepened, a band of warriors approached Castle Volkahar, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. The Dawn Guard had come, determined to stop the eclipse before it consumed the sun entirely. The battle for Skyrim's future was about to begin. Story 23. The Lost Daughter of Harkon. The cold winds of Skyrim howled through the frozen mountains as dusk settled over the land, casting long shadows across the ancient stone walls of Castle Volkahar. The imposing fortress, nestled on a remote island off the northern coast, had long been the seat of the Volkihar clan, one of the most feared vampire covens in all of Tamriel. Inside its dark, silent halls, the vampires of the clan moved like shadows, their pale faces barely illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Lord Harkon, their ancient and powerful leader, sat upon his throne, his crimson eyes scanning the room with a cold, predatory gaze. For centuries, Harkon had ruled the Volkaya unchallenged and unbothered by the petty struggles of mortals. His quest for ultimate power, to blot out the sun and rule over an eternal night, had consumed him for centuries, and now his attention was focused once more on the plans he had laid. But this night was different. An unfamiliar tension filled the air as word spread through the ranks of the Coven a visitor had arrived at the castle. The one who claimed a connection so profound that even the vampires, hardened by centuries of intrigue and bloodshed, were left in disbelief. She had come from the west, traveling alone through the treacherous wilderness that surrounded the castle, unannounced and uninvited. When the castle's gatekeeper had confronted her, she had spoken with a voice as cold and commanding as the ice that surrounded them. She claimed to be the daughter of Lord Harkon, lost to the clan for centuries, and now returned to reclaim her place by his side. The rumors spread like wildfire among the vampires. Harkon's daughter, but how? They had all heard the stories of Serana, the true daughter of Lord Harkon, sealed away in a hidden crypt for millennia, a key part of his dark designs. But this woman was not Serana. No, she called herself Valeria, and her appearance had sent shockwaves through the castle. Harkon's face was unreadable as he sat upon his throne, the great hall filled with silence as the tall doors at the far end of the room creaked open. In walked Valeria, her pale skin glowing in the dim light, her black hair cascading over her shoulders. She moved with a grace that only centuries of immortality could give, her red eyes gleaming with a strange intensity. There was a confidence in her stride, as if she belonged here, though none of the vampires had ever seen her before. "My lord," she said, her voice smooth and calm, but edged with a dark power, "I have returned." The room remained deathly quiet as Harkon's eyes locked onto her, his expression unreadable. For a moment the tension seemed to freeze the air itself. Then, in a low, measured voice, Harkon spoke. "You claim to be my daughter, and yet I know of no other child but Serana." Valeria's lips curled into a small smile, though there was no warmth behind it. "I understand your hesitation, father. Serana has always been your favored child. But before her, there was another, a daughter you abandoned in your quest for power." Harkon's eyes narrowed. "You speak lies. If you seek to deceive me, you will find only death in these halls." "I do not come to deceive you," Valeria said, her tone unwavering. "I come to remind you of what you once were before your obsession with domination consumed you. Before Mole Baal's gift changed everything, you had a family, a wife, and a daughter who was lost to the ages, cast aside when you embraced your immortality." The other vampires in the room shifted uneasily, their eyes darting between Harkon and Valeria. None dared speak, but the atmosphere in the hall grew heavier with each passing second. Harkon stood slowly from his throne, his towering form casting a long shadow across the room. His voice was cold as ice, cutting through the silence like a blade. "If what you say is true, then prove it. Prove to me that you are my blood." Valeria stepped forward, her gaze never leaving Harkon's. "I carry the mark of our lineage," she said, lifting her arm to reveal a faint, ancient scar etched into her wrist, an emblem, known only to those of Harkon's bloodline. The same mark that Serana carried, the symbol of their vampiric legacy. Harkon's eyes widened for the briefest moment, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He studied the mark, his mind racing through centuries of memories. Could it be true? Had there been another daughter, lost in the chaos of his transformation, forgotten in the depths of his pursuit for power? "You were born mortal," Harkon said, his voice low, more to himself than to her, "but that was a lifetime ago." "Molig Bal has blessed me as well," Valeria replied, stepping closer to him. "I am no longer the child you left behind. I have wandered the world for centuries, learning, growing in strength. I have returned to claim what is mine, to stand beside you, as your blood demands." The room was suffocating with tension as Harkon stared at Valeria, his mind a storm of emotions he hadn't felt in centuries. Anger, suspicion, and deep beneath it all something that might have been regret. Could this truly be his lost daughter? Or was she a cunning impostor, a trickster sent by his enemies to weaken him from within? Serana, standing near the edge of the room, watched in silence. Her own feelings were conflicted, her loyalty to her father battling with the deep sense of unease Valeria's arrival had stirred within her. She had always been Harkon's favored child, the key to his plans. But now this stranger had appeared, claiming a birthright she had never known. Harkon turned away from Valeria, pacing slowly toward the great window overlooking the frozen sea. "If you are truly my daughter," he said, his voice low and dangerous, "then you must prove your loyalty to the clan. To me, words mean nothing in this world." Valeria's smile widened, though her eyes remained cold. "I expected nothing less, father. Tell me what must be done, and I will do it." Harkon turned back to face her, his gaze hard and calculating. "There are those within our clan who would seek to undermine my authority, who have forgotten their place in the hierarchy of the Volkihar. If you wish to prove yourself, you will eliminate them. Only then will I know where your true loyalties lie." Valeria nodded, her expression unchanged. "Consider it done." As she turned to leave the hall, a shiver of unease rippled through the gathered vampires. They had all seen many challenges to power, but this was different. The reappearance of Harkon's supposed lost daughter threatened to unravel the delicate balance of the clan. Whispers followed Valeria as she left, but none dared to speak openly. Lord Harkon remained by the window, his thoughts clouded with doubt. The sun, dimming in the horizon, cast a blood-red glow over the icy sea, and for the first time in centuries, Harkon wondered if the past he had so long forgotten was coming back to haunt him. In the shadows of Castle Volkihar, Valeria moved with silent purpose. She had returned for more than just revenge or recognition. She had returned to claim the power that was rightfully hers. Story 24. Bane of the Dawnguard. The Dawnguard Fortress, nestled in the remote mountains of Skyrim, had long stood as a bastion of defense against the creatures of the night. For years they had hunted vampires with a tireless resolve, striking fear into the undead and protecting Skyrim from their dark influence. But recently something had changed. The hunters had become the hunted. It began with the disappearance of one of their scouts, a seasoned hunter named Merrick. He had been tracking a group of vampires near the southern border, but after several days he failed to return. The Dawnguard assumed the worst, that he had fallen victim to the creatures he pursued, but when his body was found, it was not the work of a vampire that had killed him. His throat had been slashed, his body left as a brutal message. There were no signs of the telltale bite marks that typically marked a vampire attack. Whoever had killed Merrick had done so with precision and cold intent. At first, the Dawn Guard believed it was the work of a vampire sympathizer, perhaps a rogue mortal, who had aligned themselves with the undead. But when more hunters began to disappear, each death more gruesome than the last, it became clear that this was no ordinary assassin. Whoever was targeting them knew their ways, their tactics, and their weaknesses. The hunter had become a shadowy figure of legend among the Dawn Guard, a phantom that struck without warning, leaving no survivors. Isran, the leader of the Dawn Guard, had seen much in his years, but this new threat unsettled even him. He stood in the war room, staring down at the map spread across the table, his brow furrowed with deep concern. Markers dotted the map, indicating the locations of the attacks. They formed an unsettling pattern, closing in on the fortress from all sides. Whoever this assassin was, they were systematically dismantling the Dawn Guard's strength. "We're dealing with someone who knows us," Isran said, his voice low and grim. Around him stood several of his best hunters, each one grim-faced, their hands gripping their weapons with a nervous energy. "This isn't the work of some random killer. They're targeting us specifically, and they're good at it." Ogmer, a young recruit, shifted uneasily. But who could it be? Vampires don't kill like this. It's too calculated. Isran's eyes narrowed. "That's what worries me. This isn't a vampire. At least, not one we've ever encountered." Rumors had begun to circulate among the surviving members of the Dawn Guard. Some said the assassin was a vampire who had turned against their own kind, using their knowledge of the undead to hunt the hunters. Others believed it was an ancient vampire, one older and more cunning than the Volkar clan. Someone who had remained hidden for centuries and was now emerging to settle old grudges. But no one knew for sure. The only thing that was certain was that this assassin was always one step ahead of them. The tension in the fortress was palpable. Every time a patrol went out, they did so with the knowledge that they might not return. The hunters became paranoid, suspecting each other, fearing that one of them might be a traitor feeding information to the enemy. And in the midst of this fear, the assassin continued their work, picking off Dawn Guard members one by one. Then, one night, the assassin made their boldest move yet. The fortress itself was attacked. It happened under the cover of darkness. The Dawn Guard had grown accustomed to expecting danger outside their walls, but none had believed the assassin would dare to strike so close to the heart of their stronghold. The first signs of the attack came with the screams of the sentries on the walls. By the time Isran and his hunters reached the courtyard, the bodies of the guards lay scattered in the moonlight, their throats cut with the same brutal precision that had marked the earlier killings. Isran ordered his remaining hunters to spread out and search the grounds. Whoever had attacked them was still inside the fortress, he was certain of it. They moved through the darkened halls in silence, their weapons drawn, every shadow a potential threat. The assassin was clever, but Isran was determined to end the threat tonight. It was Agmir who found the assassin first, or rather, the assassin found him. He had been patrolling the lower levels of the fortress, his sword ready, his heart pounding in his chest. As he rounded a corner, a figure stepped from the shadows, a figure clad in dark leather armor, their face obscured by a hood and mask. The assassin moved with inhuman speed, knocking Agmir's weapon from his hand before he could react. In an instant, the blade was at his throat. But the assassin didn't kill him. Instead, they leaned in close, their voice a low, hissing whisper. "You should have stayed out of this, boy. You were never meant for this life." Agmir's eyes widened in fear and confusion. There was something strange about the assassin's voice, something familiar. Before he could say anything, the assassins struck him across the head with the hilt of their blade, knocking him unconscious. When he woke, the assassin was gone, but Agmer had seen something that would change everything. Beneath the hood, for a brief moment, he had glimpsed the assassin's eyes that glowed red with the unmistakable light of vampirism. The revelation spread quickly through the Dawn Guard. The assassin who had been targeting them for months wasn't just a rogue hunter or a vampire sympathizer. They were a vampire themselves, but not like the ones the Dawn Guard were used to fighting. This vampire was a hunter, trained in their ways, able to walk among them unnoticed until it was too late. Isran was furious, but more than that, he was shaken. A vampire had infiltrated their ranks, learned their secrets, and used that knowledge to bring them to their knees. The question that haunted him now was why? Why would a vampire turn against their own kind to hunt the Dawn Guard? What was the assassin's true goal? Agmer, still recovering from the attack, approached Isran with a theory. What if they were once one of us? What if they were a hunter before they were turned? Isran's face darkened. The thought had crossed his mind, but he had dismissed it as too far-fetched, and yet it would explain how the assassin knew so much about them. A former Dawn Guard turned vampire, who now sought revenge for their own suffering. It was possible, though deeply unsettling. The truth behind the assassin's identity was even more twisted than they could have imagined. The vampire, once known as Alistair, had indeed been a member of the Dawn Guard. Years ago, he had been captured during a raid on a vampire lair and turned against his will. Instead of succumbing to the bloodlust that consumed most fledgling vampires, Alistair had retained his mind, his memories, and his hatred for both vampires and the Dawn Guard who had abandoned him. Now, driven by a twisted sense of justice, he had returned to dismantle the organization that had once been his home. He no longer saw himself as either vampire or human, but as something else entirely, something caught between the two, hunting both for sport and vengeance. With his plan now in the open, Alistair prepared for the final confrontation. The Dawn Guard had hunted vampires for centuries, but now they faced a foe unlike any they had ever encountered. A vampire who knew their every move, their every strategy, and this time the hunters were the prey. As the moon rose high over the fortress, Isran steeled himself for what was to come. The Dawn Guard had faced many threats before, but never one so personal, so insidious. They would fight, as they always had, but deep down, Isran knew that the bane of the Dawn Guard had only just begun. Story 25. The Throne of Blood. Deep beneath the jagged mountains of Skyrim, far from the prying eyes of mortals and the reach of the sun's light, lay a hidden kingdom, a vast underground realm known only to the few who had the misfortune to stumble upon its dark, ancient halls. This was the Throne of Blood, the seat of power for one of the most feared vampire rulers in all of Tamriel, King Valdric, an ancient vampire, lord whose reign had lasted for centuries. Valdric's kingdom was a labyrinth of tunnels, crypts, and vast caverns, carved into the stone by ancient hands. It was said that the kingdom had existed for millennia, long before the first human empires rose in Skyrim. Within these halls, vampires ruled unchallenged, their power growing unchecked in the eternal night of their underground world. The mortals above lived in blissful ignorance of the dark kingdom that lay beneath their feet. At the heart of this dark empire stood King Valdric, seated upon his throne, a monstrous construct of bone and blackened iron, adorned with the skulls of those who had dared to challenge his rule. Valdric himself was a terrifying figure, tall, gaunt, with skin pale as moonlight and eyes that burned with the cold fire of ancient vampiric magic. His power was immense, bolstered by centuries of feeding on both the living and the souls of the dead. His subjects feared and revered him, knowing that he could end their immortal lives with a mere glance. But Voldric's reign was not as secure as it seemed, for within his court, hidden among his most trusted lieutenants, a plot was brewing. Ambition and greed ran deep in the veins of the vampires who served him, and several among them had grown tired of living in Voldric's shadow. They believed that his time had passed, that he had grown complacent, relying too much on the ancient magic that had sustained him for centuries. They saw opportunity in his perceived weakness, and began to whisper of revolution, of overthrowing the vampire king and claiming the throne for themselves. One of the most ambitious of these lieutenants was Lady Morgana, a vampire as old as she was cunning. For centuries she had served Valdric, biding her time, waiting for the moment when she could seize power for herself. Morgana had once been a noblewoman in High Rock, turned into a vampire during a bloody uprising. She had embraced her new life with cold determination, and her rise through Voldric's court had been swift. Now she stood at the head of the conspiracy to dethrone him. Morgana was not alone in her ambitions. At her side was Lord Kaelin, a warrior of unmatched skill who had led Valdric's armies in countless battles. Kaelin was feared throughout the underground kingdom for his ruthlessness in combat and his loyalty to Morgana. The two shared a common goal, to see Valdric's reign end and to take his throne for themselves. But theirs was an uneasy alliance, for in the world of vampires, trust was a fragile thing, and betrayal was always just a heartbeat away. In the dimly lit chambers of the kingdom, Morgana and Kaelin met in secret, plotting the downfall of their king. They spoke in hushed tones, aware that Voldric's spies were everywhere. "The time is right," Morgana whispered, her voice sharp as a blade. "Valdric grows weaker by the day. His hold over the kingdom is slipping, and his reliance on the ancient magics makes him vulnerable." Kaelin, leaning against the cold stone wall, crossed his arms and nodded. "The soldiers are loyal to me. When the time comes, they will follow my command, but we need to be careful. Valdric may be growing old, but he is not foolish. He will sense a challenge if we move too openly." Morgana's eyes gleamed in the low light. "Then we strike in the shadows. We undermine him bit by bit until he no longer has the power to resist. By the time he realizes what's happening, it will be too late." The first step in their plan was to sow discord among the lower ranks of Voldric's kingdom. Morgana used her influence to plant seeds of doubt in the minds of the lesser vampires, spreading rumors of Valdric's weakening power. Kaelin, meanwhile, began consolidating his control over the vampire army, quietly replacing those loyal to Valdric with soldiers who would answer to him alone. But Voldric was no fool. Though his lieutenants believed him to be blind to their schemes, the vampire king had long been aware of the ambitions that swirled around him. He had ruled for centuries, and during that time he had seen countless attempts to unseat him. Some had been more subtle, others more violent, but all had failed. He had always been one step ahead of his enemies, and this time would be no different. As Morgana and Kaelin continued to plot, Valdric summoned his closest advisor, an ancient vampire named Thalic, who had served him since the earliest days of his reign. Thalic was a master of espionage, and his network of spies stretched across the entire kingdom. "They think I am weak," Valdric said, his voice a low growl as he stared into the darkness of his throne room. "They believe that my time is coming to an end." "They are fools, my lord," Thalic replied, his voice dry and measured. "But they are dangerous fools. Morgana and Kaelin had gained much support. If left unchecked, they could pose a serious threat. Valdrick's eyes glowed faintly in the dark as he considered his next move. Let them believe they are succeeding. Let them think that I am unaware of their treachery, and when the time is right, we will strike. Tharic bowed deeply. As you command, my lord. The following weeks were tense as Morgana and Kaelin continued to build their power base. They believed their plan was proceeding smoothly, that Valdrick remained oblivious to their schemes. But the Vampire King was patient, biding his time, allowing their rebellion to grow just enough to reveal the full extent of the threat. The night of the coup came at last. Morgana and Kaelin had gathered their forces in secret, preparing to march on Valdrick's throne room and depose him. They expected little resistance, for they had already taken control of much of the kingdom's military and political power. But as they moved through the darkened halls of the underground kingdom, something went wrong. The corridors were empty, eerily so. No guards stood watch, no servants moved through the shadows. It was as if the entire kingdom had been abandoned. Morgana's unease grew with every step, but she pushed forward, determined to see their plan through. When they reached the throne room, they found Valdrick waiting for them, seated on his throne, his pale face calm and expressionless. Behind him stood Tharic, his eyes cold and calculating. "Welcome, Morgana," Valdrick said, his voice as smooth as silk. "And Kaelin, I have been expecting you." Morgana's heart froze, her carefully constructed plan unraveling before her eyes. You knew." Valdrick smiled, a thin, predatory smile. "Of course, you think I would not notice the whispers in my own kingdom. I have ruled for centuries, longer than you can imagine. Did you truly believe you could overthrow me?" Kaelin drew his sword, his eyes burning with rage. "You're finished, old man. Your time is over." Valdrick rose slowly from his throne, his presence filling the room with an oppressive, suffocating power. "No, Kaelin, my time is eternal, and yours, I'm afraid, has come to an end." In the space of a heartbeat, Valdrick moved. His speed was blinding, far faster than Kaelin could react. Before the vampire warrior could strike, Valdrick's hand was around his throat, lifting him off the ground as though he weighed nothing. With a twist of his wrist, Valdrick snapped Kaelin's neck, dropping his lifeless body to the floor. Morgana stepped back, her mind racing. She had underestimated him, underestimated the depth of his power, his control over the kingdom. "You won't kill me," she said, her voice trembling but defiant. "You need me." Valdrick's eyes glowed with cold fire as he approached her. "Perhaps, or perhaps I no longer have use for traitors." In a blur of motion, Valdrick's hand shot forward, and Morgana felt the searing pain of his claws piercing her chest. Her vision blurred, her strength fading, as the Vampire King drained her of her life force. As her body crumpled to the floor, Valdrick turned to Tharic, his voice calm once more. "Dispose of the bodies. The rebellion is over?" Tharic bowed again. "As you command, my lord." Valdrick returned to his throne, his reign unchallenged once more. The throne of blood remained his, as it always had been, and as it always would be. Story 26. The Lunar Vampire. In the harsh, frozen wilds of Skyrim, where the wind howled through the valleys and the night seemed eternal, a new terror had begun to haunt the land. It was said that when the full moon rose, a shadowy figure would appear, moving silently through the forests and villages, leaving only death in its wake. No one ever saw the vampires approach, but they felt it the heavy, oppressive silence that descended just before it struck. Those unlucky enough to survive the encounters spoke of a creature that moved like smoke, its eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight, its fangs sharp and glistening with the blood of its victims. This was no ordinary vampire. It did not stalk the night like the other creatures of darkness. It appeared only during the full moon, as if tethered to its light. As the phases of the moon waxed and waned, so too did the vampire's power. But on nights when the moon was full, its hunger was insatiable, and the people of Skyrim lived in constant fear of the next attack. They called it the Lunar Vampire, and its legend grew with each new sighting, each new massacre. Whiterun, Windhelm, Falkreath, all across Skyrim, villages began to prepare for the full moons. Doors were locked early, windows barred shut. Guards patrolled the streets, though many doubted their ability to stop the creature. Torches burned bright through the night, but nothing seemed to keep the terror at bay. The vampire struck without warning, its attacks swift and brutal. The people could only wait in dread for the night to pass, praying that they would not be the next to fall. As they pressed forward, they encountered the first signs of the Coven's presence: bodies, drained of blood, discarded in the shadows of the crypt. The corpses were pale, their faces twisted in fear, and their throats bore the unmistakable marks of vampire fangs. Anwen's grip tightened on her crossbow as she led the group deeper into the crypt, her heart pounding in her chest. The Coven was here, and they were close to finishing whatever dark ritual they had begun. At last they reached the heart of the barrow, a massive chamber where the vampire Coven had gathered around Joran's tomb. Selene stood at the center of the chamber, her arms raised high as she chanted in an ancient tongue, her voice echoing off the stone walls. Blood pooled around her feet, seeping into the cracks of the floor, feeding the ritual that would wake the Draugr king. Anwen and her fellow hunters moved quickly, their crossbows aimed at the Coven as they burst into the chamber. "Stop!" Anwen shouted, her voice filled with authority. "It's over." But Selene only smiled, her red eyes gleaming in the flickering torchlight. "You're too late, Dawnguard," she hissed, her voice cold and cruel. "Joran will rise again, and his power will be ours." With a final, blood-chilling cry, Selene completed the ritual. The ground shook, and the ancient wards that had held Joran's tomb began to crack. The lid of the sarcophagus shifted, grinding against the stone as it slowly opened. Anwen didn't hesitate. She fired her crossbow, the silver bolt flying through the air and striking Selene in the chest. The vampire let out a scream of rage and pain as she staggered backward, her hands clawing at the bolt. But even as she fell, the damage had been done. The tomb was open, and the Draugr king was waking. Joran the Blood Drinker rose from his tomb, his skeletal form towering over the chamber. His eyes burned with an unnatural light, and his blood-stained sword gleamed in the darkness. The air around him seemed to pulse with power, and the Dawnguard could feel the weight of his presence pressing down on them like a physical force. But Anwen and the Dawnguard were not without hope. They had come prepared, their weapons imbued with the magic needed to combat the undead. As Joran took his first step from the tomb, they attacked, their blades and bolts flying with deadly precision. The battle was fierce, and the Draugr king fought with a strength that defied his decayed form. His sword struck with deadly accuracy, cutting down two of the Dawnguard before they could react. But Anwen, fueled by the urgency of the moment, pressed forward, her silvered sword gleaming as she faced the ancient king. With a final, desperate strike, Anwin's blade found its mark, piercing Jorun's chest and shattering the magic that had held him together. The Draugr king let out a terrible, echoing wail as his form crumbled to dust, his power fading into the darkness. The chamber fell silent, the ritual broken, and the coven destroyed. The Dawn Guard had triumphed, but at a great cost. The threat of Jorun the Blood Drinker had been averted, but the memory of the battle would linger in the crypts of Bleak Falls for centuries to come. Story 34. Redwater Rising. Deep in the shadowed reaches of Skyrim, tucked away within the craggy landscape of the rift, stood Redwater Den, a decrepit, half-forgotten structure that had long served as the heart of a dark and secretive operation. To most who ventured into the rift, Redwater Den was known only by whispers, a place where desperate souls could purchase blood tainted, yes, but potent in its effects. Here, a person could indulge in a brief, intoxicating escape from the harsh realities of the world, the draughts sold as a kind of narcotic, dulling pain and heightening strength. For the vampires who ran the den, it was a simple yet profitable scheme. Mortals, addicted to the concoctions, willingly offered up their blood in exchange for the very substance that sapped their humanity. The vampires had long controlled the flow of blood, carefully balancing the tainted water they sold to keep their customers coming back. It was a delicate operation, one that provided sustenance for the undead while maintaining a low profile. The blood elixir brewed at Redwater Den came from the spring beneath the ruins, a pool of dark, crimson water with strange, ancient properties. For years it had been reliable, though its origins were as mysterious as the den itself. But recently something had changed. The water from the spring had begun to shift, its color deepening to an unnatural, almost black hue. Its scent was sharper, more metallic, and the effects it produced were different, stronger, more unpredictable. At first, the vampires thought it was a sign of the spring's increasing potency, more power to sell, more blood to harvest, yet it didn't take long for the sinister side of the change to reveal itself. It started with the customers. Those who drank the new batch of blood water began to experience intense, violent fits. Some would collapse into seizures, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Others would become delirious, their minds unraveling into madness. Then, more troubling still, some of the addicts began to disappear, wandering into the tunnels of Redwater Den and never returning. The vampires, intrigued but not alarmed, assumed the tainted water had merely become too potent for weak mortals to handle. Still, the blood slaves continued to pour in, their addiction driving them to risk everything for just one more taste. But the effects soon began to spread beyond the customers. The vampires themselves, who had always been immune to the den's blood elixirs, began to feel something unsettling. They felt a change in the air, a weight pressing down on them as they descended into the lower tunnels. And in the depths of Redwater Den, near the source of the spring, strange whispers began to fill the silence. The vampires started hearing voices not from the living, nor the dead, but from something older, something darker that seemed to pulse with the very water they had been siphoning for years. Among those most affected was Thalarin, the vampire in charge of the den's operations. A calculating, ruthless overseer, Targaryen had run Redwater Den with cold precision, ensuring that the blood kept flowing and the profits stayed high. But as the den's blood supply grew more unstable, Targaryen found himself increasingly uneasy. His own thirst had deepened, his cravings more feral, more uncontrollable. The whispers in the darkness grew louder each day, promising him power beyond anything he had ever known, but also something more sinister, something that made even him shudder. One night, as the full moon hung low over the rift, a blood slave stumbled into the den, her eyes wide with terror. She had been one of the first to drink the latest batch of the elixir, and now her veins burned with the aftermath. "It's alive," she muttered, clutching her arms as if trying to tear something out from under her skin. "The water, it speaks, it wants more blood." Targaryen dismissed her ravings at first, assuming the woman had simply overdosed on the tainted blood water. But later that night, as he ventured into the lower levels of the den to inspect the spring, something changed. The air was thick with a palpable, almost suffocating energy. As he neared the spring, he saw it. The once crimson pool now churned violently, its surface rippling as though something beneath the water was moving, struggling to break free. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, filling Targaryen's mind with visions of blood and darkness. His hands shook as he gazed into the swirling depths, his reflection distorted by the twisting currents. Then, with a sudden, unnatural force, the water erupted, sending a wave of red-black liquid crashing against the walls of the cavern. From the depths of the spring, something began to rise. It was no mere creature of flesh and bone. What emerged from the water was ancient, an entity long forgotten and buried beneath the earth. Its form was indistinct, shifting and pulsing with the very essence of blood magic that had been infused into the water for centuries. The vampire lord stumbled back, his mind reeling with terror as the entity coalesced into a shadowy figure, its eyes glowing with a malevolent crimson light. The entity's voice echoed through the cavern, its tone both a whisper and a roar. "I have waited, long have I slept, but you have fed me well, vampire. The blood you siphoned has awakened me. Now I will feed on you." Targaryen tried to speak, tried to move, but the force of the entity's presence held him in place. The thing in the water had grown too powerful, its essence corrupting everything around it, including the vampires who had unwittingly served as its caretakers for so long. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Targaryen reached for his dagger, hoping to carve his way free from the invisible grip that held him. But it was too late. The entity surged forward, its form engulfing him in a wave of dark energy. The vampire let out a scream as his body was consumed, his life force drained into the swirling depths of the spring. Above, the other vampires in Redwater Den felt the tremor of power reverberate through the walls. They rushed toward the source of the disturbance, but as they descended into the tunnels, they were met with the sight of the spring now, transformed into a seething pool of darkness, its surface bubbling with raw, corrupt magic. The whispers in the air had grown louder, more insistent, and the vampires knew that whatever had awakened beneath the din was beyond their control. The blood slaves who had once willingly offered themselves to the den now fled in terror, their addiction to the tainted blood water replaced by a primal fear of the unknown. The vampires themselves were caught between the rising power of the entity and their own thirst, their minds unraveling as the corrupted water threatened to overtake them. Redwater Den, once a carefully managed operation of blood and power, had become something far more dangerous, an epicenter of chaos and dark magic, where the very blood they had once sold now threatened to consume them all. The tainted water had given rise to something ancient, something hungry, and it would not stop until it had fed on every drop of blood in Skyrim. As the entity's power continued to grow, the vampires realized too late that their greed had unleashed a force far greater than any of them could control. Redwater Den had become a place of horror, and the rising tide of blood threatened to drown them all. Story 35. The Silver Masquerade. Solitude, the grandest city in all of Skyrim, known for its towering stone walls and regal splendor, was buzzing with excitement. The air was alive with anticipation as whispers spread through the noble houses of a singular, mysterious event, an exclusive masquerade ball hosted by a figure who had suddenly emerged in the social circles of Skyrim. No one knew much about the host, a nobleman who called himself Lord Darien, but the allure of his invitation was irresistible. It had arrived in the form of silver-edged letters, delivered by cloaked servants in the dead of night, promising an evening of opulence, decadence, and revelry that would be unmatched. The location, Castle Solitude, where Jarl Elisif herself had granted her blessing for the evening's affair. Yet beneath the excitement, there was something unsettling about Lord Darien. He had come from nowhere, a noble with vast wealth and influence, and while he had quickly ingratiated himself with the lords and ladies of Solitude, whispers of his origins circulated. Some said he hailed from the far corners of Tamriel, where night held sway and darkness reigned. Others speculated he had connections to powerful figures in Skyrim's underworld, though no one dared to voice these suspicions aloud. Still, the allure of the masquerade, with its promises of luxury and power, was too much for Solitude's elite to resist. On the night of the Silver Masquerade, carriages adorned with the crests of Skyrim's most powerful families rolled up to Castle Solitude. The nobles, dressed in their finest silks and velvets, stepped out into the cool night air, their faces hidden behind elaborate masks of silver, gold, and jeweled filigree. The grand ballroom of the castle had been transformed into a scene of dazzling beauty. Silver chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft, shimmering light over the polished marble floors. Every corner of the hall was adorned with fine tapestries, flowing banners, and silvered mirrors that reflected the glittering assembly. At the center of it all, Lord Darien stood, an imposing figure dressed in the finest black velvet, his mask a simple yet elegant design of polished silver. He moved through the crowd with a quiet, commanding presence, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the evening. No one knew his true face, but his deep melodic voice and striking appearance left an indelible impression on all who spoke with him. The nobles laughed and danced, unaware of the dark purpose behind the evening's festivities. Lord Darien was no ordinary nobleman, nor was he a mere socialite. In truth, he was a vampire lord, one of the most ancient and powerful of his kind, who had lived for centuries in the shadows. For years he had hidden from the world, waiting for the right moment to strike, to reassert his dominion over Skyrim. The masquerade was not simply an event of indulgence, it was a carefully orchestrated trap. His guests, the most powerful nobles of the land, were nothing more than pawns in a game of blood and power. As the night wore on, the music grew louder, more feverish, and the guests, drunk on wine and the thrill of mystery, lost themselves in the splendor of the ball. Lord Darien moved among them like a predator in the midst of prey, his every gesture calculated, every word a piece of a greater scheme. He had selected each guest personally, each one chosen for their influence, their wealth, or their political power. But not all of them would leave the castle alive. Unbeknownst to the revelers, the castle had been sealed the moment the last guest entered. The heavy stone doors were barred from the outside, and the guards who usually patrolled the halls had been replaced by Darien's own thralls, vampires loyal only to him. They lurked in the shadows, hidden behind the curtains and in the recesses of the grand hall, waiting for the signal to strike. Among the guests was Lady Arabelle, a sharp-minded and influential noblewoman from Markarth, known for her wit and her strategic alliances. As she danced across the ballroom floor, a sense of unease began to creep into her mind. Something wasn't right. The air felt heavier, the laughter around her more forced, and though everyone wore masks, she felt eyes upon her at all times. She caught sight of Lord Darien, his gaze lingering on her longer than it should have, and an icy chill ran down her spine. Lady Arabelle excused herself from the dance, moving toward one of the side corridors, intent on finding a moment of clarity away from the revelry. But as she stepped through the archway into the dimly lit hall, she realized she was not alone. A figure stood in the shadows, his face obscured by a hood. Before she could react, the figure lunged, grabbing her by the arm with a strength far beyond that of any normal man. His breath was cold against her neck as he whispered, "The feast begins." With a surge of fear, Arabelle fought back, managing to wrench herself free. She stumbled back into the ballroom, her mask slipping from her face, and screamed, "It's a trap. We are being hunted." The music stopped abruptly, and for a moment silence reigned in the grand hall. Then chaos erupted. From the shadows Lord Darien's thralls emerged, their eyes glowing with hunger, their fangs bared as they fell upon the unsuspecting guests. Screams filled the air as the vampires attacked, dragging nobles into the darkened corners of the hall, feeding on their blood as the grand masquerade descended into madness. Lord Darien stood at the center of the carnage, his silver mask gleaming in the flickering light, untouched by the chaos around him. He smiled, a cold, cruel expression, as he watched his plan unfold. The blood of Skyrim's most powerful flowed freely, and with each death his power grew. The masquerade had been a game from the start, a night of indulgence designed to lure his prey into a false sense of security before delivering them to their doom. But not all were willing to fall so easily. Lady Arabelle, bloodied but defiant, had armed herself with a sword from one of the fallen guards and rallied a group of survivors. Together they fought back, cutting down the vampire thralls with desperate fury. They knew their chances of survival were slim, but they refused to die without a fight. As the battle raged on, Arabelle locked eyes with Lord Darien. She saw in him not just a vampire, but a creature of pure malevolence. a being who had orchestrated their deaths with cold precision. With a roar of determination she charged toward him, her sword raised high. Targaryen met her charge with a flick of his wrist, sending her sword clattering to the ground with inhuman speed. "You've been amusing," he said, his voice smooth and mocking, "but this is where your story ends." Before he could strike, the great doors of the castle burst open. The city guards, alerted by the screams that echoed through the night, had arrived. They stormed the ballroom, weapons drawn, and in the chaos that followed, Lord Targaryen slipped away, disappearing into the shadows from whence he came. The masquerade was over, but its legacy would haunt solitude for years to come. The bodies of the slain were gathered, and the survivors, shaken and bloodied, told their stories of the night the nobility of Skyrim was nearly wiped out. Lord Targaryen had escaped, his plan thwarted but not undone. Somewhere in the dark corners of Skyrim, he would be waiting for the next opportunity to strike, to feast, and to finish what he had started. The Silver Masquerade had been but the beginning. Story 36. The Hunger of Frostfang. Far to the north, where the jagged peaks of the Frostfang Mountains cut through the icy winds of Skyrim, there lay a place known only in whispered legends, Frostfang Peak. A towering, frozen monolith, its slopes were treacherous, and its caverns were filled with dangers most mortals dared not face. Few who ventured into the shadow of the peak ever returned, and those who did spoke of strange, haunted cries carried on the wind, of a terrible hunger that lurked deep within the ice. The legends told of an ancient vampire lord trapped beneath the mountain, a once great ruler who had been imprisoned for his crimes centuries ago. His name had been lost to time, but his hunger had not. The vampire lord Varen had once been feared throughout Skyrim, his name synonymous with terror. He had ruled from a fortress deep in the mountains, his reign sustained by the blood of the innocent and his unquenchable thirst for power. But his ambition had been his undoing. In a final battle against a coalition of Nord warriors and powerful mages, Varen had been defeated, his body sealed within the caverns of Frostfang Peak by a ritual that bound him to the ice itself. His undead form was trapped in a prison of freezing stone, his power muted by the ancient wards that lined the cavern walls. But the hunger remained. For centuries Varen lay dormant, sustained only by the faint trickle of power that seeped through the cracks in his prison. The bloodlust that had once driven him to conquest now gnawed at his mind, turning him into something far more dangerous than he had been in life. He was no longer just a vampire lord, he had become something more primal, a creature of pure hunger, waiting for the chance to break free. It was in this place of frost and death that a group of adventurers found themselves, driven by the promise of riches and renown. Word had spread through taverns and guild halls of treasures hidden deep within Frostfang Peak, relics from Baron's reign that had been entombed with him. Despite the dangers, the lure of gold and fame was too strong to resist, and so they had come 5 adventurers, each skilled in their own right, but none truly prepared for what awaited them. As they made their way up the frozen slopes, the biting wind howled around them, cutting through their cloaks and armor like knives. The sun, low in the sky, offered little warmth, and the snow beneath their feet crunched with every step. But it was not the cold that unnerved them. It was the silence. The mountain seemed eerily still, as if the very air was holding its breath. Only the wind, moaning through the jagged peaks, broke the oppressive quiet, and with it came the faintest sound, a low, guttural growl, as if something deep beneath the ice was stirring. At the head of the group was Lothar, a battle-hardened Nord warrior, his axe slung across his broad shoulders. He had heard the stories of Varen, but dismissed them as old tales meant to scare children. Vampires don't last long in the cold, he'd said confidently when they'd set out from Windhelm. But now, as they neared the entrance to the cavern, even he could not shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over them. Beside him was Ilara, a Breton mage whose knowledge of ancient spells had brought her fame in Winterhold. She was the one who had found the old map leading to Frostfang Peak, and her curiosity about the vampire's imprisonment had been the driving force behind their expedition. If the wards are still intact, she had explained to the group, then we have nothing to fear. We'll find the treasure and be out before the vampire even stirs. But the wards were not intact. The entrance to the cavern was a jagged maw in the side of the mountain, its edges rimmed with ice. As the group stepped inside, the temperature plummeted even further, and their breath misted in the air. The cavern was vast, the walls glittering with frost, but there was something wrong, something ancient and malevolent that hung in the air, unseen but unmistakable. The sound of dripping water echoed in the distance, each drop a reminder that somewhere deep within, the ice was melting. They pressed forward, their torches flickering as they made their way through the twisting tunnels. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Ilara, at the center of the group, began to feel the weight of the magic in the air, old and decaying, as if the wards that had once held the vampire were barely holding on. She whispered words of protection under her breath, but the unease gnawed at her. Something was wrong. As they rounded a corner, they came upon the heart of the cavern, a massive chamber, its walls lined with towering icicles, and in the center, a block of ice, faintly glowing with an eerie red light. Inside the ice, frozen but unmistakably alive, was Varen. His form was gaunt, his once regal features twisted into a mask of desperation and rage. His eyes, glowing faintly through the ice, were locked on the intruders. The hunger in them was palpable. The adventurers stopped, their torches illuminating the ancient figure, and for a moment no one moved. The air was thick with the promise of death. Ilara stepped forward, her voice trembling as she studied the ice. "The ward," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They're weakening." And before she could say more, a crack echoed through the chamber. The ice around Varen's prison began to splinter, spider webbing across the surface. The ancient vampire's fingers twitched, his claws scraping against the melting ice. Another crack, louder this time, and the ice gave way, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Varen was free. With a sound that was half roar, half guttural growl, the vampire lord lunged forward, his movements a blur of speed and violence. Lothar barely had time to raise his axe before Varen was upon him, his claws slicing through armor as if it were paper. The Nord staggered, blood spilling onto the ice, his body collapsing before he could even strike. The other adventurers scattered, panic setting in as Varen moved through them like a wraith. One by one they fell. The vampire's hunger was maddening, centuries of starvation driving him into a frenzy. Each drop of blood that spilled on the ice only seemed to strengthen him, his form growing more powerful with every kill. Ilara, the last of the group still standing, tried to conjure a spell, her hands glowing with magic, but Varen was too fast. Before she could unleash her attack, his cold, skeletal hand was around her throat, lifting her off the ground as easily as if she were a child. "You have awakened me," he hissed, his voice a rasp of hunger and hatred, "and now I will feast." With a final, desperate scream, Ilara's life was drained from her, her blood feeding the ancient vampire's insatiable thirst. Varen dropped her lifeless body to the ice, his glowing eyes scanning the cavern. The hunger of Frostfang had been unleashed, and it would not be satisfied easily. Varen, now fully restored, turned his gaze toward the world beyond the cavern. The adventurers had been only the beginning. Skyrim was ripe for the taking, and its people, unaware of the ancient evil that had been freed, would soon learn the true meaning of terror. Varen stepped out of the cavern and into the night, his hunger leading him to the world beyond. The Frostfang Peak would become the center of his reign once more, and all of Skyrim would tremble before the Vampire Lord reborn. Story 37. The Serpent of the Dark. Beneath the shadowed canopies of Skyrim's untamed forests and hidden in forgotten ruins, a dark force was beginning to stir. Whispers travelled through the taverns and halls of the land, carried by those who had heard the chilling rumours. A cult, aligned with vampires, had begun conducting strange rituals in the dead of night. The cult, known as the Serpent of the Dark, claimed to have found a way to summon ancient serpent spirits, beings of immense power that would give them dominion over all of Skyrim. They believed these spirits were tied to the dark, primordial forces that predated even the dragons, creatures of shadow and poison, and that by controlling them they could reign supreme. The cult's leader, a vampire named Mordrin, had long been obsessed with serpentine lore, scouring ancient texts and forgotten ruins in search of the secrets to summoning these beings. Mordrin was no ordinary vampire. He was ancient, having walked the land for centuries, but his thirst for power had only grown with time. His connection to the Serpent of the Dark was deep, forged in blood rituals and pacts with forces few mortals dared to comprehend. Through dark magic and blood offerings, Mordrin had discovered the means to call forth the spirits of serpents long buried beneath the earth, spirits that, once awakened, would grant him control over life and death. It was in the ruins of an old temple, long abandoned and overgrown with ivy, that the cult had made their base. The temple, once dedicated to an ancient, forgotten god, was buried deep in the forest near Falkreath. Its stone walls were cracked and crumbling, its once grand halls now a den of darkness and decay. The cult had repurposed the ruins for their dark rituals, transforming the once sacred space into a place of blood rites and sacrifices. The altar, where once prayers had been offered, was now stained with the blood of those unlucky enough to fall into the cult's grasp. The rituals were gruesome affairs, each one intended to draw the serpent spirits closer to the world of the living. The cultists, draped in robes of black and green, moved in silence, their faces hidden behind serpent-shaped masks. They gathered in the deepest part of the temple, where the air was thick with the smell of blood and decay, and the very ground seemed to pulse with dark energy. At the center of it all stood Mordrin, his eyes glowing with a pale, otherworldly light. His voice, deep and commanding, echoed through the chamber as he chanted in a language long forgotten by mortal men. The ritual reached its climax as the blood of their latest sacrifice, a wandering merchant lord into the temple under false pretenses, dripped from the altar and onto the cold stone floor. The blood pooled in intricate carvings etched into the ground, forming the shape of a massive serpent. The walls of the temple seemed to tremble, and the very air around the cultists grew thick with a suffocating power. Mordrin raised his hands, calling out to the spirits. "Serpents of the dark, children of shadow and poison, we offer you this blood. Rise and grant us your power, so that we may rule Skyrim as your chosen." For a moment nothing happened. The cultists stood in tense silence, their eyes fixed on the altar. Then, slowly, the blood began to glow, casting an eerie green light across the chamber. The ground beneath the altar trembled, and from the cracks in the stone, a thick, black mist began to rise. The mist coiled and twisted, taking the shape of a massive serpent, its eyes glowing a sickly green. The serpent spirit hovered above the altar, its ethereal form shifting and writhing as if caught between two worlds. Mordrin's eyes gleamed with triumph. The summoning had worked. The serpent spirit, the first of many, had answered his call. He could feel its power surging through the room, its ancient energy wrapping around him like a dark shroud. This was only the beginning. Soon more spirits would be summoned, and with them the cult would possess the strength to conquer Skyrim. But something was wrong. As the serpent spirit hovered above the altar, its form flickering in the dim light, a low hiss echoed through the chamber. The cultist stepped back, uneasy, as the serpent's glowing eyes locked onto Mordrin. Its voice, when it spoke, was like the sound of 1,000 whispers, dark and venomous. "You call upon us, mortal, but you do not understand the power you seek to wield." Mordrin's confident smile faltered. "I summoned you. You are bound to me by blood and magic." The serpent's eyes narrowed, and its form shifted, growing larger, more menacing. "We are bound by no mortal, vampire or otherwise. You have woken us, but you are nothing to us. We existed long before your kind, and we will exist long after you are dust." The cultists watched in horror as the serpent spirit began to break free of the summoning circle. The ancient wards and spells that Mordrin had used to control the spirit flickered and died, unable to contain the raw, ancient power that now filled the room. The serpent spirit, no longer bound to Mordrin's will, turned on the cult with a hiss that shook the walls of the temple. Chaos erupted in the chamber as the spirit lashed out, its ethereal form coiling through the air like a storm. The cultists, panicked and confused, tried to flee, but the serpent's power was too great. With a single sweep of its tail, it struck down several cult members, their bodies crumpling to the floor in a heap. Mordrin, desperate to regain control, tried to chant the summoning spell again, his voice rising in a frantic crescendo. But the spirit would not be contained. It lunged at him, its eyes glowing with ancient malice. "You sought power, vampire, but you are unworthy of it. Now you will taste the true venom of the dark." With a final, blood-curdling scream, Mordrin was consumed by the serpent's energy, his body dissolving into the mist as the spirit tore through him. The remaining cultists fled, their dreams of dominion shattered in an instant. Outside the temple, the sky had grown dark, and the forest was eerily silent. The serpent spirit, freed from the bonds of the ritual, coiled upward, its form dissolving into the clouds. Though it had been summoned by the cult, it was not theirs to control. It was a force of ancient power, untamable by any mortal or vampire. The cult of the Serpent of the Dark was no more, but their actions had awakened something far older and far more dangerous. The serpent spirits, once buried beneath the earth, were stirring, their presence now felt across Skyrim. The sky itself seemed to darken with their return, and whispers of their power began to spread through the land. The people of Skyrim would soon learn of the ancient serpents and of the dark forces that sought to control them. But in the end it would not be the vampires or the cultists who wielded their power. The serpents of the dark had their own plans, and their hunger for dominion was far greater than any mortal ambition. Story 38. The Feral Vampire. The winds of Skyrim carried a new terror, one that moved silently through the cold nights, striking with a savagery that even the most seasoned warriors could not have imagined. It began in the remote villages far from the safety of the city walls, where stories of feral creatures attacking farmers and travelers spread like wildfire. The attackers were no ordinary beasts, but neither were they typical vampires. They were something far worse, a new strain of vampirism that had begun to spread, turning its victims into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters more beast than human. The first reports came from a small hamlet near Falkreath, where a group of hunters had gone missing after tracking a strange predator into the forest. When their bodies were found, what remained of them, they had been torn apart, as if by some savage animal. But the signs left behind were unmistakable. These were the marks of vampires, only the wounds were different. The bites were deeper, more brutal, as if the creatures who had attacked them were driven not by hunger alone, but by a frenzied, uncontrollable rage. Isran, leader of the Dawn Guard, was the first to recognize the danger. He had seen the rise of many vampire threats in his time, but this was unlike anything he had encountered before. These new vampires were not the cunning, predatory creatures the Dawn Guard had trained to hunt. They were feral, driven by an insatiable bloodlust that stripped them of their humanity. Their once elegant features had twisted into something monstrous: elongated fangs, bloodshot eyes, and pale, withered skin that stretched over their bones. Worst of all, they had no control, attacking anyone and anything in sight, even other vampires. Isran summoned his best hunters to Fort Dawnguard, gathering them around the Great Hall's fire. The grim faces of the Dawnguard reflected the seriousness of the situation. "We're dealing with something new," Isran said, his voice steady but filled with a quiet fury. "These vampires, they're not like the others. They're animals more beast than man. We don't know how it's spreading, but it's moving fast. Falkreath is only the beginning." Across the table, Anwen, a seasoned vampire hunter, frowned as she considered the reports. "How is this happening? Vampirism has always been a curse, but this is different. It's like it's mutating, becoming something more dangerous." Isran nodded. "That's what worries me. If this strain spreads across Skyrim, it won't just be the vampires we know who are the problem. It'll be the ones we can't reason with, the ones who don't care about power or control. They just want blood. The Dawn Guard knew they had to act quickly. They split into groups, spreading out across Skyrim to investigate the source of the new strain. Rumors pointed to an abandoned ruin deep in the mountains where strange rituals had been reported in the days leading up to the first attacks. The locals had avoided the place for years, claiming it was cursed, but now it seemed that something far worse than superstition had taken root there. Anwin led one of the teams, traveling with a group of experienced hunters to the location in question. The journey was long and treacherous, taking them through snow-covered forests and over jagged cliffs. As they neared the ruin, a heavy fog settled over the land, thick and unnatural, as if the very air had been tainted by the dark magic that lingered in the ruins. The ruin itself was a crumbling fortress, its stone walls cracked and covered in frost. As they approached, they saw the signs of recent activity: footprints in the snow, bloodstains on the ground, and the unmistakable smell of decay. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of rot, and the faint sound of something moving in the shadows set their nerves on edge. Unwin held her crossbow tightly, her eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. "Stay sharp," she whispered to the others. "Whatever's in here, it's not going to be friendly." They moved through the corridors of the ruin, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone. In the distance they could hear faint growls, low and guttural, the sound of something hungry and primal. As they rounded a corner, they came upon a sight that made their blood run cold. There, hunched over a pile of bones, was a creature that had once been a man. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its skeletal frame, its fingers ending in sharp claws that dripped with blood. Its eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, turned toward them, and with a snarl it lunged. The battle was swift and brutal. The feral vampire moved with terrifying speed, its movements erratic and unpredictable. Unwin fired her crossbow, the silver bolt striking the creature in the chest, but even that wasn't enough to stop it. It let out a howl of pain but kept coming, driven by the relentless hunger that had consumed it. The Dawn Guard fought with all their might, cutting down the feral vampire before it could reach them. But as the creature fell, they realized this was only the beginning. The sounds of more creatures echoed through the ruin, and soon the shadows were filled with the glowing eyes of the feral vampires. Anwin and her team fought their way through the ruin, cutting down the feral creatures as they emerged from the darkness. But with every kill, it became clear that this new strain of vampirism was spreading faster than they had feared. The creatures were multiplying, their numbers growing with each passing night. As they reached the heart of the ruin, Anwin saw the source of the infection. In the center of the chamber, a massive stone altar was covered in strange glowing runes. A pool of blood, dark and viscous, bubbled at its base, and from it the feral vampires were rising. Whoever had created this altar had found a way to corrupt the very essence of vampirism, turning it into a plague that transformed its victims into mindless beasts. With a shout, Anwin and the Dawn Guard destroyed the altar, smashing the stones and scattering the blood that fed the curse. The creatures, now cut off from their source of power, fell one by one, their bodies disintegrating into ash, but the damage had been done. A new strain of vampirism had already spread beyond the ruin, infecting villages and travelers across Skyrim. As the Dawnguard made their way back to Fort Dawnguard, Anwin knew their fight was far from over. This new strain of vampirism was unlike anything they had faced before, and its hunger was insatiable. The feral vampires were out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike again, and unless they could find a way to stop the spread, all of Skyrim would soon fall to the curse. Story 39. Fangs of the Reach. In the wild, untamed mountains of the Reach, where the jagged cliffs rose high above the fog-covered valleys, a new power was rising. For centuries the Forsworn had fought a bitter, bloody war for control of their homeland, battling the Nords and Imperial forces alike in their quest to reclaim the Reach. They were fierce, ruthless, and cunning, but even their hatred for their enemies could not win them the war alone. Now, however, a darker alliance had been forged, one that promised to turn the tide in their favor. A group of vampires, ancient and powerful, had come to the Forsworn with an offer, blood for power. In exchange for sacrifices and loyalty, the vampires would give the Forsworn the strength to finally seize control of the Reach. At the heart of this pact was a vampire lord named Valon, a figure as enigmatic as he was dangerous. Valon had wandered Skyrim for centuries, watching kingdoms rise and fall, but he had always been a shadow, pulling strings from the dark. Now, with the Forsworn in desperate need of power and willing to sacrifice anything for victory, Valon saw an opportunity to expand his own influence. The Reach was a land of magic steeped in ancient power, and if he could bend the Forsworn to his will, he could carve out a kingdom of blood in the heart of Skyrim. The Forsworn, led by their chieftain Medannach, had been driven to the brink. Their warriors were fierce, their guerrilla tactics legendary, but they were no match for the well-armed Nords or the disciplined legion forces that guarded the Reach's borders. For years they had waged a war of attrition, ambushing caravans, raiding settlements, and retreating into the mountains before the retaliation came. But it was not enough. Medannach knew that if they did not find a way to tip the balance soon, the Forsworn would fade into obscurity, another forgotten rebellion crushed beneath the heel of the Empire. When Valon appeared before Medannach, it was as though the ancient gods of the Reach themselves had answered the chieftain's prayers. Valon and his coven promised Medannach power beyond what his warriors could wield, strength that would make the Forsworn feared across Skyrim. In return, the vampires required only one thing: blood. Blood sacrifices, made in secret, would strengthen the bond between the Forsworn and their new vampire allies. The more blood offered, the greater the power the Forsworn would receive. Medannach, desperate for any advantage, agreed to the terms. Blood was a currency the Forsworn had in abundance. Their war had already spilled the blood of countless Nords, immaterials, and even their own people. A few more lives, especially those of their enemies, seemed a small price to pay for the future of their rebellion. The alliance was sealed in the depths of an ancient, crumbling ruin, hidden deep within the cliffs of the Reach. There, by moonlight, the vampires and the Forsworn performed their first ritual. A captured Nord soldier, bound and gagged, was brought to the altar at the center of the ruin. His eyes were wide with terror as Medannach, standing before the blood-stained stones, plunged a ceremonial dagger into his chest. The blood flowed freely, pooling in the grooves of the altar, as Valon chanted ancient words of power. The Forsworn watched in awe as the ritual unfolded. The air around them seemed to thicken with energy, and the ground beneath their feet trembled as the blood magic took hold. Vonon's eyes, glowing a deep red, locked onto the Forsworn chieftain, and for a moment Madanosh felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known. His muscles tensed, his senses sharpened, and the world around him seemed to slow. This was the gift of the vampires, the strength of the night, the power to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. The Forsworn embraced the Alliance fully after that night. Madanica's warriors, already skilled in the arts of ambush and guerrilla warfare, became even deadlier under the influence of the vampires. Their strength increased tenfold, their speed unnaturally swift, and their ability to move unseen made them ghosts in the forests and cliffs of the Reach. The blood sacrifices became a regular occurrence, each one strengthening the bond between the Forsworn and the vampires. As the Forsworn's power grew, so too did their boldness. They struck deeper into Nord-held territory, launching raids that left entire villages decimated. The Nords, who had long dismissed the Forsworn as little more than savages, began to fear them in earnest. The soldiers who survived encounters with the Forsworn spoke of warriors with glowing eyes and unnatural strength, of shadows that moved like the wind and struck without warning. Whispers of the fangs of the Reach began to spread, tales of a dark power rising in the mountains, where blood was offered to ancient forces and vampires walked among the living. But power always comes with a price. As the Forsworn's reliance on the vampires grew, so too did the demands for blood. Valan's coven required more and more sacrifices to sustain their dark magic, and soon it was not only captured soldiers and Nords who found themselves on the altar. The Forsworn, once proud warriors of the Reach, began to turn on their own. Medanok, driven by his thirst for victory, allowed his people to become pawns in the vampires' games. Those who questioned the Alliance or refused to participate in the blood rituals were branded as traitors, their lives given as offerings to Valan's coven. The once unified Forsworn began to fracture. Some believed that the power the vampires offered was worth any cost, that the end justified the means. Others, however, began to see the Alliance for what it truly was, a slow, inevitable corruption of their people. The blood sacrifices were not just weakening their enemies, they were draining the soul of the Forsworn themselves. What had begun as a rebellion to reclaim their homeland had turned into something far darker. Medanok himself began to feel the strain. The power that had once surged through him now felt like a heavy weight, pressing down on his soul. The vampire blood that flowed through his veins gave him strength, but it also fed on his spirit, leaving him hollow. He began to see the truth too late. Valan had no intention of simply aiding the Forsworn. The Vampire Lord wanted dominion, not just over the Reach, but over all of Skyrim, and through the Forsworn he would claim it. As tensions within the Forsworn grew, so too did the threat of rebellion. A small faction, led by a warrior named Riala, saw the Alliance for the curse that it was. She had once been loyal to Medana, but she could no longer stand by and watch her people become slaves to the vampires. Quietly, she began to gather others who felt the same, those who had not yet been fully corrupted by Valan's influence. The final breaking point came during a blood ritual that was meant to summon even greater power from the depths of the ancient ruins. Riala and her followers, armed with silvered weapons and the knowledge of Valan's weaknesses, struck during the ritual. The battle was fierce and bloody, pitting Forsworn against Forsworn, as Valon's coven unleashed their full power. In the end, it was Riala who struck the final blow, driving her silver sword through Valan's heart, as the vampire lord attempted to summon more dark spirits. His death broke the spell that had held the Forsworn in thrall, and the few vampires who remained fled into the night. The alliance was shattered, but the damage had been done. The Forsworn, once united in their fight for freedom, were now divided, their rebellion weakened by the dark power they had embraced. The Reach, stained with the blood of both friend and foe, remained a battleground, its future uncertain. And though Valan was dead, his influence lingered. The fangs of the Reach would be remembered as a dark chapter in the history of Skyrim, a time when the Forsworn had nearly lost their souls in exchange for the promise of power. Story 40. The Crimson Curse. A dark shadow had fallen over Skyrim. It began subtly with whispers in taverns and the hushed words of travelers, murmurs of a new illness sweeping through the land. But soon the rumors solidified into something more ominous, a plague deadly and unlike anything seen before. Known as the Crimson Curse, the plague affected not just mortals, but vampires as well, making it a threat that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Towns were struck down within days, with entire villages falling victim to the mysterious illness. Blood turned black in the veins of the afflicted, their eyes burning red with fever before death claimed them. For vampires, the curse was even crueler. It twisted their hunger into something more insidious, an all-consuming thirst that could never be satisfied. The origin of the plague was as much a mystery as its rapid spread. It was said to have first appeared in the southern reaches near Falkreath, but it wasn't long before the Crimson Curse swept through the major holds, leaving panic and chaos in its wake. Mortals fled their homes, fearing both the plague and the infected vampires who now roamed the countryside, desperate for blood. Even the most powerful vampire covens found themselves helpless, their ancient powers unable to shield them from the deadly effects of the curse. The Dawn Guard, long-standing enemies of the vampire race, were the first to respond, but even they, hardened by years of fighting the undead, were at a loss. Their leader, Isron, had seen many horrors in his time, but nothing like this. Reports poured in from across Skyrim, vampires attacking their own, driven mad by the curse, and entire villages reduced to little more than gravesites. Worse still, the plague showed no sign of stopping. It jumped from mortal to vampire and back again, indiscriminate in its path of destruction. Isran gathered his most trusted hunters, including Anwen, a skilled tracker who had been with the Dawn Guard for years. "We're dealing with something beyond vampirism," Isran said grimly as they met in the Dawn Guard's fortress. "This isn't just a disease, it's a curse, and it's spreading faster than we can handle. We need answers, and we need them now." Anwen, who had been investigating the spread of the curse for weeks, had heard of an ancient flower, said to grow only in the secluded and near mythical region of the Forgotten Vale. Known as the Dusk Blossom, this rare flower was rumored to have been used by the Snow Elves in times of great calamity a sacred plant with powerful restorative properties. But the Forgotten Vale was not a place easily reached. It lay hidden in the mountains, guarded by treacherous terrain, ancient magic, and dangerous creatures. Still, it was the only lead they had. Determined to find the cure, Anwin set out with a small group of Dawnguard hunters. The journey to the Forgotten Vale was long and perilous, taking them through Skyrim's most unforgiving landscapes. Snowstorms battered them as they crossed the peaks of the Gerald Mountains, and the wildlife, now more aggressive due to the spreading curse, seemed determined to stop them at every turn. Wolves, bears, and even frost trolls attacked with unusual ferocity, their eyes gleaming with a madness that hinted they too might have been touched by the plague. As they pressed deeper into the mountains, they encountered signs of the curse's reach even in the wilderness. Once thriving wildlife was now reduced to carcasses drained of blood, their bodies twisted in unnatural death. The signs were clear vampires had been here, and they had fallen to the curse's hunger. The Dawnguard moved with caution, their hands never far from their weapons, knowing that danger lurked in every shadow. After days of travel, they finally reached the entrance to the Forgotten Vale. The Vale was a place of otherworldly beauty, a frozen paradise hidden away from the rest of Skyrim, where towering ice formations and shimmering waterfalls created an atmosphere of eerie calm. But the beauty masked the danger. The Vale was also home to the last remnants of the Falmer, the twisted and blind snow elves, who guarded their ancient lands with lethal precision. Anwin and her group had no choice but to fight their way through, the Falmer attacking from the shadows as they moved deeper into the Vale. At last they reached the inner sanctum of the Vale, a glacial clearing where the dusk blossom was said to bloom. In the center of the clearing, surrounded by towering ice pillars, stood the flower. Its petals were a deep violet, shimmering faintly in the pale light, its scent sweet and calming even in the frigid air. Anwin approached it cautiously, feeling the weight of the quest settle upon her. This single flower was the key to ending the Crimson Curse, and its beauty belied the power it contained. But before she could pluck the dusk blossom, a figure emerged from the shadows of vampire, gaunt and feral, its eyes blazing with hunger. It had followed them, drawn by the scent of blood and the power of the flower. With a snarl, the vampire lunged, its claws extended, aiming for Anwin's throat. The Dawnguard hunters reacted swiftly, engaging the creature in a fierce battle. The vampire, weakened by the curse but driven by a desperate thirst, fought with the frenzy of a cornered animal. The battle was brutal. The vampire's strength, though diminished by the curse, was still formidable, and it took all of the Dawnguard's skill to bring it down. Anwin herself dealt the final blow, driving her silvered blade through the creature's heart. The vampire collapsed, its body convulsing as the curse consumed it from within. With the immediate threat dealt with, Anwin turned back to the dusk blossom. Carefully she plucked the flower, its petals soft in her hand. This was the cure, the only hope for both mortals and vampires alike. She knew the journey back to Fort Dawnguard would be just as dangerous, but they had no time to waste. The curse was spreading faster than ever, and the fate of Skyrim rested in their hands. The return journey was as treacherous as expected. The group faced more cursed creatures, their path fraught with danger at every turn. But they pressed on, knowing that the cure was too important to lose. When they finally reached the Dawn God fortress, they wasted no time in preparing the dusk blossom for use. The flower's essence was distilled into a potent elixir, and with it they began treating the infected. Mortals and vampires alike were brought to Fort Dawnguard, where the first doses of the cure were administered. The results were almost immediate. The fevered madness of the afflicted began to subside, their eyes losing the crimson glow of the curse. Slowly they began to recover, their lives spared from the horrific fate that had claimed so many. But even as the first wave of the cured began to regain their strength, Anwar knew their work was far from over. The Crimson Curse had left scars on Skyrim that would take years to heal, and the plague had already claimed countless lives. The vampires, once the secret rulers of the night, were now weakened, their numbers decimated by the very curse that had threatened to destroy all of Skyrim. As Anwar stood atop the walls of Fort Dawnguard, watching the sun rise over the mountains, she allowed herself a moment of relief. The dusk blossom had given them a fighting chance, but the shadow of the Crimson Curse would linger in the minds of the people for generations to come. The vampires had been brought to their knees, but the darkness that had spread across Skyrim would not be forgotten. Story 41. The Bleeding Moon. In the dark heart of Skyrim, where the dense forests of Falkreath met the jagged cliffs of the Jurl Mountains, a strange and terrible alliance was forming. The nights grew longer and more ominous as whispers spread of a vampire coven that had aligned itself with Hircine, the Daedric prince of the hunt. The coven, known as the Bleeding Moon, sought to combine the powers of vampirism and lycanthropy into one unstoppable force. Their goal was to create a new breed of beings, creatures of both blood and beast, capable of unrivaled destruction and domination. For centuries, vampires and werewolves had been mortal enemies, their powers locked in an eternal struggle for dominance. Vampires, creatures of the night, lived in the shadows, feeding on the blood of the living to sustain their undead existence. Werewolves, cursed by Hircine, embraced the wildness of the beast within them, reveling in the hunt beneath the light of the full moon. But never had these two powers been blended. The forces that governed each were thought to be incompatible, mutually exclusive, until now. At the head of the Bleeding Moon Coven was a vampire lord named Caliph, an ancient and powerful being who had long sought to elevate his kind above the limitations of their cursed existence. Caliph had ruled in the shadows for centuries, but he had grown weary of the endless cycle of hiding and feeding, hiding and feeding. He craved something more absolute power. It was in Hircine's forbidden law that Caliph found the answer he sought, by combining the primal strength of lycanthropy with the immortality of vampirism. Caliph believed he could create a race of hybrids, more powerful than either vampires or werewolves alone. Caliph had long been fascinated with the hunt. Though vampires typically viewed Hircine as an enemy, a rival force of nature, Caliph saw in the Daedric prince a kindred spirit, one who revered strength, predation, and dominance. He had spent decades researching the old ways, delving into forbidden tomes and ancient rituals once used by Hircine's most devout followers. It was during one of these studies that he discovered a lost rite, a blood magic ritual said to be capable of merging the power of the two cursed bloodlines. But the ritual was dangerous. It required not only the blood of both vampires and werewolves, but also a blessing from Hircine himself. To secure this blessing, Caliph and his coven would need to prove themselves worthy, to demonstrate that they were more than just leeches feeding on the blood of mortals. They were predators worthy of the hunt. And so Caliph sought out a group of werewolves known as the Moonborn, a reclusive pack that roamed the southern forests of Skyrim, following the will of Hircine. At first the werewolves were reluctant to meet with vampires. They had no love for the blood drinkers, and the idea of allying with their ancient foes repulsed them. But Caliph was persuasive, promising the Moonborn something they could not ignore: freedom from the curse of the moon. With his ritual, Caliph claimed the werewolves would no longer be bound by the cycles of the lunar phases. They would have the power to transform at will, blending the strength of the wolf with the immortality of the vampire. The leader of the Moonborn, a massive and scarred werewolf named Gernath, was intrigued by the offer. For years he and his pack had been hunted by the Silver Hand, the Dawn Guard, and the vigilance of Stendar. The chance to become something greater than mere beasts, something unstoppable, was too tempting to resist, and so a tentative alliance was formed. Together, the Bleeding Moon and the Moonborn began preparing for the ritual. They moved deeper into the forests, where the shadows were thick and the air smelled of earth and blood. There, in a hidden glade, they built an altar dedicated to Hircine, a towering structure of stone and bone, where the ritual would take place beneath the light of the full moon. The altar was adorned with trophies of the hunt: skulls, antlers, and pelts, offerings to the Daedric prince in hopes of gaining his favor. But as the preparations neared completion, word of the alliance spread beyond the forests. Hunters and villagers who ventured too close to the Moonborn's territory began to disappear, and the once quiet woods were soon filled with rumors of creatures more terrifying than any ordinary vampire or werewolf. The Dawn Guard, always vigilant in their pursuit of vampires, soon caught wind of the strange happenings in Falkreth. Isran, the leader of the Dawn Guard, knew immediately that something was wrong. "This isn't just another vampire coven," Isran said, his voice grim as he gathered his hunters. "They're working with werewolves. If they succeed in whatever they're planning, we won't just be dealing with vampires or lycanthropes, we'll be dealing with both, combined. And that's a threat none of us can afford to ignore." Isran dispatched a group of his most trusted hunters, led by Anwen, a skilled tracker and warrior who had faced both vampires and wolves in the past. Their mission was clear: stop the Bleeding Moon's ritual before it could be completed, or risk seeing the rise of a new and unstoppable force in Skyrim. The journey to the heart of the forest was treacherous. The Dawn Guard moved with caution, knowing they were entering territory claimed by both vampires and werewolves. The deeper they ventured, the darker the forest became, the trees closing in around them like the jaws of a predator. As they neared the glade where the ritual was to take place, the air grew thick with the smell of blood and decay. When they finally reached the glade, the scene before them was worse than they had imagined. The altar stood at the center, bathed in the crimson light of the full moon, and around it, the vampires and werewolves chanted in unison, their voices rising in a dark, guttural hymn to her scene. At the center of the altar, a massive stone bowl filled with blood gleamed in the moonlight, and from it tendrils of dark magic reached out, like the roots of a great tree, wrapping around the figures of Calith and Gaernath as they stood before their followers. Anwen and her team wasted no time. With a shout, they charged into the glade, their silvered weapons gleaming as they clashed with the cultists. The battle was fierce. Vampires and werewolves, united by blood and bound by dark magic, fought with a savagery that the Dawn Guard had never seen before. Anwen fought her way to the altar, her sword cutting through the creatures that stood in her way, but with each step, the power of the ritual grew stronger. At the heart of the chaos, Calith stood, his eyes glowing with a dark, unnatural light. He had waited centuries for this moment, and he would not be stopped now. As the final incantation left his lips, the blood in the bowl began to boil, and the magic surged through him and Gaernath, binding them together in a single, terrible form. Calith's body twisted and transformed, his fangs elongating as his skin hardened into a thick, fur-covered hide. Gaernath, too, changed, his massive wolfish form becoming more vampiric, his eyes burning with hunger as the power of both curses merged within him. The hybrid was born. Anwen watched in horror as the two creatures became one, a monstrous fusion of vampire and werewolf, more powerful than anything she had ever seen. The creature let out a deafening roar, its voice a blend of a wolf's howl and a vampire's hiss, and charged at her. But Anwen was not without hope. With a final prayer to the divines, she raised her sword and struck, driving the silver blade deep into the creature's heart. The hybrid let out a scream of rage and pain, its body convulsing as the dark magic that bound it began to unravel. With one last shuddering breath, the creature fell, its form dissolving into ash. The ritual was broken, and the bleeding moon was no more. But the scars of the battle would linger in Skyrim for years to come. The vampires and werewolves, once ancient enemies, had nearly created a new race of unstoppable hybrids, and though the threat had been averted, the knowledge of the ritual remained. The bleeding moon had failed, but the lure of ultimate power was strong, and somewhere in the shadows of Skyrim, another would rise to seek it. Story 42. The Bride of Cold Harbor. In the darkest depths of Skyrim's ancient mountains, where the light of the sun never fully penetrated, and the cold winds howled through forgotten ruins, a vampire bride made a choice that would shake the very foundations of her existence. Her name was Serana, a name once revered and feared among the vampire covens. She had been pledged to Molag Bal, the Daedric prince of domination, as part of an ancient ritual that tied her soul to Cold Harbor, his twisted and desolate realm. She had been his bride, bound to serve him for eternity, a fate that thousands of years ago she had accepted without question. But the centuries wore on, and the weight of eternity pressed down on her. As powerful as she was, Serana began to feel the chains of her servitude tighten, her connection to Molag Bal more like a curse than a gift. She had long seen herself as a queen among vampires, standing above her kind with her immortality and the dark power granted to her by the Daedric prince. But now, The endless night had become a prison, and the shadow of Cold Harbor loomed ever closer, suffocating her with the knowledge that she was nothing more than a pawn in Molag Bal's game. It was during one of these dark, reflective moments that Serana made her decision. She would escape. She would sever the ties that bound her to Molag Bal, even if it meant defying not only the Prince of Domination himself, but also the entire vampire hierarchy that had upheld their dark traditions for millennia. Her kin, those she had once called her family, would see her as a traitor. The Daedric Prince would hunt her relentlessly, sending his minions to drag her back to Cold Harbor. But Serana no longer cared. She could not bear the thought of being enslaved for another millennia, serving a master who cared nothing for her, only for her power and her suffering. Her flight from the coven was swift and silent, aided by the same dark magic that had sustained her for centuries. She moved through the night like a shadow, leaving behind the ancient castle where she had once ruled, her vampiric kin oblivious to her betrayal until it was too late. But the moment she stepped outside the bounds of her covenant, Serana knew that her rebellion had set in motion a chain of events that would plunge her into a new nightmare. The first to pursue her were her own kind. They viewed her not just as a defector but as a blasphemer, a threat to the delicate balance of power among the vampires of Skyrim. They could not allow her to escape, for if she succeeded, it would show that the pact with Molag Bal could be broken, that even the Bride of Cold Harbor could defy her fate. They hunted her with a ferocity born of fear, using every power at their disposal to track her through the wilderness, through forgotten tombs, and across the snowy plains of Skyrim. Serana, though powerful, knew she could not fight them all. Each confrontation sapped her strength, every battle weakening her resolve. Her former kin came at her in waves, vampire lords with dark magic at their command, thralls that obeyed their every command, and even newly turned vampires hungry for power and eager to prove their loyalty by capturing the rogue bride. But Serana was cunning. She used her knowledge of the ancient ruins and secret paths that crisscrossed the land, slipping through the cracks, always staying one step ahead of her pursuers. But the true danger was not her fellow vampires. It was the servants of Molag Bal, the minions of Cold Harbor, that terrified even the most powerful of vampires. Daedric creatures began to appear in Skyrim, sent by Molag Bal himself to bring back his bride, either in chains or in pieces. These were no ordinary enemies, they were beings of pure malevolence, drawn directly from Cold Harbor's darkest recesses, wraiths of shadow and bone that hunted Serana with a single-minded purpose. They did not tire, they did not fear, and they would not stop until they had her. Serana felt the cold tendrils of Molag Bal's influence reach for her, even as she ran. Nightmares plagued her sleep, visions of Cold Harbor's twisted landscape pulling at her mind. The ground beneath her feet sometimes warped, as if reality itself was bending to the will of the Daedric Prince, trying to drag her back to his realm. The skies would darken inexplicably, and the howls of unnatural beasts would echo in the night. She was no longer just running from her kin, she was running from the god who had once claimed her soul. But Serana had one advantage that her pursuers did not. She had not been idle during her centuries of servitude. She had studied forbidden magic, learned the secrets of the ancient Nords and the forgotten elves, and discovered something that gave her hope. Deep within the crypts of Skyrim, hidden beneath layers of ancient stone and ice, there were artifacts, relics that predated even the Daedric princes, relics that could sever the bonds of Daedric influence. If she could find one of these relics, she believed she could break her connection to Molag Bal for good. Her journey led her to an ancient temple, long abandoned and buried beneath the northern ice. The temple was rumored to house the Amulet of Severance, a powerful artifact that could shatter the bonds between mortals and Daedric entities. But finding the amulet was no simple task. The temple was guarded by powerful wards, traps designed to keep out even the most determined intruders. Worse still, Serana's pursuers were close, their presence growing stronger as they closed in on her final refuge. In the heart of the temple, Serana found the amulet. It was a simple, unassuming piece of jewelry, but she could feel the power radiating from it. This was it, her chance to finally be free. But as she reached for the amulet, the air around her shifted. A cold, bone-chilling wind swept through the chamber, and the shadows deepened. Molag Bal's voice, cold and cruel, echoed in her mind. "You cannot escape me, bride. You are mine." The Daedric prince's presence filled the chamber, his power nearly overwhelming. But Serana had come too far to stop now. With a scream of defiance, she grabbed the amulet and placed it around her neck. The moment the cold metal touched her skin, a shock wave of energy rippled through the temple. The bond that had tied her to Molag Bal, the connection that had enslaved her for centuries, began to unravel. The pain was immense. It felt as if her very soul was being torn apart, but Serana held on. She could feel the chains of Cold Harbor breaking, the grip of the Daedric prince loosening with every second. Molag Bal's voice grew more distant, his power fading as the amulet's magic took hold. When it was over, Serana collapsed to the ground, exhausted but free. The temple was silent, the Daedric presence gone. She had done it, she had escaped. But the cost of her rebellion was high. She was now a fugitive, hunted by both her former kin and the Daedric forces that had once claimed her. She was free, but alone in a world that saw her as a traitor. Still, Serana knew that whatever the future held, she would face it on her own terms. She was no longer the bride of Cold Harbor, she was Serana, and her fate was her own. Story 43. The Dark Embrace. Skyrim's wealthiest families were being drained dry not just of their riches but of their blood. It began slowly, with rumors whispered in taverns and among servants in the back alleys of Solitude and Markarth. Jewelry and gold were disappearing from the vaults of the aristocracy, but there was something more sinister at play. Several nobles had fallen ill, their bodies weakened by a mysterious affliction that left them pale, lethargic, and gaunt. It wasn't until one of the guards at Blue Palace stumbled upon a half-drained corpse that the truth emerged. Vampires were behind the thefts, infiltrating the circles of Skyrim's elite to feed on their blood and their wealth. At the heart of this scheme was a vampire-turned-thief named Alistair, once a nobleman himself, long ago turned to the dark gift of vampirism. Alistair had become more than just a bloodsucker. He had grown tired of the old ways of hiding in the shadows, preying on travelers in the wilderness. He saw in the wealth of Skyrim's ruling class not just sustenance, but an opportunity for true power. With his immortality and cunning, he could take from them not only their riches but their influence, turning their wealth into a new empire that would belong to him and his growing coven. The Thieves' Guild, however, saw Alistair's rise as a direct threat to their control. They had ruled the underground of Skyrim for years, skimming from the coffers of the nobility through well-planned heists and subterfuge. But now, with Alistair's coven stealing from their wealthiest targets and leaving a trail of blood in their wake, the guild's reputation, and more importantly, their income was at risk. They were not used to competition, least of all from creatures of the night who could seduce, mesmerize, and kill with ease. Brynjolf, second in command of the Thieves' Guild, was the first to recognize the scale of the threat. "This is more than just another thief muscling in on our territory," he said, his voice low, as he addressed the guild in the Ragged Flagon. "These are vampires. They're not after coin, they're building something bigger, and if we don't stop them, they'll bleed Skyrim dry and leave us with nothing." The guild agreed to put a stop to Alistair's coven, but it wouldn't be easy. Vampires were dangerous in their own right, but Alistair and his followers were no ordinary bloodsuckers. They had infiltrated the highest levels of Skyrim society, attending banquets and balls under the guise of foreign dignitaries and merchants, seducing the nobles with their charm before feeding on them in the dark corners of their grand estates. Alistair himself was a master of illusion and deception, able to appear as a handsome, well-spoken nobleman, his vampiric nature hidden beneath layers of enchantment. To strike at Alistair, the Thieves' Guild needed someone with a unique skill set. Enter Delvin Mallory, the seasoned thief and former assassin who had dealt with the supernatural before. He knew how to handle creatures like Alistair by staying one step ahead and striking where they were least expecting it. Delvin, along with a team of skilled thieves, began planning a series of counter-heists. Their goal was to undermine Alistair's operations by hitting the same noble houses his coven was targeting, stealing the wealth, before the vampires could get their fangs into it. But this wasn't just about gold. Delvin knew they had to draw Alistair out into the open, force him to reveal himself and confront the guild directly. The first target was the estate of Lady Agneta, a widow known for her extravagant balls and deep coffers. Rumor had it that Alistair had been seen at her most recent gathering, his eyes set not only on her wealth but her blood. The guild planned a heist during one of her famous parties, using the chaos and crowd to their advantage. Delvin, Brynjolf, and a few hand-picked thieves blended into the event dressed as guests. They moved silently through the estate, picking locks and pocketing jewels, careful to avoid the guards and, more importantly, the vampires that lurked in the shadows. As the night wore on, Delvin's instincts told him something was wrong. The atmosphere at the party had shifted. There was a tension in the air, a darkness that seemed to cling to the guests like a heavy fog. He caught a glimpse of Alistair, his pale skin glowing in the candlelight as he spoke with Lady Agneta, his charm unmistakable. But what Delvin noticed most was the way the other nobles seemed drawn to him, their eyes glazed, their movements sluggish. It wasn't just Alistair's good looks, he was enchanting them, bending their will with his vampiric powers. Delvin's heart raced as he realized that the vampires weren't just stealing wealth, they were turning Skyrim's nobility into their thralls. If they succeeded, they wouldn't just control the underworld, they would control the very people who ruled Skyrim. With a quick signal to Britsh, the thieves sprang into action. Delvin moved swiftly through the crowd, his eyes on Alistair, as he slipped through the ballroom, weaving between guests. Alistair, sensing the shift in the room, turned toward Delvin, his expression cool and calculating. "I knew the guild would come eventually," Alistair said, his voice smooth as silk. "But you're too late. This city, this kingdom, it already belongs to me." Delvin's hand hovered over his dagger. "We'll see about that." The confrontation was brief but brutal. Alistair, despite his charm, was a deadly combatant. His speed and strength were far beyond that of any mortal thief. Delvin fought with precision, using every trick he'd learned in his long career. But it wasn't enough. Just as it seemed Alistair would overpower him, Britsh and the others intervened, distracting the vampire lord long enough for Delvin to strike with a silvered blade hidden beneath his cloak. The blade pierced Alistair's heart, and for a moment the vampire stood frozen, shock in his eyes. "You think this changes anything?" Alistair whispered, blood trickling from his lips. "There are more of us. You've only delayed the inevitable." With a final, gasping breath, Alistair fell to the ground, his body disintegrating into ash. The remaining vampires, without their leader, fled into the night, leaving the Thieves' Guild victorious. But Delvin knew that Alistair's words were not an empty threat. The coven had been stopped, but the danger wasn't over. Other vampires would rise to take Alistair's place, drawn by the wealth and power that Skyrim's nobility offered. The Thieves' Guild had won this battle, but the war for Skyrim's underworld was far from over. Story 44. The Blood Mage of Markarth. Markarth, the city of stone, stood as a testament to the ancient Dwemer who once ruled its labyrinthine halls. Built into the sheer cliffs of the Reach, it was a fortress city where towering walls met the sky, and the forgotten ruins of the Dwemer lay just beneath the surface. But in the shadows of this grand city, something darker stirred. Whispers spread through the streets of a powerful vampire mage who had taken residence within the city's underbelly, experimenting with blood magic and seeking the secrets of immortality hidden deep within the Dwemer ruins. He was known only as the Blood Mage of Markarth, and his presence was becoming impossible to ignore. This vampire was no ordinary creature of the night. His name was Varathor, an ancient mage who had lived for centuries, his hunger for knowledge as insatiable as his thirst for blood. Varathor had long believed that the key to true immortality far beyond the simple existence of vampirism lay in the mysterious technology and magic of the Dwemer. The Dwemer had vanished from Tamriel thousands of years ago, their disappearance shrouded in mystery, but they had left behind ruins filled with strange machinery and powerful artifacts. To Varathor, these ruins held the answers he had sought for centuries, the fusion of magic and science that could make him truly invincible, unbound even by the limitations of vampirism. The Dwemer ruins beneath Markarth were his laboratory, a sprawling maze of forgotten halls and dormant machines. By day, Varathor was unseen, hidden deep within the catacombs, where the city guards and residents dared not tread. By night he roamed the streets in secret, luring the weak and the desperate to his lair, feeding not only on their blood but on their very life essence. His experiments were grotesque. He used blood magic to bend the will of his victims, manipulating their bodies and minds, pushing the boundaries of what was possible with vampiric powers. But it was not enough. Varathor needed more power, more blood, more souls to fuel his dark research. The citizens of Markarth began to notice strange disappearances. First it was beggars and the homeless, those who lived on the fringes of society and would not be missed. But soon merchants and even guards began to vanish. The Jarl of Markarth, Edmund, grew concerned, dispatching his best soldiers to investigate, but none of them returned. The Thalma, ever watchful of the city's political dealings, sent their agents as well, but they too fell prey to the traps and delusions that Varathor had woven throughout the ruins. Markarth was a city on edge, and the rumors of a vampire lurking beneath their feet grew harder to dismiss. The Silver Blood family, one of the most powerful and influential houses in Markarth, were the first to take action. They ruled much of the city's trade and wealth, and the disappearances were beginning to affect their operations. They could not afford to let fear cripple the city. They sent word to the vigilance of Stendarr, the holy order dedicated to eradicating Daedra worshippers and the undead. The vigilance, led by a determined and devout hunter named Thorian, arrived swiftly, armed with silver swords, fire, and divine magic. They were no strangers to vampires, but what they found in Markarth was beyond anything they had faced before. Thorian led his fellow vigilants into the Dwemer ruins beneath the city, following the trail of blood magic that Varathor had left behind. The deeper they went, the more unsettling the surroundings became. The walls pulsed with a strange energy, a fusion of Dwemer technology and the dark magic that Varathor had infused into the very stone. Strange runes drawn in blood covered the ancient metal doors and pillars. Thorian could feel the presence of the vampire mage everywhere, like a cold, invisible hand pressing down on his soul. They found the first of Varathor's victims not far into the ruins a guard, his body drained of blood, his eyes wide with terror, yet still alive, though barely. The guard mumbled incoherently about machines and magic, about blood being drawn from his body by unseen forces. It was clear that Varathor had found a way to use the blood of his victims to power the dormant Dwemer machinery, fusing his dark arts with the ancient technology. This was no ordinary vampire mage. He had tapped into something far older and more dangerous. As the vigilance pressed deeper into the ruins, they encountered Varathor's creations twisted, half-living automatons, powered by blood and magic. These monstrosities were unlike anything Thorian had ever seen. Part machine, part flesh, they were bound by the vampire's will, attacking the vigilance with relentless precision. Thorian fought fiercely, his sword glowing with the light of Stendarr's blessing, but for every machine they destroyed, another seemed to rise from the darkness. Finally, after what felt like hours of fighting through the depths of the ruins, Thorian and the remaining vigilants reached the heart of Varathor's lair. It was a massive chamber, dominated by a colossal Dwemer machine that hummed with power. Tubes and wires ran from the machine to a series of altars, where Varathor's latest victims lay, their bodies suspended in midair, their blood being drained into the machine. And there, standing at the center of the room, was Varathor himself. The vampire mage was a sight to behold, tall, gaunt, with eyes that glowed a deep crimson. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his hands crackled with dark energy. He turned to face the vigilants as they entered, a smile spreading across his thin lips. "You are too late," Varathor said, his voice smooth and cold. "I have unlocked the secrets of the Dwemer. Their power flows through me now. I am no longer bound by the limitations of blood magic or vampirism. I am something more." Thorian gripped his sword tighter, his heart pounding in his chest. "You are an abomination," he spat, "and by the light of Stendarr you will be destroyed." Varathor's smile widened. "You misunderstand, Vigilant. I have already won." With a wave of his hand, the colossal machine roared to life. The room shook as the blood of the victims was siphoned into the machine's core, and a massive surge of energy erupted from it, filling the chamber with an unnatural light. The Vigilants staggered as the power washed over them, and Thorian felt his strength ebbing away. But Thorian was not one to give up easily. With a roar of defiance, he charged at Varathor, his sword gleaming with holy fire. The other Vigilants followed, their weapons raised high. Varathor raised his hands, summoning tendrils of dark energy to strike at his attackers. But Thorian was faster. He leapt forward, slashing through the tendrils and driving his blade deep into Varathor's chest. The vampire let out a scream of rage and pain as the holy light burned through him. For a moment, the room was filled with blinding light, and then, with a final, shuddering gasp, Varathor crumbled to the ground, his body disintegrating into ash. The colossal machine fell silent, its power flickering and fading. The remaining Vigilants stood in stunned silence as the ruins around them seemed to breathe again, the oppressive darkness lifting. Thorian, his body battered and bloodied, looked down at the pile of ash that had once been Varathor. The blood mage of Markarth was no more. But even as the Vigilants turned to leave, Thorian couldn't shake the feeling that they had only just begun to uncover the true depths of the Dwemer's secrets. Varathor had come close to unlocking a power beyond imagination, and Thorian knew that there were others who would seek to finish what the vampire had started. For now, Markarth was safe, but the ancient ruins beneath the city held many more secrets, and the dark forces that lingered in the shadows were far from defeated. Story 45. The Heart of Darkness. The forests of Falkreth were thick with mist as the moon rose high, casting an eerie glow through the towering pines. Somewhere in those shadows, a dark and ancient power stirred. Deep within the bowels of an ancient ruin, hidden from mortal eyes, a vampire coven plotted the culmination of a plan centuries in the making. The coven, known as the Heart of Darkness, had long sought to fulfill an ancient prophecy, a prophecy that, if realized, would give them dominion over the very plains of oblivion. At the heart of their plan was a child, barely old enough to speak, whose very existence was the key to unlocking a power older than the gods themselves. The child, born under a rare alignment of stars, carried within them a dormant magic that had been whispered of only in the darkest corners of vampire lore. If the prophecy were true, and the power within the child could be harnessed, the Coven would not only dominate Skyrim, but would have control over the realms of oblivion, bending the Daedric princes to their will. The leader of the coven, Lord Valther, was as old as he was cruel. His face, pale and sharp, bore the marks of countless centuries of vampiric existence. His red eyes gleamed with ambition, and his voice, like cold steel, commanded absolute obedience from his followers. He had spent centuries searching for the key to the prophecy, scouring ancient tomes, deciphering forgotten languages, and making pacts with dark entities. Now, after all his efforts, the child had been found. The prophecy was within his grasp. The kidnapping had been swift and without mercy. In the dead of night, the vampires descended upon a small village near Riverwood. The child's parents never stood a chance. They were silenced before they could cry out. Their bodies drained of blood and left cold in their beds. The child, a boy named Aaron, was taken from his cradle and whisked away into the night, his future now bound to the coven's dark designs. By the time dawn broke, the village was still, and no one knew of the horrors that had transpired. But the heart of darkness was not the only force aware of the prophecy. The Dawn Guard, ever vigilant in their fight against the vampire threat, had long suspected that the coven was planning something monumental. Isran, the grim and battle-hardened leader of the Dawn Guard, had intercepted fragments of an ancient text that spoke of the prophecy and the child born under the blood moon. For months he had his agents scouring the land for any sign of the coven's movements, but he had been too late to prevent the abduction. When word of the village massacre reached Fort Dawnguard, Isran knew immediately what had happened. The vampires had the child, and if they were allowed to complete the ritual, all of Skyrim and perhaps all of Tamriel would fall under their control. Time was running out. Isran called for Onwin, one of the Dawn Guard's most skilled hunters. She had faced the heart of darkness before, barely escaping with her life, and knew the darkness they were capable of. Now it was her task to stop them from fulfilling their prophecy. Anwen set out immediately, leading a small group of Dawn Guard warriors through the forests of Falkreath, following the trail of death and darkness that the vampires had left in their wake. The journey was perilous. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thick with the smell of decay, and the trees themselves seemed to twist and bend in unnatural ways, as though the land itself was warping under the influence of the dark magic that the vampires wielded. Anwen could feel the presence of the coven growing stronger with each step, and the weight of the prophecy hung heavy in her mind. The ancient ruin where the vampires had taken the child was known as Volthoom, a place steeped in history and bloodshed. The ruin had once been a temple to long-forgotten gods, but now it served as the lair of the Heart of Darkness. As Anwen and her warriors approached, they saw the signs of the coven's power everywhere, symbols drawn in blood, the bodies of sacrifices left to rot, and the faint glow of magical wards that protected the entrance. Anwen knew they were walking into a trap. The coven would be expecting them, but there was no choice. They had to stop the ritual, or the world would fall to darkness. Inside the ruin, the air was cold and still. The halls, carved from ancient stone, echoed with the faint whispers of forgotten souls. The deeper they went, the more Anwen could feel the dark magic of the vampires pressing in around them. At the heart of the ruin was a grand chamber, its walls lined with ancient carvings that depicted scenes of blood rituals and dark sacrifices. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, and upon it lay the child, his small form bathed in the sickly red light of the blood moon that shone through a crack in the ceiling. Lord Valther stood before the altar, his hands raised high as he chanted in a language older than Tamriel itself. The other members of the coven stood in a circle around him, their eyes glowing with a hungry red light as they awaited the moment when the child's power would be unlocked. Anwen and her warriors burst into the chamber, weapons drawn, ready for battle. The vampires reacted immediately, their fangs bared and their claws extended as they rushed to defend their master. The fight was fierce and brutal, with the Dawn Guard cutting down the vampires with silvered swords and crossbows. But the coven was strong, and their magic made them even more dangerous. Anwen fought her way through the throng of vampires, her eyes locked on Lord Valther. She could feel the power of the ritual building, the air crackling with energy as the blood moon reached its zenith. If she didn't stop Valther soon, the ritual would be complete, and the child's power would be lost to the vampires forever. With a final, desperate charge, Anwen reached the altar. She swung her sword in a wide arc, the silver blade gleaming in the red light as it struck Valther across the chest. The vampire lord let out a howl of rage and pain, his body crumpling to the ground as dark blood poured from the wound. But even as he fell, the ritual continued. The chamber shook as the magic of the prophecy reached its peak. Anwen grabbed the child, pulling him from the altar, just as the dark energy erupted from the circle of vampires. The remaining coven members let out shrieks of despair as the power they had sought to control consumed them, their bodies disintegrating into ash as the ritual collapsed. The prophecy was broken. The heart of darkness was destroyed. Anwen, bloodied and exhausted, carried the child out of the ruin, the weight of what had almost happened pressing down on her shoulders. The vampires had been stopped, but the dark forces that had been set in motion would not be easily undone. The child, though safe for now, would carry the mark of the prophecy for the rest of his life. And somewhere, in the darkest corners of Skyrim, new forces would rise to take the place of those who had fallen. Story 46. The Fang and the Claw. Deep within the frozen mountains of Skyrim, the ancient halls of Castle Volkihar echoed with tension. The vampire Lord Harkon had long ruled over the Volkihar clan with an iron fist, his obsession with fulfilling the prophecy of the tyranny of the sun driving his every decision. But after his defeat at the hands of the Dragonborn, the once unified clan found itself leaderless, fractured, and teetering on the edge of civil war. Without Harkon's oppressive hand to guide them, two factions rose from the power vacuum, each with its own vision for the future of Skyrim's vampires. On one side was Serana, Harkon's estranged daughter, who had rejected her father's dark ambition. On the other was Valerian, her brother, who had embraced their father's ideals and sought to rebuild the Volkihar's strength, no matter the cost. Serana had always been different from her family. Even after centuries as a vampire, she had retained a sense of humanity that her father and brother had long since abandoned. She wanted something more for the Volkihar, something beyond the endless cycle of domination and bloodshed. With Harkon dead, Serana saw an opportunity to change the path of her people, to guide the Volkihar toward coexistence with the mortal world rather than eternal war against it. She believed that the Volkihar could survive without turning Skyrim into a realm of darkness, that they could hide in plain sight, blending into society without drawing attention to their cursed existence. For Serana, survival meant adaptation. But Valerian had other plans. In him the legacy of Harkon burned like a fire that refused to be extinguished. He was a true believer in their father's vision, a world where vampires ruled and mortals were nothing more than cattle, where the sun was blotted out forever and the Volkihar reigned supreme. Valerian had no patience for Serana's ideals of peace and integration. He saw them as weakness, a betrayal of their heritage. To him, the Volkihar were destined to rule, and he would stop at nothing to ensure their dominance over Skyrim. If the prophecy of the tyranny of the sun could not be fulfilled, then he would find another way to bring the mortals to heel. The castle had become a battleground, its once grand halls now filled with the whispers of rebellion and the clashing ambitions of the two siblings. Serana's followers, mostly younger vampires who had grown weary of the old ways, gathered in secret, planning to wrest control of the clan from the old guard. They wanted to move forward, to create a new era for vampires, one where they could exist without constant conflict. Valerian supporters, however, were loyal to the traditions of the Volkihar. They were the enforcers, the elders, those who had lived for centuries under Harkon's rule, and had no intention of giving up their power to Serana's idealistic vision. The tension between the factions reached its peak when Valerian declared himself the rightful heir to the Volkihar throne, calling on the full might of the clan to crush Serana's rebellion. He gathered his most loyal warriors, vampires who had served Harkon for centuries, and launched a brutal campaign against those who dared to follow his sister. Serana's forces, smaller in number but no less determined, fought back with guerrilla tactics, striking from the shadows and using their knowledge of the castle's many hidden passages to their advantage. The once great halls of Castle Volkihar became a war zone, with skirmishes breaking out in the corridors and chambers that had once been home to the ancient vampire family. Serana knew she couldn't win this war through sheer force. Valerian's followers outnumbered hers, and many of the clan's most powerful vampires stood with him. But Serana had something that Valerian did not, the respect of the mortals. She had fought alongside the Dragonborn, and the people of Skyrim remembered her as the vampire who had helped save them from Harkon's madness. She used this goodwill to her advantage, forging secret alliances with the Dawnguard and other factions that had once been sworn enemies of the vampires. These alliances were fragile, built on a mutual desire to prevent Valerian from rising to power, but they gave Serana the support she needed to level the playing field. Valerian, in his arrogance, underestimated the threat posed by these alliances. He believed that the mortals were too weak, too divided to stand against him. As his forces tightened their grip on Castle Volkihar, he began to lay the groundwork for an invasion of Skyrim itself. He sent emissaries to the scattered vampire covens across Tamriel, promising them power and wealth in exchange for their loyalty. He envisioned a great vampire army, one that would sweep across Skyrim, leaving nothing but darkness and blood in its wake. To Valerian, the Volkihar were the true rulers of this world, and it was time they took their rightful place. The final confrontation between the siblings came on the eve of Valerian's invasion. Serana, knowing that she had little time left to stop her brother, led a daring assault on the heart of Castle Volkihar. With the help of the Dawn Guard and her loyal followers, she pushed through Valerian's defenses, fighting her way to the throne room where her brother waited. The battle was fierce, the clash of steel and magic echoing through the stone halls as brother and sister faced each other for the final time. Valerian was powerful, more so than Serana had anticipated. He had spent years owning his abilities, mastering the dark arts that their father had taught him. He fought with a fury that matched his ambition, every strike of his blade fueled by his desire to claim the throne. But Serana had something that Valerian lacked, the strength of purpose. She wasn't fighting for power or dominance, she was fighting for the future of her people, for a chance to break free from the cycle of bloodshed that had defined their lives for centuries. The battle between them was not just physical, but a battle of wills, of ideologies. Valerian's desire for control clashed against Serana's vision of peace. Magic and blood filled the air as they fought, their fangs bared, their powers pushing each other to the brink. In the end, it was Serana's resolve that won out. With a final, desperate strike, she drove her blade through her brother's heart, ending the war with a single blow. As Valerian's body crumbled to ash, Serana stood alone in the throne room, the weight of her victory pressing down on her. The war was over, but the cost had been high. The Volkihar clan was shattered, its members scattered or dead. Serana had won, but now she was faced with the monumental task of rebuilding, of forging a new path for her people, one that would allow them to survive without falling into the same darkness that had consumed her father and brother. In the days that followed, Serana called for peace. She reached out to the remaining vampires, offering them a choice: follow her or leave Skyrim behind. Many accepted her offer, tired of the endless bloodshed. Others left, unwilling to abandon the old ways. But Serana knew that the future of the Volkihar was now in her hands, and she was determined to create a world where vampires could exist without the endless war that had defined them for so long. The Fang and the Claw had fought, and the future of Skyrim's vampires was forever changed. Story 47. Night Stalker's Legacy. The halls of Castle Harak, nestled deep in the icy reaches of Skyrim's northern wilderness, had stood silent for centuries. Its stone walls, cold and imposing, had witnessed untold horrors, blood rituals, dark magic, and the rise of one of the most feared vampire lords in all of Tamriel, Lord Silas Harak, an ancient vampire of great power, ruled from the shadows, his name only spoken in hushed tones by those who dared to remember. He had lived through the ages, untouchable, his reign one of darkness and fear. But now something was different. Something was wrong. It began as a whisper, faint at first, barely noticeable over the howling winds that swept through the castle's towers. Lord Harak, though ancient, was attuned to every sound, every shift in the air around him. He felt the presence before he could hear it, a coldness that even his undead nature could not ignore. The walls of his castle, once a fortress against time itself, now seemed to hum with a strange energy, as if the very stones were alive with a new, malevolent force. The whispers grew louder each night, filling Harak's dreams with visions of a man tall, cloaked in shadow, his face hidden beneath a hood, his eyes burning with hatred. At first, Harak dismissed the visions as nothing more than the byproduct of centuries of bloodshed. He had killed many hunters in his time, and their curses had long been forgotten. But this one felt different. The presence grew more persistent, more real, as if the ghost of his past had returned to torment him. One night the whisper became a voice clear, cold and full of vengeance. "Your time is coming, Silas Harak. The dead remember, and they are not kind." Harak woke with a start, his red eyes glowing in the darkness of his chamber. He was not afraid. He had ruled for centuries without fear. But there was something unsettling about the voice, something that reached into the depths of his mind. He knew that voice, though it had been many years since he had last heard it. The voice belonged to Valen Nightshade, a legendary vampire hunter who had once terrorized the vampire clans of Skyrim. Valen Nightshade had been known as the Night Stalker, a hunter without mercy, who had dedicated his life to eradicating vampires from Tamriel. His name was a curse among Harak's kind, whispered in fear by vampires who had crossed his path. Nightshade had hunted Harak for decades, tracking him across Skyrim's frozen wastelands, through ancient ruins, and even into the heart of Castle Harak itself. But Nightshade had never succeeded in his quest. Harak had been too powerful, too cunning. In the end, the hunter had fallen, his life ended by Harak's own hand. His body had been left to rot in the snow, his soul consigned to oblivion. Or so Harak had thought. Now it seemed that Valen Nightshade had returned from the dead. His spirit, restless and full of fury, had begun to haunt the vampire lord, unraveling the dark secrets that Harak had kept hidden for centuries. At first it was only in his dreams, but soon the ghost's presence became more tangible. Nightshade's spirit appeared in the shadows of the castle, watching from the corners of darkened halls, his eyes gleaming with a cold, spectral light. No matter where Harak went, the ghost followed, silent but ever present, like a shadow that could not be shaken. The first sign that something was truly wrong came when Harak's servants began to disappear. His thralls, those loyal mortals who had served him for centuries, were vanishing, one by one. At first, Harak believed it was the work of rival vampire clans, but there were no signs of struggle, no blood left behind. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist. And then one night, Harak heard the voice again, this time from the darkness of his own throne room. "Your sins cannot be hidden forever, Harak," the voice whispered. "I see them. I see everything." Harak turned, his eyes scanning the room, but there was no one there, only the cold, empty air and the flicker of the torches along the stone walls. But he could feel Nightshade's presence, lurking just beyond his sight. The ghost was not here to kill him, not yet. It was here to torment him, to unravel the web of lies and darkness that Harak had spun over the centuries. It wasn't long before the first of Harak's secrets was revealed. In a hidden chamber deep beneath the castle, where only Harak himself had ever ventured, a terrible sight awaited him. The bodies of those he had betrayed, rivals, former allies, even members of his own coven, were laid out before him, perfectly preserved, their expressions frozen in fear and agony. These were the victims of Harak's darkest rituals, sacrifices made to secure his power and extend his life beyond the natural limits of vampirism. But now those bodies had been unearthed. Someone or something had brought them to light. "You cannot hide from your past," the ghostly voice of Valen whispered again. "It has come for you." Harak's fury grew with each passing night. He could feel the grip of the ghost tightening around him, suffocating his once unshakable confidence. He summoned his most loyal thralls, sending them to scour the castle for any sign of the ghost's physical presence. But none of them returned. Days passed, and soon the halls of Castle Harak were empty, save for the vampire lord himself. His once mighty reign, built on fear and blood, was crumbling before his eyes. Desperate, Harak turned to the darkest of magics. He sought out forbidden rituals, ancient spells that could banish the dead and reclaim the souls of the damned. In the depths of the castle's dungeon, surrounded by the relics of his unholy past, Harak prepared to summon the forces that could destroy Nightshade's ghost once and for all. He would rip the hunter's soul from the ether, bind it to his will, and end this torment. But as the ritual began, the shadows in the room deepened. The air grew thick with cold, and the torches flickered and died. Harak felt the presence before he saw it. Valen Nightshade standing before him, his spectral form more solid than it had ever been. The hunter's eyes blazed with a hatred that spanned centuries. "You thought you could escape me, Harak," Valen said, his voice low and menacing. "But there is no escape from the truth. You cannot banish me. You cannot kill me again. I am your reckoning." Before Harak could utter the final words of his spell, Nightshade's ghost lunged at him, spectral hands gripping his throat. Harak, for the first time in centuries, felt fear real, palpable fear. The cold of the grave seeped into his bones, and he realized, too late, that this was no mere haunting. Valen Nightshade had not come to torment him. He had come to claim him. The last thing Harak saw before darkness consumed him was the burning gaze of the hunter who had never stopped hunting, even in death. In the end, the Night Stalker's legacy was fulfilled. The vampire lord who had ruled for centuries, untouchable and invincible, was gone. His secrets, his reign, his very existence, all unraveled by the ghost of the man who had sworn to destroy him. And as the cold winds howled through the empty halls of Castle Harak, the ghost of Valen Nightshade faded into the shadows, his vengeance complete. Story 48. The Frostbound Covenant. In the snow-swept wilderness of Winterhold, where the icy winds howled endlessly and the mountains stood tall as frozen sentinels, a dark alliance was born. The land itself was hostile, its frigid conditions enough to keep most travelers away, but for those who knew where to look, the mountains held darker secrets than the cold. Hidden deep within the frosty crags was an ancient vampire clan, long thought extinct, known only to a few by the name the Frostbound Covenant. For centuries they had hidden from the world, biding their time in the cold isolation of Winterhold, far from the prying eyes of the vigilant Dawnguard and the ever-watchful Nords. But now the Covenant had emerged from their icy tombs with a new, terrifying power at their command. Led by their cunning and ruthless matriarch, Lady Verelda, The Frostbound Covenant had long experimented with the magics of ice and blood. Lady Verelda, an ancient vampire whose beauty and cruelty were equally legendary, had spent years studying the elemental forces that shaped the harsh environment around her. She knew that in Winterhold, survival meant power over the cold, and she sought to bend that cold to her will. In her research, she discovered a way to form a pact with the Frost-Atronach's ancient elemental creatures of ice that roamed the mountains. These beings were embodiments of Winterhold's cold fury, creatures of pure frost and magic. Lady Verelda offered them blood in exchange for their servitude, and in time she learned to command them, their icy magic merging with her vampiric powers to create something far more dangerous. The alliance between the Frostbound Covenant and the Frost-Atronachs was sealed with dark blood rituals, each one strengthening the bond between vampire and elemental. With the Atronachs at their command, the vampires gained control over the very essence of Winterhold's frozen heart. The icy winds that had once been their enemy became their ally, and soon Lady Verelda's ambitions extended beyond mere survival. She began to look toward the towns and villages scattered along the coastline, where the people of Winterhold eked out a harsh living. The Covenant needed blood to sustain them, and with the power of the Frost-Atronachs, they no longer needed to hunt in the shadows. They could enslave the townspeople outright. The first attack came on a cold, moonless night. The villagers of Northwatch were huddled in their homes, the fires burning low as the wind howled outside. No one saw the Frost-Atronachs approach massive figures of ice and snow, their glowing blue eyes the only warning before they struck. The Atronachs moved silently, their bodies blending with the snowdrifts as they surrounded the village. The vampires followed in their wake, cloaked in darkness, their red eyes gleaming with hunger. When the attack began, it was over in minutes. The Atronachs, under Lady Verelda's control, froze entire homes with a single breath, their icy magic locking the townspeople in place, helpless and unable to resist. The vampires swept in, draining the life from their victims, but instead of killing them, they left the survivors enslaved by the frost magic. Bound by the icy curse, the townspeople became little more than thralls, their minds clouded with cold, their will bent to the vampire's commands. News of the attack spread slowly at first, with few survivors able to speak of what had happened. The frozen, vacant expressions of the enslaved villagers terrified those who saw them, but none could explain how an entire village had been taken without a fight. Winterhold, always a harsh and isolated place, was now gripped by a new kind of fear. The cold that had once been their greatest adversary had become the weapon of a far greater evil. The Covenant grew bolder with each passing night. Village after village fell to the frostbound vampires, their thralls swelling in number as more and more townspeople were enslaved by the icy magic. Lady Verelda's control over Winterhold's icy forces grew stronger, and soon she began to dream of greater conquests. The College of Winterhold, with its vast knowledge of magic, and the nearby cities of Windhelm and Dawnstar were within her reach. With the Frost-Atronachs at her side, there would be no stopping her. The ancient power of the vampires, combined with the elemental might of Winterhold's frozen heart, would sweep across Skyrim like a winter storm, freezing everything in its path. But not everyone was blind to the growing threat. In Fort Dawnguard, nestled far from the chaos, word of the Frostbound Covenant's attacks reached the ears of Isran, the Dawnguard's grim and determined leader. Isran had spent his life hunting vampires, but never before had he heard of vampires commanding such elemental power. The reports were troubling entire villages enslaved by frost magic, their inhabitants turned into mindless thralls. Isran knew that if the Covenant wasn't stopped, Winterhold would fall completely under their control, and from there the vampires would spread their icy grip across Skyrim. Isran called for Anwen, a veteran vampire hunter who had faced the dark creatures of Skyrim for years. She had survived encounters with powerful vampire lords, but the Frostbound Covenant was unlike anything she had encountered before. Anwen set out for Winterhold with a small band of Dawnguard warriors, determined to confront Lady Verelda and put an end to her reign of terror. The journey was treacherous, the freezing winds and constant snowstorms battered them at every turn, and the deeper they ventured into the mountains, the more signs they found of the Covenant's influence. Entire villages lay in ruin, their inhabitants frozen in place, eyes glazed over with the same icy curse that had claimed Northwatch. As they neared the heart of Winterhold, the air itself seemed to turn against them. The frost Atronics, sensing the presence of intruders, struck without warning, their massive forms materializing from the snow like living blizzards. Anwen and her team fought bravely, their silvered weapons cutting through the Atronics' icy flesh, but for every one they destroyed, more rose from the ground, summoned by Lady Verelda's dark magic. Finally, after a long and brutal battle, Anwen and her remaining warriors reached Castle Frosthold, the ancient fortress where Lady Verelda had established her dominion. The castle, carved into the side of a mountain, was a place of cold beauty, its walls glistening with ice, its towers reaching toward the sky like frozen spires. Inside, Lady Verelda awaited them, her frost Atronics standing guard, their icy forms shimmering in the pale light. Anwen confronted the vampire matriarch in the castle's grand hall, the air thick with the oppressive chill of frost magic. Lady Verelda, draped in robes of blue and silver, her red eyes gleaming with malice, welcomed Anwen with a smile. "You've come a long way, Hunter," Verelda said, her voice like the crackling of ice. "But this is my domain now. Winterhold belongs to me, and soon so will all of Skyrim." Anwen raised her crossbow, her eyes fixed on the vampire lord. "Not if I have anything to say about it." The battle that followed was fierce, with Anwen and her warriors facing both Verelda's frost Atronics and the powerful magic of the vampire lord herself. The castle shook with the force of their clash, ice and blood mingling as the two sides fought for control. In the end, it was Anwen's skill and determination that won the day. With a final, devastating blow, she drove a silver stake through Lady Verelda's heart, the vampire's body disintegrating into dust as the frost magic that had bound the Atronics faded. The Frostbound Covenant was broken, their icy hold on Winterhold shattered. The enslaved townspeople, freed from the curse, slowly began to recover, though the scars of their ordeal would linger for years to come. Anwen and the Dawnguard had won, but the cold winds of Winterhold still whispered of the darkness that had nearly claimed them. Story 49. The Scar of Molagbal. Deep in the frozen wilds of Skyrim, where the jagged peaks of the Reach clawed at the sky, an ancient relic, long thought lost to time, resurfaced a relic known as the Scar of Molag Bal. It was a twisted artifact, a weapon shaped by the Daedric Prince of domination and enslaved wills, a creation born from the darkest corners of oblivion. For centuries the scar had been hidden, locked away in a forgotten crypt, its power too dangerous for mortals or immortals wield. But now, whispers spread through the shadows, reaching the ears of Skyrim's most powerful vampire lords. The scar had returned, and with it, the promise of unimaginable power. The scar was more than just a weapon. It was said to be imbued with Molag Bal's essence, a direct conduit to his realm of Cold Harbor. Those who wielded it could bend the wills of others, turning even the strongest minds into thralls, slaves to their every command. More than that, the scar was rumored to be able to amplify a vampire's already considerable powers, making them nearly invincible. Control over mortals, control over vampires, control over life and death itself, these were the promises whispered by the relic's dark magic. Word of the scar's return spread quickly among the vampire covens of Skyrim, igniting a fierce competition. Every vampire lord who heard the rumors coveted the artifact, knowing that whoever claimed it could dominate not only the province but perhaps all of Tamriel. The Volkihar clan, once the most feared of all vampires in Skyrim, was among the first to take notice. Their leader, Lady Valeria, had inherited the throne after Lord Harkon's death, but her rule was fragile, constantly threatened by rival vampire factions. The scar was her chance to solidify her power, to become the undisputed ruler of all vampires in Skyrim. But she was not the only one who sought the artifact. In the ruins of Markarth, hidden deep beneath the city in the labyrinthine Dwemer tunnels, another vampire lord plotted his move. Lord Calith, an ancient and calculating figure, had long harbored dreams of overthrowing the Volkihar and establishing his own empire. He had heard of the scar through his network of spies, and he knew that if he could claim it first, he would finally have the power to challenge Lady Valeria and reshape Skyrim's vampire hierarchy to his liking. In the southern forests of Falkreath, yet another vampire coven stirred. The Crimson Veil, led by the enigmatic Lady Morgana, had long remained neutral in the power struggles between Skyrim's vampire clans, preferring to remain in the shadows, feeding quietly and avoiding conflict. But the return of the scar changed everything. Morgana, known for her mastery of blood magic, was drawn to the artifact's promise of domination over not just mortals but immortals. With the scar in her possession, she could reshape the future of her coven, and perhaps even challenge the Daedric princes themselves. As these powerful forces converged, so too did the vampire hunters. The Dawn Guard, ever vigilant against the rise of vampire threats, had heard of the scar through their own sources. Isran, the grim and determined leader of the Dawn Guard, knew that the artifact could not be allowed to fall into vampire hands. Its power was too great, its potential for devastation too terrifying to ignore. He called upon his best hunters, sending them out to track the movements of the vampire lords and stop them before they could claim the scar for themselves. At the heart of the storm was the artifact itself, buried deep in the crypt of an ancient Nordic king, hidden beneath layers of frost and stone. The crypt had been forgotten by time, its entrance sealed by magic, but the recent tremors and shifting of the land had unearthed it, exposing the dark power that lay within. A scar, a blade scarred by Molag Bal's touch, pulsed with a malevolent energy, its presence calling out to those sensitive to its magic. For those who sought it, the journey to the crypt would be perilous, but the rewards, if they succeeded, would be limitless. Lady Valeria, ever the strategist, moved first. She led a small, elite group of Volkihar vampires to the crypt, their passage through the icy mountains swift and silent. Her plan was simple: reach the artifact before the other factions and secure it within the safety of Castle Volkihar. But as her group neared the crypt's entrance, they encountered resistance. Lord Calith had anticipated her move, sending his own warriors to intercept her. The clash between the two vampire factions was brutal, their supernatural strength and speed tearing through the frozen wilderness with terrifying force. Meanwhile, Lady Morgana had taken a different approach. She had no interest in direct conflict, preferring to manipulate from the shadows. Using her blood magic, she summoned an army of enthralled mortals to storm the crypt ahead of the others, their minds bent to her will by the dark magic she wielded. These thralls, though weak compared to vampires, were numerous and relentless, their loyalty to Morgana unshakable as they marched toward the scar's resting place. Inside the crypt, the air was thick with ancient magic. The walls were lined with runes that pulsed with a faint, eerie glow, and the faint sound of whispering voices echoed through the stone corridors. As the vampire lords and their forces fought outside, a single figure moved silently within the crypt. Anwen, one of the Dawn Guard's most skilled hunters, had arrived first, her years of tracking vampires guiding her through the labyrinthine passages. She had been tasked with a simple but monumental mission: find the scar and destroy it before it could be claimed by any vampire. As Anwen neared the heart of the crypt, she could feel the dark energy emanating from the artifact. The scar lay on a stone altar, its blade gleaming in the faint light, the air around it crackling with power. But just as she reached for the blade, the doors to the chamber burst open. Lady Valeria, her eyes burning with hunger, stepped into the room, followed by Calith and Morgana. The three vampire lords, each driven by their own ambitions, stared at the scar and at each other. The tension in the room was palpable, the air thick with unspoken threats. Anwen, realizing that she was caught between three of Skyrim's most powerful vampires, knew she had only one chance to stop them. With a swift motion, she grabbed the scar from the altar, its dark magic surging through her body. The power of Molag Bal threatened to overwhelm her, but she held firm, determined to complete her mission. Lady Valeria was the first to move, her speed blurring as she lunged toward Anwen. But Calith, ever the opportunist, intercepted her, his blade clashing with hers in a flash of steel. Morgana, watching with cold calculation, raised her hand, summoning a wave of blood magic to ensnare both combatants. The room erupted into chaos as the three vampire lords fought for control of the artifact, their power shaking the very foundations of the crypt. In the midst of the battle, Anwen acted. She raised the scar high, its blade glowing with dark energy, and brought it down on the stone altar with all her strength. The blade shattered, its magic exploding outward in a wave of destruction. The force of the blast sent the vampires reeling, their bodies thrown across the chamber as the artifact's power disintegrated into nothingness. When the dust settled, the scar of Molag Bal was gone, its threat neutralized. The vampire lords, weakened and defeated, retreated into the shadows, their plans in ruins. Anwen, exhausted but victorious, stood alone in the crypt, her mission complete. But the power of Molag Bal was not so easily destroyed. The scar may have been shattered, but its influence lingered, a dark presence that would one day return. And as the vampires of Skyrim licked their wounds and plotted their next moves, they knew that the battle for power was far from over. Story 50. The Blood-Starved Night. In the cold and desolate reaches of Skyrim, where the jagged peaks of the throat of the world pierced the sky and the frozen tundra stretched endlessly, there roamed a figure clad in battered, blood-stained armor, a relic of a time long past. His name was Edric, once a proud knight of the 9 divines, a champion of light, sworn to protect the innocent and uphold the laws of the gods. But that was before the curse. Now he was known only as the blood-starved knight, a creature of darkness struggling to reclaim the honor he had lost to the shadows. Edric had been a hero once. In his time he had fought in the name of Stendar, the god of mercy, wielding his blade against Daedra and undead alike, purging evil from the land with unwavering resolve. He had worn the colors of the divines with pride, his faith guiding his every action. But all of that had changed on a fateful night during a battle against the Volkihar vampires. It had been a desperate fight, the undead outnumbering Edric's knights as they clashed in the frozen wilderness of the Pale. In the chaos of battle, Edric had been separated from his comrades, surrounded by vampires with no hope of escape. That was when she appeared, Lady Seraphine, a vampire lord of terrifying beauty and power. She had struck him down with ease, her fangs sinking into his throat before he could raise his shield. But instead of killing him, she cursed him with eternal hunger. Edric was turned into the very thing he had sworn to destroy. His comrades never found him, they assumed him dead, lost to the night like so many before him. But Edric had not died. Instead, he awoke to a life he did not understand, cursed with a thirst for blood that consumed him with each passing day. At first he had fought against it, refusing to give in to the monstrous hunger that gnawed at his soul. He wandered the wilds of Skyrim, avoiding towns and villages, fearing what he might do if he succumbed to the curse. But the thirst only grew stronger, and soon it became impossible to resist. The first time Edric fed, he wept. The taste of blood filled his senses, and though his body was sustained, his spirit felt shattered. Every time he fed, he felt his soul slipping further from the light. Years passed, and Edric's search for redemption became a twisted journey through darkness. He roamed the land, seeking a way to atone for his sins, but everywhere he went, the curse followed. His armor, once gleaming and polished, was now tarnished and stained with the blood of those he had fed upon. His once noble face had become gaunt, his eyes hollow with regret and torment. The light of the divines that had once guided him now felt distant, unreachable, and with every passing day, his thirst grew stronger. Edric tried to find solace in the temples of Skyrim, visiting the shrines of the 9 divines in search of forgiveness. But the priests saw him as an abomination, a defiler of their sacred halls. They chased him away, their eyes filled with fear and hatred, unable to see the man he had once been beneath the monster he had become. Even the vigilance of Stendar, those who had once been his allies in the fight against the undead, hunted him now. Edric knew he could not blame them. He was no longer the man they had once known. But despite everything, Edric refused to give up. He clung to the hope that somewhere, in the vastness of Skyrim, there was a way to break the curse, to return to the light. He had heard rumors of ancient artifacts, relics of the divines that could cleanse even the darkest soul. It was said that within the forgotten ruins of Labyrinthian, hidden deep within its twisted corridors, lay a holy artifact of great power, a relic of Arche, the god of life and death. If Edric could find it, perhaps he could use its power to free himself from the curse of vampirism. But time was running out. The thirst was becoming unbearable, the hunger clawing at his mind with increasing ferocity. Every night he found himself on the verge of losing control, and each time it became harder to pull back from the brink. He feared what would happen if he gave in completely. Would he become like the other vampires, soulless and driven only by the need to feed? Or would his mind break entirely, leaving nothing but a blood-crazed monster in his place? The road to Labyrinthian was long and treacherous, but Edric was determined. He crossed the frozen plains and climbed the icy mountains, fighting off wolves, trolls and bandits as he made his way to the ancient ruin. His strength, fueled by the dark gift of vampirism, allowed him to survive the harsh conditions, but every step brought him closer to the edge of madness. His nights were filled with nightmares of blood and death, of the people he had killed to satisfy his hunger. Faces haunted him, innocent faces, twisted in terror as he had taken their lives. When Edric finally stood before the entrance to Labyrinthian, he was weak, both physically and spiritually. The ruin loomed before him, its massive stone walls covered in frost and ancient symbols. Inside, the air was heavy with the weight of forgotten magic, and the corridors echoed with the whispers of the dead. Edric descended into the ruin, his sword at the ready, knowing that the way forward would be fraught with danger. The undead rose from their tombs to meet him. Draugr warriors long dead but still bound to the ancient magic of the ruin. Edric fought with all the skill he had left, his blade cleaving through bone and flesh as he pushed deeper into the labyrinth. But with every battle his strength waned, and the thirst grew stronger. His hands shook as he gripped his sword, the desire for blood overwhelming his senses. He could hear it, smell it. The blood of the Draugr, though long dead, still called to him. At last he reached the heart of the ruin, a grand chamber where the relic of Arche stood upon a pedestal, bathed in a soft golden light. Edric fell to his knees before it, his body trembling with exhaustion and hunger. He reached out with a trembling hand, desperate to grasp the artifact, to feel its cleansing power. But as his fingers brushed the surface, the hunger surged within him, stronger than ever. Edric screamed, his body convulsing as the curse took hold. The relic's light burned his skin, its holy power rejecting the darkness within him. He tried to resist, but it was too late. The curse was too strong, the hunger too deep. Edric, the once proud knight of the 9 divines, fell to the ground, consumed by the very darkness he had sought to escape. And as the light of the relic faded from his vision, the blood-starved knight was lost, his redemption forever out of reach.